Connecticut Democrat Chris Murphy on CBS's Face the Nation.
The most likely outcome here is that hardliners take over the government. They restart their missile program. They restart their nuclear program.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lawmakers are expected to vote this week on resolutions to require President Trump to seek congressional approval to use military force on Iran. And Pennsylvania U.S. Senator John Fetterman commented on that.
Now, have people ever read the War Powers Act? You know, what's required of the president is to provide 48 hours of notification, and then he or she have 60 days, up to 90 days to withdraw those troops, you know, before Congress approves that. Neither of those have been activated. He did provide that to the Gang of Eight. And there are no American troops on the ground now.
Also, in his statement, Representative Guy Reschenthaler early today said he strongly supports the joint effort with Israel to bring down the Iranian regime. A shooting victim was in critical condition after a shooting early today in Wilkinsburg. It happened around 1:15 a.m. in the 500 block of Ardmore Boulevard. First responders say a man had multiple gunshot wounds. Also, Allegheny County Police are investigating a couple of shootings last night in McKeesport. 911 was notified 2 men were shot around 10:30 p.m. One of the men shot in the area of Huey Street, while a second man was shot behind the 600 block of Madison Avenue. Both victims were taken to a hospital in stable condition. Olympic bronze medalist Jasmine Jones was celebrated by family and friends at a surprise party Sunday in Greensburg. Jones and a teammate placed third in the two-woman bobsled competition at the Winter Games. The Jeanette native and Hempfield area high school grad shared her reaction with KDKA-TV.
Oh my gosh, coming in and seeing, the support and everyone behind the dream that I initially had, years before the first quad, and going into this Milano Cortina and be able to bring back something as well.
Jones originally wanted to go to the Olympics as a track and field athlete before she switched to winter sports. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. Brian Rust, Ben Kindle, and Justin Brazo each had a goal and an assist as the Penguins beat the Golden Knights 5-0. Ricard Raquel and Igor Shinnikov also scored for Pittsburgh. And the Pirates beat the Cardinals 6-1 in preseason play. Connor Griffin hit another home run. KDKA Radio News Time 6:03. Time to call Metropolitan Windows. Save 20% off their exclusive Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows. 412-655-8411. 19 and overcast in Pittsburgh now. AAA traffic in the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
6:05 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get an update with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. It's a pretty tame start to the Monday morning commute. Gives us a chance to talk about some Pittsburgh regional transit changes for you. PRT has announced that service on its T Silver line is going to be temporarily suspended for some overhead electrical work beginning later this morning. So from 10 a.m. today, around the clock until 3 p.m. Friday, T service between the library and Lytle stations will be down. Shuttle buses will be in place to get you to where you need to go, but PRT has warned you to expect some delays in that shuttle service. It won't run quite like the regular T service does, but obviously they're helping you out to get you around that work there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds limiting sun today, high 42, then cloudy with rain arriving late tonight, low 31. The rain may freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Heather. Right now, we're at 19 degrees.
Cold weather can freeze pipes, and when they burst, the damage adds up fast. For homes or businesses, call ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. On call 24/7, 365 for water damage emergencies. Demand that yellow van. Call 412-RECOVER.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning, Larry Richert with anchorman Paul Rasmussen. Big changes over the last few days since we left Friday morning, Paul. And before we get into more details of what's going on in the Middle East,
everything's been rearranged, right?
Yeah, it's so important. We had sunshine over the weekend, a really beautiful Saturday, sunny yesterday, but about 20 degrees colder.
And now we're looking at like a couple inches of snow well to the south of us, down along the state line and in West Virginia.
And then we could hit 70 on Thursday. They call March. March is the 4-season month where you get a little bit of everything. So March came in like a lamb, I would say, yesterday.
Like something, right?
Kind of quiet. So with the latest on the breaking news of the Middle East, CBS's Michael George.
Breaking developments in the war with Iran. The situation is changing by the minute. Video shows a fighter jet spiraling out of control in Kuwait. The Kuwaiti Defense Ministry says several U.S. warplanes have crashed. All crew members survived. Fire and smoke can be seen coming from the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait. The State Department is warning Americans not to come to the embassy. And the attacks are now widening to include Lebanon after the Iranian-linked terror group Hezbollah fired missiles into northern Israel, ending a year-long ceasefire. And Israel struck back. And celebrations broke out in cities across the globe as some Iranians danced and cheered the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, while protesters in predominantly Muslim countries, including Turkey and Yemen, took to the streets to denounce the Israeli-U.S. attacks on Iran. CBS's Bradley Blackburn joins us now with the latest on all of this.
There is so much in flux right now. We know that at this moment, Lebanon's government is having an emergency meeting. With these volleys between Israel and Hezbollah, there have already been dozens of deaths, and people are fleeing parts of Beirut. Overnight, there have been violent aftershocks throughout the region after this weekend's historic attack.
Rockets blasted over Israeli skies Monday morning after its defense forces exchanged fire with Hezbollah fighters in Lebanon. It comes 3 days after the U.S. and Israel launched strikes against Iran, killing its supreme leader. The Pentagon posted new video of strikes against Iranian targets overnight. Iran and its proxies have struck back with a barrage of missiles and drones aimed at Israel and American military interests in the region.
Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved.
Sunday, President Trump again said the strikes are necessary to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He also vowed to avenge the deaths of at least 3 American service members killed in retaliatory strikes over the weekend.
Sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is.
The president told the New York Times the joint strikes may not end for 4 to 5 weeks and that he has 3 people in mind to run Iran. Iran's top security official says a committee will run the country. He also pushed back on reports that nuclear talks would resume, posting on social media, "We will not negotiate with the United States."
Iran is the mothership of terrorism, and it is about to sink.
President Trump's GOP allies in Congress have praised the strikes, while some Democrats are criticizing the administration for not consulting lawmakers first.
This is a disaster. It is illegal.
2 sources tell CBS News the Trump administration is expected to brief Congress as soon as tomorrow.
Will the death of the Ayatollah be enough to drive regime change? And we do know that he was elderly. There was a succession plan in place. And at this moment, some of the machinery of the Iranian regime is still there. The secret police, parts of the military, and some leaders. And so we know also that these U.S. and Israeli strikes are continuing too. So we'll have to see what happens in the weeks ahead. And we know that regime change is a major goal goal, of course, for Israel.
CBS's Bradley Blackburn. Yes, the proximity to Israel and Iran obviously much, much closer and would be presumably threatened more from their just the fact that they're that close.
The question I have, and I don't know that we're going to get a definitive answer on it, I don't think it would be possible for them to say at this time, but the president did say we're going to continue until our objectives are met. What are those exactly? I'm sure they're not going to enumerate them and tip their hand, but I wonder what they are and how long this is going to take.
Well, certainly one of them was to take out the Ayatollah.
He's gone.
Which, that happened. Now what? And that is the question for the foreseeable future. He said weeks, hopefully not more than that for everybody's concern. You know, you don't want to see anybody else, especially U.S. military men and women, killed or injured.
No question about it. Something I found interesting reading last week was an article that dealt with the political structure underneath the Ayatollah and what they have built up as a functioning like shadow government when they're under attack, and the Ayatollah might have to be in hiding somewhere or, you know, out of position. They have thousands of people apparently that, you know, act as functionaries in various ways to carry out what would be the orders of the regime at any one time. I assume that that's what's going on right now, that those people are, you know, to the degree that they're able, still trying to carry out their mission, their orders, whatever they would be.
And from a practical standpoint, a fifth of the world's oil flows through those regions.
Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz, right?
So we'll continue to follow the story. There are so many different aspects to it, since places like Dubai are not used to being hit with missiles. They're considered to be a safe haven, and other places that aren't used to being in a conflict like this.
Oil prices are already up. They say here in this particular story, oil prices rise sharply after attacks in Middle East disrupt global energy supply. And I'm a little, I have to say that I'm a little disappointed to see that headline, because this thing's only 48 hours. You know, there's plenty of oil everywhere right now. It's not that nothing's been disrupted yet.
That's why it's so hard in that world. And we've talked to experts over the years, and it's almost, you know, some level of hocus pocus, because it's all speculation. And when there's real practical information, but you're right, just on speculation that there'll be an issue.
Well, that's where the real action is the speculation, and the market is already reflecting that. West Texas Intermediate, which is a light sweet crude oil produced in the United States, the cost on that on the market right now up 8.5% in its trading price. And I'm sure it's going to go up a lot more than that. And so the profiteers will be stepping in to make the most of this situation, right?
Yeah, we'll see every day. There'll be a lot of news to cover.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Want to welcome the owner of a very special company. It's Specialty Window and Door. And I first met Rick Fish. Yeah, that's his name. My son and his wife had a home. They wanted to put a new front door. And I'm like, well, where do you go for that? And somebody said, oh, you got to call Rick Fish, Specialty Window and Door. Did an amazing job, great price, and also ended up looking at some windows. And he went through with that and got to meet Rick. He's one of those people, been around a long time, knows what he's doing, gets the job done. So we welcome Specialty Window and Door, Rick Fish, and you can visit specialtywindowanddoor.com if you need windows, or you need a front door, back door, you got it.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
And it looks like we are off and running with the Monday morning commute, Larry, and the delays are here. Parkway East on the inbound ride is now sluggish for you right around Edgewood, Swissvale, approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. While Route 28 looks great, no problems heading southbound there, and the Parkway North, I-279, is moving well. The Parkway West inbound is getting heavy for you on the front side of Green Tree Hill, right around the runaway truck sand pile before that inbound Fort Pitt Tunnel entrance. Behind the Liberty tunnels, just traffic light delays on 51 and West Liberty Avenue there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s coming your way at 6:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. AccuWeather says high of 42 today, overcast with rain late tonight. May freeze on some surfaces and will drop to about 31, so we'll be right on the bubble. Then 53 tomorrow with some rain and drizzle, and 56 on Wednesday, and could approach 70 Thursday and Friday. But with that comes, looks like a chance for rain pretty much every day this week. And right now, 19 degrees.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
A true spa bathroom isn't just about water pressure. It's about the view. Make your shower the crown jewel of your home with a custom frameless glass enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799. See the difference at boulevardglassandmetal.com.
619 KDKA from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, Paul Rasmussen.
We will bring you up to date with the latest information on the strikes in Iran, the military action that's unfolding even as we speak this morning. That's coming up in 11 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Talk about the news you hear. It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen for The Drive at 5, top stories driving the day's news, weekday afternoons with Colin Dunlap. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. Well, if you're a sports fan, you got to see the Pens yesterday.
Man,
shut out the very good Las Vegas Predators.
Well, I think they're leading their division, right?
Yeah.
Vegas is, yeah.
Yeah, so...
it was a real thump down after the disappointing performance against the Rangers.
Yeah, they had the lead there, blew it. At least they got a point out of it on the road. They lost in a shootout, but
they had another third period lead, Larry. And yeah.
That's kind of their Achilles heel, although, obviously they're still trending up. They won on Thursday when play resumed.
In their last 15 games, they're 10-1-4, something like that. Really strong.
And check out their schedule. This is
brutal. It's a brutal schedule against some of the best teams in the league, by the way.
So they're in Boston tomorrow, then home on Thursday, home on Saturday. Flyers are coming to town. And they have 3 home games then. Boston comes here next Sunday. But they're playing every other day, Paul.
Yep.
And, in fact, there's only, in the entire month of March, 1-2 days off in between games.
I assume this is the case for all the teams because of the Olympic break, right?
Right. They crunched the schedules. And then in the month of March, they only have 7 games until the playoffs. So Still waiting see if Sidney Crosby can get back a little earlier, but right now, if he misses all those games, he could miss as many as 18 games.
Not good.
But they shut out that team yesterday. And how about spring training? The Pirates have won 4 in a row now. Spring training games, every expert will tell you
it means nothing.
Doesn't matter except if you're winning. And Connor Griffin got a 2-run homer yesterday, his third.
That is something I think you could hang some significance on. I think that's a very good sign. But I mean, for example, when you're talking about pitching and how well your team is hitting other teams' pitching, many cases are that the pitchers are trying to work on pitches that they're developing that are easier to get a hold of in spring training.
I just think of the fact that he's 19 years old.
That's what I'm saying.
And he's hitting major league pitching.
Jeez.
Spring training or not, that's encouraging. And
what an exciting year this is going to be. I would imagine that Connor Griffin will start off down in Indianapolis for whatever the required time is for them to have another year of control, contract control for the team to have that. But once we get to that point and he's up here, we get a chance to see what he can do against the best pitching in a real-time situation. I think he's going to shine. Everything I've seen so far. I mean, when he gets a hold of one, it's out.
Yeah, it's definitely fun to watch this young guy.
Yeah.
That said,
and have you heard him? Have you heard him interview? Have you picked up any of his?
No, I haven't seen his interviews yet.
He's really a down-to-earth young man. I really like what I've heard so far.
We're going to ask our Odyssey sports director, Jeff will be here, Jeff Hathorn. You know what starts today? Spring football, University of Pittsburgh
kidding.
On the North Shore.
Wow.
Day one for that. And he just came back from Indianapolis, see if he mined anything from the combines for the NFL.
Do you pay any attention to the combine?
I did not. To be honest,
I never have.
Coming off the Olympics and just being busy otherwise, I didn't pay that much attention. Only talking to Jeff, actually, when he was there.
See, for me, right now, I'm just now picking up on what's going on in college basketball. This is where I start to pay attention to college basketball.
Well, March Madness.
And of course I'm, following hockey very closely. But with baseball in spring training mode and football off, I have the time to pay attention to college basketball, which is in March. You're right. This is the time when it gets fun and interesting.
A lot of people who don't typically follow it do get involved in March Madness. So it's a lot of fun. Hey, got a note from the 32nd annual SAG and AFTRA Awards. Noah Wiley and the Pit continue to get accolades.
Oh, good for them.
They won Outstanding Performance by a Male Actor in a Drama. Mr. Wiley, who plays the lead doc in this medical drama. If you don't know, it's set in Pittsburgh. It's called The Pit, and it's been extraordinarily popular. He spent his acceptance speech talking about how grateful he is for his career as an actor and really loves Pittsburgh. He really, every chance he gets, he talks up Pittsburgh. So if you haven't seen...
He has, yeah, you're right.
If you haven't seen The Pit, it's definitely worth a look. However, I will caution you, it's very realistic. So if...
The medical realism is, if you're not prepared for it... it might catch you by surprise.
You might end up being a little traumatized.
True.
And as we've discussed before, Paul, each episode is 1 hour in real time of one shift. So the season is a shift, and then every episode is an hour. And if that was the case, none of these people would be able to walk, at the end of the shift. So The Pit, big winner at the SAG Awards. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks. And Larry, we are getting reports of an accident on the Parkway West inbound, but we've been kind of scouring that stretch of roadway with the PennDOT cameras, not actually seeing an accident or flashing lights other than the ones that are up as you approach the Fort Pitt tunnels. Those warning lights are certainly on, and we are seeing a lot of slowdowns because of that. Backups greeting you right around the Parkway Center Mall overpass before the inbound Fort Pitt tunnels there. If you are coming out of Dormont toward the Liberty tunnels, we have heads up kind of with the caution flags out. Cape May Avenue at West Liberty Avenue, Route 19. We have reports of an accident there, so watch out for crews headed to the scene. Parkway East on the inbound ride is slow go between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Looking for the best of New Orleans? Let AAA take you to the heart of the Big Easy September 7th through the 11th, 2026. Enjoy round-trip air from Pittsburgh, 4 nights right on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, and unforgettable experiences, including the New Orleans School of Cooking, Mardi Gras World, the National World War II Museum, a Louisiana Swamp Boat Tour, Laura Plantation, and a jazz dinner cruise, plus 8 delicious meals and more, all starting at $2,865 per person, double occupancy. Space is limited. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. And one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. They win for you. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
19 with overcast skies at 6:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. Now the latest on the unfolding situation and the conflict with Iran. Here's CBS's Deborah Rodriguez.
Retaliatory strikes are spreading across the Middle East, heading into the third day of the war with Iran. The BBC's Barbara Plett-Usher from Doha.
I don't think they were expecting the attacks to be this aggressive. They had been warning the United States that Iran would respond more forcefully this time than it did during the 12-day war in June, where it showed restraint.
Smoke's rising from the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. Back and forth missiles have been flying between northern Israel and Lebanon, ending a year-long ceasefire. In Los Angeles, demonstrators celebrated the fall of the Ayatollah Khamenei. The regional oil giant Aramco says one of its refineries has been hit. The global oil benchmark has jumped almost 10%. Tyler Schipper at the University of St. Thomas.
The bottom line is that oil is a global market, and if it goes up in price for Asian markets, it's also going to push up the price for us domestic consumers in the United States.
And we're now finding out that it was Kuwait that accidentally shot down 3 American jets involved in this war with Iran. All the crew members, they say, are safe. T-Riders are being advised of a service disruption this week. We have details on that with News Radio KDKA's Robert Taylor.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit says its Silver Line will be suspended between the Library and Lytle stations beginning this morning at 10 o'clock until 3 p.m. on Friday. There will be shuttle buses that will run between the stations. And once the bus gets you from the Library to the Lytle station, you can continue on the T towards Washington Junction and the city. PRT says crews will be replacing and reinforcing overhead electrical lines. PRT says expect some shuttle delays. There are 9 stops in between the Library and Lytle stations that are also being affected. Rob Taylor, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. The Penguins beat Vegas 5-0 on Sunday afternoon. Arturs Shilovs made 22 saves. The Pens now 10-1-3 in the last 14 games. And spring training baseball yesterday, the Pirates over the Cardinals 6-1. KDKA Radio News Time 6:32. Our next update at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by LensSeek.
There's a link between hearing loss and dementia. Hearing stimulates your brain, and hearing loss can prompt people to withdraw when unable to join in conversations. Experts now recommend that all adults be screened for hearing loss beginning at 50. Addressing hearing loss sooner rather than later allows folks to adapt to hearing aids more easily and begin to lower the risk for social isolation, dementia, and potential complications sooner. I'm Margie Schaefer.
At LensSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at LendSeek.com. That's LendSeek.com.
Folks, appliances are big purchases. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance, family-owned since 1960. Megan, Tracy, the entire Voss team are experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. They take the guesswork of shopping and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Having knowledgeable people on your side that you can trust matters. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Hi, it's Brian Quaranta, host of On the Money, every Saturday morning, 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Retirement planning doesn't have to be stressful. Each week on our radio show, On the Money, I'll guide you through topics like building retirement income plan, minimizing taxes, and protecting your hard-earned savings. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Let's make your retirement plan as simple and stress-free as possible. That's On the Money, where retirement planning meets peace of mind.
Have you looked up in the air lately? No, I'm not talking for the bird, plane, or Superman. I mean to check your chimney. Old man winter finally may be moving out of here, but with the thaw comes all the damage. Chimneys, mortar joints, your bricks, retaining walls, well, now they're just starting to show how damaging that a rough winter can be. So call my friends at Precision Pointing, awarded Best of the Best from the Trib as the #1 masonry company in the region. Precision Pointing did right by me, they'll do right by you. So visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
6:35 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's see what's going on. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. What's going on is an accident. Crews on scene working with this one as you're coming out of Dormont and heading toward the Liberty Tunnels. It's on Cape May Avenue near the intersection with West Liberty Avenue, Route 19. Things flow well other than that toward the tunnels. And in fact, at the intersection of 19 and 51, you just have traffic light delays right now, but traffic is certainly on the build there. Definitely on the build and solidly so on the Parkway West. You're backing up at the top of Green Tree Hill ahead of the Fort Pitt tunnels already this morning. Outbound toward the airport, that's a decent commute by comparison. Parkway East on the inbound ride is very slow go for you between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale, making your way toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels there. 28 is rolling along fine, as is the Parkway North. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds than sun with a high of 42 today. Cloudy, low 31 tonight, then rain arrives late and may freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Heather. Right now, 19 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Larry Richert, happy Monday, a new month. So much has happened over the weekend, and we'll give you an update here in just a moment on not just what's going on between Israel, the U.S., and Iran, but some of the other nations now that are involved in the Middle East. And we want to check in with the National Weather Service, Mike Kennedy, get a sense of what's coming overnight into tomorrow. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning. A little chilly start here this morning. In the general, the Pittsburgh metro area, we're going to be dry today. No precipitation. It's really forecast all that's going to be mainly farther south, but overnight we're going to have a front lifting north over the area, and with a potential for some freezing rain. Now, we currently have an advisory out, not for Allegheny County, but just mainly the ridges to the east in West Virginia and Pennsylvania right now. So nothing out currently. But this week, looking ahead, it's just going to be the periodic chances of precipitation and a general warming trend. We could see upwards like 3 inches of rain total by the end of the weekend.
Boy, that's significant, but it is going to warm up. We'll be in the 60s, maybe hit 70 here at the end of the week.
Yeah, we're forecasting by Saturday up at the airport downtown 78.
78?
Yeah, that's what we have in the forecast now. 75 at the airport. Yeah, so we're going to be pushing record high temperatures and record high minimum temperatures for our lows. So it's going to be very noticeably warm and wet.
We're going to have a taste of all 4 seasons. All right, Mike, thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good week.
All right. Thank you.
Meteorologist Mike Kennedy with the National Weather Service office. Tevin, you heard that. 78 Saturday, potentially. So we're going to get but the other thing is potential for 3 inches of rain.
Still not bringing out the shorts or the swim trunks. Maybe swim trunks, not shorts.
Well, you could probably do that over the weekend. All right, back to the Middle East with more on the countries outside of Iran involved. CBS's Michael George.
And while the U.S. and Israel are striking Iranian targets, Iran's retaliatory strikes have gone beyond U.S. and Israeli targets. The latest, the island of Cyprus is confirming a drone hit a British base there, pushing the conflict into cities that have long considered themselves as safe havens. And Gulf states are threatening to retaliate. CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb reports from the Gulf of Oman.
Oh my God.
The powerful Iranian strikes have shattered Dubai's image as a luxurious safe haven of glittering hotels and high-end resorts. So too have the thick plumes of smoke that choke the skies above the Qatari capital Doha, known for its opulence and calm. The Kingdom of Bahrain also wasn't spared. Neither was Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, or Oman, where tankers were struck just off its shores in the Strait of Hormuz, a vital global shipping route where 1/5 of the world's oil passes through. In all, dozens of people have been injured and at least 4 killed in the Iranian attacks on the Gulf that have largely grounded flights and shut down commerce in the region. Tehran's decision to fire volleys of missiles and drones at the group of countries that make up the Gulf has only upped the ante. Most countries here host large U.S. military bases, housing tens of thousands of American service members, including the headquarters of the Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain, which was struck on Saturday. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has threatened his country's armed forces will, quote, crush the U.S. bases with force. And while most Iranian drones and missiles have been intercepted and no Gulf nation has fired back, the question now is, for how long? Fears of a sustained conflict expanding beyond Iran's borders have only grown following the killing of the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In Pakistan, pro-regime demonstrators attempted to storm the U.S. consulate in Karachi. At least 20 people were killed. Protests have also erupted in Iraq, where hundreds were pushed away from the Green Zone in Baghdad with water cannons just a short distance from the American embassy.
Imtiaz Taib, CBS News.
And we'll continue to follow this story, obviously, as developments, and they are widespread throughout the Middle East.
Everything you need to start your day with the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Food insecurity is still a reality in our community. 1 in 8 neighbors struggles to put food on the table, and many are seniors. That's why MediConnect is partnering with KDKA Radio to help feed the need right here in our community. MediConnect also helps seniors understand their Medicare options. If you're turning 65 or reviewing coverage, their local experts provide trusted one-on-one guidance at no cost. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Insurance.com. Love them.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
645 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. Traffic definitely on the build in a lot of spots around the Monday morning commute. The 51 stretch as you try to head toward the backside of the Liberty Tunnels is now backing up heavily before you get to the intersection with Bousman Street and that right-hand turn into the tunnels. Earlier accidents still being cleared from Cape May Avenue near West Liberty Avenue, Route 19, as it approaches its intersection with 51. So you could find some slow-go traffic coming out of Dormont there. Definitely sluggish on the Parkway West inbound. The brake lights greet you there at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East on the inbound ride is very heavy beginning at the Wilkinsburg interchange. 28 is still looking pretty nice as you make your way down past Route 8, Millvale, the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And as we climb out from the upper teens, we'll get to 42 degrees, and this will be the chilliest day of the week. 53 tomorrow. But overnight, we could see some precip. And then looking at 56 on Wednesday, off and on periods of rain through the week could produce up to 3 inches of rainfall. But we could get to the 70s by Thursday and Friday and maybe 78 Saturday. Yeah, you heard that right. And again, right now, 19 degrees.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Rome Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Now, why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Rome Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thanks, John. Folks, you can learn more by simply visiting RomeMonuments.com.
This is Steve and Barry Ehrenrich, and we have a special invitation for you from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
You've got to see what we've done. We have several new displays and changes that give you even more affordable quality options than before.
In the Petite showroom, you'll see the new materials and great ways to use them to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams.
No matter what your style, our designs range from the traditional to the very contemporary and everything in between.
Great new designs and ideas that will fit your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
If you've been here before, you really need to come in and see what's new. Or call today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222 for an in-home appointment.
If you've never been to Petite, please accept our invitation and come visit our showroom.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA625.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
President Donald Trump's latest statements on the conflict with Iran is that their counteroffensive has killed some American service members.
Sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case.
3 American service members dead at this point.
And the video that a lot of people are going to wake up and see are the one jet, American fighter jet in Kuwait, and apparently several were hit by Kuwait.
Yeah, 3 American jets were brought down by mistake by Kuwaiti forces in the last few hours.
However, we understand the pilot safely ejected.
Mm-hmm. We are expecting rain tonight, and conditions could be slippy, Larry.
Slippy.
Yeah. Is that I said it the right way, didn't I? Yeah.
No, 100%.
I even say nebby now.
We got you.
You guys have really got. I'm Pittsburgh down deep inside now.
It's too late.
Yeah. But yeah, apparently it'll be cold enough that with the rain and possibly freezing rain, things could get a little bit on the wild side. And then to the south of us is where it's going to get interesting in terms of a lot of snow.
That potential exists only overnight into tomorrow. Now, that said, I just talked to meteorologist Mike Kennedy at the National Weather Service office, and the 2 takeaways from the week are, A, we could get through the weekend 3 inches of rain.
My goodness.
Which is a lot. B, we could hit 78 on Saturday.
My. Now, getting back to the rain, what time frame are we looking at here in terms of the number of days?
Well, you mentioned overnight into tomorrow. We're going to be right on the bubble temperature, and Mike believes south would be more of an issue, south of the city.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to be warm enough the rest of the week where frozen precip won't be an issue, but we could have rain every single day, and apparently lots of it.
I know that here in the news booth, the air conditioning hasn't been working for quite a long time, for many weeks. Hadn't really mattered because it's been so cold, but by the end of the week, I sure hope they get this thing fixed because it's going to get hotter than all get out in here.
You'll be steaming in there.
Yeah.
Good
a little sauna, right? And the Penguins, Larry, the Penguins are on a roll.
Pittsburgh still pressuring. They score! It's Chinikov who put it off the bar and in. And Pittsburgh, moments after the power play, take a 2-0 lead.
Igor Chinikov. He's got 10 goals and 4 assists, Larry, in 21 games.
You just wanted to say his name.
I love
Chinikov.
I love it. And I mean, we robbed Columbus of him. He's just been terrific.
He's the number 1 pick.
Yeah, and he's playing really well with Malkin.
Yeah, they have been.
They've paired him up.
And Malkin has been playing better, I think, more consistent than he has in several seasons.
Well, they did a number on Vegas yesterday. It wasn't even fair, 5-0.
Yeah, and if you don't know, Vegas is a really good team, and they shut them out at home. Pens are idle. Every other day they're playing this month. They'll be in Boston tomorrow night to take on the Bruins, and then they got 3 home games after that. So that's a wrap on that. But I'll tell you what, spring training has been fun. You kind of keep an eye on Connor Griffin.
Absolutely. He hit another one. His 3rd home run of the preseason play.
He's 19 degrees. Or degrees.
19 years old. But he doesn't conduct himself like a 19-year-old either in terms of how he plays the game first, and secondly, just how he handles himself. If you've heard any interviews with him, he's a great young guy.
He's kind of an old soul. All right, Paul, thank you. Yesterday, I visited the South Hills Home Show, and there were many, many vendors, and, it's almost like and it was packed, by the way. It was packed all weekend. I was there with EV True Value, Andy Amrine, and you know what they sell? A lot. Sniper. What is Sniper? You can spray this. You spray and walk away. Sniper is a virus and germ killer. You should have one. They have a travel size. You can get them hypoallergenic, safe for the environment. Simply spray and walk away. Hospitals give Sniper an A+ when it comes to fighting germs. So get Sniper now at participating True Value hardware stores, or you can go online, disinfectwithsniper.com. 6:55 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Alan Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. Coming out of the South Hills, you're going to find slow-go traffic on Route 19 West Liberty Avenue as you approach the intersection with Cape May. They're working on clearing an earlier accident there. Once you get past it, things back just around the intersection with Pioneer as you approach 51 and the backside of the Liberty Tunnels. 51 Sawmill Run itself is slow-go before Bousman at that intersection. Parkway West on the inbound ride is solid at the top of Green Tree Hill, getting heavier traffic now coming down through the West End on South Main Street as an alternative to the Parkway West. Parkway East inbound is heavy for you at Wilkinsburg, and the lineup of heavier traffic is building for you on southbound 28 between the 31st Street Bridge and the off-ramp for East Ohio Street. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Thinking of retiring? You need to juggle a few things. Your cash flow, insurance, Social Security, IRA rollover, and a suitcase for all those exciting trips you've dreamed about. Now you can see why so many people turn to Bill Few Associates Wealth Management. At Bill Few Associates, we look at your life, not just your investments, so when you're ready to retire, you can afford what you need and what you want. Don't try to juggle all the concerns of retirement on your own. Call Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 412-630-6000, or visit billfew.com.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
20 degrees with overcast skies at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen.
CBS News Brief. Air raid sirens in Jerusalem as the war with Iran enters day 3 and strikes spread out across the region. Israel and Lebanon are trading missiles. The BBC's Lena Sinjab is in Beirut.
The Israelis are determined that they will take action against Hezbollah after they fired missiles last night. The government here is really upset with what's happened.
Fire and smoke rose from the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. Saudi Arabia says an Aramco refinery was hit by an Iranian drone. President Trump is acknowledging the deaths of 3 U.S. military members.
America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists.
Congress won't be briefed on the strikes on Iran until tomorrow. Connecticut Democrat Chris Murphy on CBS's Face the Nation.
The most likely outcome here is that hardliners take over the government. Yeah. They restart their missile program. They restart their nuclear program.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
And lawmakers again expected to vote this week on resolutions to require President Trump to seek congressional approval to use military force on Iran. Here's Pennsylvania U.S. Senator John Fetterman's thoughts on that.
Now, have people ever read the War Powers Act? You know, what's required of the president is to provide 48 hours of notification, and then he or she have 60 days, up to 90 days, to withdraw those troops, you know, before Congress approves that. Neither of those have been activated. He did provide that to the Gang of Eight. And there are no American troops on the ground now.
Couple of points to make before we wrap up on our coverage of the conflict. The U.S. says now that Kuwait accidentally shot down 3 American jets. All the crew members are safe. Israel is carrying out renewed strikes on both Iran and Lebanon today, and President Trump says the conflict could last 4 to 5 weeks. A man was in critical condition after a shooting early today in Wilkinsburg. This happened around 1:15 a.m. in the 500 block of Ardmore Boulevard. First responders say the man had multiple gunshot wounds. Allegheny County Police are investigating a couple of shootings last night in McKeesport. 911 was notified 2 men were shot around 10:30 p.m., one in the area of Huey Street, while the second man was shot near Madison Avenue. Both were taken to a hospital in stable condition. A 25-year-old Baldwin woman is dead after a 3-vehicle collision early Sunday on the Liberty Bridge. Public safety says one of the vehicles was engulfed in flames with 3 people trapped inside. Police officers put out the flames and rescued 2 people but were unable to save Lila Jones. Another driver was taken to a hospital in stable condition. A third motorist was treated at the scene. Olympic bronze medalist Jasmine Jones was celebrated by her family and friends at a surprise party in Greensburg on Sunday. Jones and a teammate placed third in the 2 women bobsled competition at the Winter Games. The Jeanette native and Hempfield area high school graduate shared her reaction with KDKA TV.
Oh my gosh, coming in and seeing, the support and everyone behind the dream that I initially had, years before the first quad, and going into this Milano Cortina and be able to bring back something as well.
Jones originally wanted to be in the Olympics as a track and field athlete before she switched to the winter sports. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000 and by Kuhn's Quality Foods, your Pittsburgh hometown grocer. Brian Rust, Ben Kindle, and Justin Brazo each had a goal and an assist, and the Penguins beat the Golden Knights 5-zip. Ricard Raquel and Igor Chinikov also scored for Pittsburgh. And the Pirates beat the Cardinals 6-1 in preseason play. Connor Griffin hit another home run. KDKA Radio News Time 7:04. Time to call One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 if you recently lost your health insurance or don't have coverage through an employer. It's 20 now. Overcast skies in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and AccuWeather next.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here. Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring. Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now. JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet. Just a couple things, huh? Maybe more than a couple.
7:05 at KDKA. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest. Here's Selden Gamble.
All right. Thank you, Larry. And the latest is lots of heavy delays out there for the Monday morning commute. Depends on where you go, though. For example, we'll start with the positive. The Parkway North I-279 continues to move very well for you from the split with 79 all the way down across the Veterans Bridge and toward the Crosstown Expressway 579. Coming the other direction out of the South Hills, West Liberty Avenue, a little bit slow go still around the intersection with Cape May because of an earlier accident there. But once you get down by the intersection with 51, things are moving pretty well. 51 northbound stacks to Bousman. Parkway West inbound, bumper to bumper greets you right at the top of Green Tree Hill. 28 southbound is getting heavier now between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Parkway East has the lineup beginning at Wilkinsburg. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today, clouds limit sun with a high of 42. Then it's cloudy, low 31 tonight. Rain arriving late tonight can freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zayer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Heather. Right now, we're at 20 degrees.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
You have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning, Larry Richert with anchorman Paul Rasmussen. A lot has changed since we last were here on Friday, Paul. The world has changed in 3 days, and we'll continue to bring you the latest from the Middle East. And there are so many different perspectives and angles, and we'll bring you what we can each and every day as long as it lasts, as we always try to do. Over the weekend, a lot of people came out Saturday for the public premiere of The Football Town you've heard so much about. And the CEO and president of the Heinz History Center, Andy Masek, had a role in this and was very prominent talking about Franco. So there he is. You can see him on our live stream at KDKRadio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company on our KDK Radio live stream. Andy, good morning.
Good morning.
As Paul has yet to see it, as you know, I was there last Tuesday for one of the media premieres, and by all accounts I've heard, people really enjoyed it. And as someone who is passionate about history, I thought it did a wonderful job of telling the history of why this region loves football.
You know, we've often asked, why is Pittsburgh the cradle of quarterbacks? Why have 750 young men from Western Pennsylvania made it to the NFL and so many Hall of Famers? You know, is it something in the water? We would always ask. And I thought it was great that the producers, NFL Films and Leo
McCafferty
put together this picture of Western Pennsylvania, beginning with water, the streams, the rivers converging here at the point. And they asked the question, why Pittsburgh? What's going on here? And then when you get deeper into the story, they looked at Friday night lights, Saturday night college football, and Sunday professional football, and how deeply rooted it is in our community. Boy, then you kind of get it. Now I understand why Pittsburgh.
When I was growing up, Andy, I was fascinated by a couple of different things about Pittsburgh, not ever expecting I would live here someday. The first of all was my first baseball hero was Roberto Clemente. But the Pittsburgh Steelers were coming into their own as I was growing up. And so for me, I've always thought about Pittsburgh in this way. But to hear you talk about it now and to hear people who've seen the new documentary, it really does add so much more depth to our understanding of this is in the very grain of our society.
It really is true. Some people don't even know that professional football began in Pittsburgh in 1892. Allegheny Athletic Association and Pittsburgh Athletic Club, their grudge match. Pudge Heffelfinger, the first, the highest paid professional football player. But you're right, it goes deeper than just those long historical roots. I think it's something in these coal patch towns and these small communities nestled in pockets between rivers that there's a competitiveness that's added to the grit, as you say, of the community, that hard work ethic and competitiveness. And I think that comes out in this film. And Larry, you're in the film too. You know, I'm there with school kids at the Heinz History Center, going through the sports museum that's just been renamed for Franco Harris. And those kids are wide-eyed with excitement as they look at the shoes that Franco wore when he made the Immaculate Reception, and the turf that was on the field at Three Rivers Stadium that glorious day that really helped transform the Pittsburgh Steelers from the lovable losers into one of the greatest sports franchises in the history of the universe.
It was very, very cool to be seated right in front of Franco's wife, Dana, who was literally right behind me, and I kind of turned, and that was a moment that you gave her with the story and how it's still being told and now being named after Franco. And so many little other details that I think, even if you're a avid football fan in this town, you learned a lot. And to your point, the waters that brought people here in the first place and then brought industry, U.S. Steel and all the factories that really built up America. And now we're poised from here to go to another level with our eds and meds and robotics and artificial intelligence. I think anyone from outside the region that sees this is going to get a much better picture of who we are as we welcome people from all over for the NFL draft.
You're right. And talk about the picture. I mean, on the IMAX screen at the Cayman Science Center, it's 71 feet tall. It's kind of frightening seeing yourself that big. Larry, you're pretty, so, it's probably fine for you. But for the rest of us, seeing our head 70 feet tall is a little frightening. But I think that what I was impressed with Leo McCafferty and Neil Zender from NFL Films, they used drones that hovered all over Pittsburgh, all over these high school and collegiate sport games, and even at watching Steelers games. But at nighttime, on Friday nights, they panned across the region, and you could see these hot spots, almost like constellations or galaxies on the dark landscape. And you say, wow, the whole region is steeped in football on Friday nights. And then it showed the kids, getting into it, little girls on the sidelines cheering, boys, Pop Warner kids, getting their first taste of combat on the gridiron with their pads on. The pads are bigger than the kids are. And I don't know, I think they really captured the spirit of a football town.
Yeah, and you had Pat McAfee as the narrator telling most of the story, and Bill Cower and Jerome Bettis seated along the river where you could see the stadiums in the background. Paul, if you get a chance, it's at the Cayman Science Center, the Rangos Theater. Leading up to the draft, there are multiple showings. It's a short. My only complaint was I wanted it to be a little longer. It's 52 minutes running time, but it really tells a great story.
And NFL Films doesn't do a bad job of anything at all. And from everything I'm hearing, I got to get over there this week and see it.
And it was their first, they explained, Andy, as you know, their first full immersion in a city like that, where this was one weekend of football.
One weekend.
The Friday Night Lights, Pop Warner Saturday morning, Pitt football, then Sunday Night Football with the Steelers, including people wearing Steeler jerseys to church on Sunday.
You're right, Larry. It was full immersion. And just think of the logistics behind making a film like this. I mean, IMAX aside, you need special equipment and that sort of thing. But they had 7 crews working simultaneously because they really captured football in one weekend. And they had to be everywhere and talking to people and getting deep into, a tailgate or a church, as you say. So it's really a remarkable achievement. And I think it's a wonderful compliment to our Franco Harris Sports Museum at the Heinz History Center, where we try to tell those stories through real artifacts, the tangible stuff of history. And I think with this film and with all that we'll learn during the draft, I think Pittsburghers will better understand why they are a football town.
And congrats, a 3-peat Best Museum for the Heinz History Center once again. And you're going to do big business during the draft, Andy. So thanks for taking time this morning.
You bet. Good morning, everyone.
President and CEO of the Heinz History Center, Andy Masek.
Down the road, it would be great if they could replay a football town at the History Center.
You know what? That's a great idea. I'm glad I thought of it. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, guys. And the parkways are jammed this morning, and Route 28 is now getting very slow go as well. Southbound coming out of the Allegheny Valley, you have heavy traffic from about the Millvale interchange down past the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Parkway North is still rolling well, but the Parkway West, for example, is very heavy backing for you around the top of Green Tree Hill. Clogged up stuff for you behind the Liberty tunnels. We've had an earlier accident that's in the final stages of clearing at Cape May Avenue by Route 19, West Liberty Avenue. So sluggish traffic for you there. And then it's heavy around the interchange right behind the Liberty tunnels. And 51 northbound is backing before Bousman. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Today's high 42, and doesn't look like any rain until maybe late night, and that could be problematic south. It could be cold enough where we get a little freeze or some snow well south of the city of Pittsburgh. Then a big warm up into the 70s by week's end. 20 at the airport now.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning knows a comfortable home is more important than ever. Does your home have rooms that are too hot or too cold? With a multi-zone solution from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, you can keep every room at just the right temperature. Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning is your local Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning diamond contractor and can help with all your HVAC, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit phillipsheating.com or call 412-431-6563.
Hi, Paul Alexander with some breaking news. This September, head west with me for a 5-day Arizona adventure based in beautiful Flagstaff, where cool mountain air and wide open skies still mean something. From there, we'll explore Sedona's Red Rock country, where freedom feels as big as the views. Stand at the edge of the Grand Canyon, one of America's greatest natural treasures, and take in the crystal blue waters of Lake Powell, carved by time, grit, and nature, not Washington bureaucrats. 5 days, one unforgettable trip, history, adventure, and American beauty, all without the crowds or summer heat. September's the perfect time to go, and these spots will fill up quickly. Don't wait. Give Cruise and Tour a call. Travel with KDKA.com to book your Arizona escape and see firsthand what makes this country worth exploring. Call 800-383-3131 or go to travelwithkdk.com for all the details and to reserve your spot. That's 800-383-3131 or travelwithkdk.com.
Food insecurity is still a reality in our community. 1 in 8 neighbors struggles to put food on the table, and many are seniors. That's why MediConnect is partnering with KDKA Radio to help feed the need right here in our community. MediConnect also helps seniors understand their Medicare options. If you're turning 65 or reviewing coverage, their local experts provide trusted one-on-one guidance at no cost. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Insurance.com. Love them.
When it comes to surgery, trust matters. At Independence Health System, our award-winning surgeons use advanced techniques and technology to deliver safe, precise, and personalized care. We offer minimally invasive options for faster recovery, smaller incisions, and less risk. From hernia repair to bariatric surgery, our skilled team is here for you every step of the way. Learn more at independence.health. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
721 at KDKA from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Let's check in with Paul Rasmussen.
Well, two of the key headlines in terms of our coverage of the war. The scope of this conflict is now expanded to Lebanon and several U.S. allies in the Persian Gulf. While the president is saying that the war with Iran could last at least another month. We'll have the latest in 9 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Brighten up your morning with Larry Richert in the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Starting the month with big news internationally, and it's so widespread, Paul. When the U.S. hit those nuclear sites at the end of last year, that was a swift operation that came and went without much repercussion from Iran in the moment. And just as early as Friday, conversations about some negotiations that were going on, though we don't know exactly what they were negotiating. Presumably,
they were saying that it was an indirect negotiation. I don't know what that meant. But what I do know is that the president said a couple of weeks ago that he thought maybe within 10 to 15 days they would have, some type of an agreement. Didn't happen. And when they walked away from the thing on Thursday, the talks in Geneva, then things started happening pretty quickly. And I mean, we had some signs something was going to happen. Marco Rubio was sent to Israel. The embassy in Lebanon over in Beirut they were told people, the non-essential personnel, to get out. Similar messages were given to people in embassies in Israel. So we had some inklings that something might happen, but I was still quite surprised on Saturday to wake up to the news.
And the fact that it was a joint operation with Israel, who for many, many years now has wanted this to come. With the support of the U.S. And this is the first time that's actually happened on their soil outside of the missiles that were launched to take out the nuclear sites that they had targeted at the end of last year.
One of the things that kind of surprised me, I guess, is the fact that they were able to get to the Ayatollah that quickly. I'm sure the Israelis had very good intelligence information to work with on his whereabouts, but from everything I've read about the security around the leaders in Iran. It's very high security, and they're very careful to protect them. And so this was came as a surprise to me as well that they were able to get this accomplished so quickly. It was the first thing they did, really.
And it's created some real anxiety and chaos, as you can imagine, in places that aren't used to this, like Dubai, which is considered to be high-level resort.
If you're familiar with that hotel, it looks like the sail on a ship, has that curve to it.
Right.
That hotel was hit apparently by an Iranian drone or missile of some kind.
And air travel is, this is...
Why would they do that? I mean, what's the problem with Dubai? I have no inkling.
I don't know that's ever happened in Dubai. It's considered a safe zone.
Mm-hmm.
Air travel is snarled all over key airports in the Middle East. Tens of thousands of people stranded in the region, trying desperately to get out. The U.S. Embassy telling people, don't come here to the embassy because it's not safe.
No, not right now it isn't.
So it says here that the U.S. declines to join other countries planning to get the citizens out. At this point, they've been told to shelter in place. So you can imagine, and there are quite a few people from Pittsburgh that do travel to the Middle East, in particular to Israel. But they have been told to shelter in place for now. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get an update with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks. And Larry, we continue to have very heavy delays for you that are on the build in a lot of spots. The 28 stretch is now slow go for you through that Etna bypass area and then stop and go most of the way down past Millvale toward the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Parkway North I-279 is moving well. We're getting reports of some sort of an accident as you come southbound between the Venture Street interchange and the off-ramp for East Ohio Street. We'll certainly get our eyes on that and bring you more details in our next update. Parkway West inbound, bumper to bumper beginning at the top of Green Tree Hill before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Approaching those Squirrel Hill tunnels, you have lots of company this morning stacking right at the Wilkinsburg off-ramp before the inbound tunnel portal. The outbound ride to the eastern suburbs is moving nicely. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
With me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ryan Shalaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. More than 1,000 local homeowners have trusted us to sell their home the simple way. No hassles or fees, just a fair and easy sale. Visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for a cash offer today. That's 412-500-9057.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
20 degrees, overcast skies. At 7:30, I'm Paul Rasmussen. The news is brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Explosions over Jerusalem as the nation's Iron Dome system targets incoming missiles on the third day of war with Iran. Israel and Lebanon have been trading strikes for the first time in a year. U.S. officials say Kuwait accidentally shot down 3 American fighter jets. All crew members are safe. The BBC's Barbara Plett-Usher is in Qatar.
We heard explosions in Doha this morning. There have also been explosions in Dubai and Kuwait. There's some reporting that the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait has been hit, although the embassy has not confirmed that. It did send out a warning or an alert to its citizens telling them to stay away from the building because of hostile drone fire.
President Trump says the deaths of 3 U.S. service members will not likely be the last. He says he expects the war with Iran to last 4 to 5 weeks.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats.
Thousands of people in Los Angeles' Iranian community celebrated the death of the Ayatollah outside the federal building in Westwood.
And CBS's Deborah Rodriguez again reporting on the conflict in Iraq that's unfolding even this morning. T-Riders are being advised of a service disruption this week. We have details on that with News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush in the newsroom.
Paul, Pittsburgh Regional Transit says its Silver Line will be suspended between the library and Lytle stations beginning this morning at 10 o'clock until 3 p.m. Friday. There will be shuttle buses that will run between the stations. Once the bus gets you to the Lytle station, you can continue on the T towards Washington Junction in the city. PRT says crews will be replacing and reinforcing overhead electrical lines. PRT says expect some shuttle delays. There are 9 stops in between the library and Lytle stations that will be affected. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. The Penguins beat Vegas 5-0 on Sunday afternoon. Arturs Shilovs made 22 saves. The Pens are 10-1-3 in the last 14 games. And spring training baseball on Sunday, the Pirates over the Cardinals 6-1. KDKA Radio News Time 7:32. Time to call Goodrich and Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist. Our next update at 8. I'm Paul Rasmussen on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
And Paul, we asked the question, why now with the strikes? Intelligence gathered over the months by CIA and shared with Israeli counterparts led to the missile strike that killed the supreme leader and other officials. A person that is inside the agency shared. So this was an opportunity based on where the Ayatollah was in that moment. And so that presumably is why this initiated the airstrike.
Organic Gardener brought to you by your Pittsburgh area Good Nature store.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help your packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Monday commute. Here we go. Here's Ellen.
Yeah, here we go. And we have an accident. This is a new one, Larry, in Coriopolis, heads up on 5th Avenue, Route 51, near the intersection with Chestnut Street. We have crews who are on scene with that, and you'll find slowdowns there. Easy to find slowdowns on Route 51, a little bit closer to the Golden Triangle. Multi-light delay for you near the Corliss tunnels. And then as you're coming through the West End on South Main Street, traffic is clogged there if you were thinking of using that as an alternative to the Parkway West, which, by the way, on the inbound ride is backing near the top of Green Tree Hill before you make it to and through those Fort Pitt tunnels. 51 northbound, very heavy for you between Edgebrook and Bousman, approaching the backside of the Liberty tunnels. Parkway North, I-279 is slow go for you right down by the off-ramp for East Ohio Street, coming down through the East Street Valley, as we say. Parkway East inbound is backing at Wilkinsburg. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds limiting sun today, high 42, then cloudy with rain arriving late tonight, low 31. The rain may freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zare, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Heather. Right now, we're at 20 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Every Monday at this time, we check in with Brian Caranta, brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Love the financial tips we get every week. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Larry. How are you today?
I'm good, except we're going to talk about taxes and retirement.
I know.
But that's okay because you have to think about taxes. It's a subject everyone dreads, but it's especially important to understand how they work in retirement because everything matters. So tell us how withdrawals from retirement accounts can impact someone's tax situation.
Yeah, absolutely, Larry. One of the key things retirees need to be aware of is that withdrawals from retirement accounts can significantly affect how much you owe in taxes each year. For instance, once you hit age 73, you're required to start taking minimum distributions from your traditional IRAs,
401k accounts, and this is known as the required minimum distribution. You'll also hear advisors refer to it as the RMD. Now, this RMD is not a choice. You have to take it. You're forced to take this distribution. And if you don't do any planning prior to this age of 73 and your IRA accounts or 401k accounts have continued to accumulate into a high balance, there's going to be a significant amount of money under this required minimum distribution that needs to come out. Could cause you to pay more money on your Social Security, cause you to have the cost of your Medicare go up. So these are all things you got to keep in mind as you go into retirement.
Yes, so you're saying RMDs can push you into a higher tax bracket too, right?
Yeah, exactly. If you're not careful, these withdrawals can bump you up into a higher tax bracket, leading to a larger tax bill. And that's why it's crucial to plan your withdrawals strategically. And these are, even withdrawals that you're taking prior to the RMD age. If you're like most of our clients where they are not receiving pensions from their employers, the majority of our clients have to start taking withdrawals out of their retirement accounts when they retire to get the additional income they need. And those withdrawals will have the same impact on taxation in retirement.
So what about deductions? Do retirees have fewer deductions?
Yes, for sure. I mean, many retirees find that they have fewer deductions once they've paid off their mortgage. And, of course, their children are grown. They no longer have dependents. So this can further increase their taxable income.
So knowing which accounts are taxable and which aren't is absolutely essential. So can you break that down for us?
Yeah, sure. So it's important to distinguish between taxable and non-taxable accounts. So, for example, withdrawals from traditional 401ks, IRAs are typically taxed at ordinary income. However, Roth IRAs are different, right? Their withdrawals are generally tax-free if you've met the requirements. And portions of your Social Security benefits can also be taxable. Up to 85% of your Social Security can be taxable, as a matter of fact. And other investments like annuities and capital gains, they have all their own tax rules. So it starts to become pretty complicated.
Yeah, that's a lot to keep track of. So what strategies can retirees use to manage their tax burden?
Yeah, I love that question, Larry. So there's several strategies that retirees can use to manage their taxes effectively. Diversifying your retirement accounts can help, such as having a mix of traditional and Roth accounts. Remember, traditional accounts mean that when money comes out, you got to pay taxes. Roth means that any money that comes out is tax-free. So considering a Roth conversion might also be beneficial as it can reduce future taxable income. This is when we're moving traditional IRA money or traditional 401k money, and we're saying we're going to pay the taxes on it now, and we're going to convert it, and then we're going to continue to grow it, but we're going to grow it in a Roth account, and we're going to grow it tax-free for the future.
My advice, not that anyone wants it, is to sit down with you and work through all this stuff and navigate the complexities of taxes and retirement. RightTrackPittsburgh.com with Brian Caranta. Brian, thank you, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, Larry, have a great week. We'll see you again next week. Thank you.
This is the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check them out at booth 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown.
The Big K Morning Show brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
945 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Oh, I wish I had better news about the Parkway East, Larry. We have a live look with the PennDOT cameras out over the inbound stretch between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. So before you reach the Brinton Road overpass, it looks like we have 3 vehicles in a rear-ender kind of tangle in the left lane. So everybody is squeezing by on the right lane. Inbound 376 headed for the Squirrel Hill Tunnels is quickly backing to between Churchill and Wilkinsburg as you travel there because of that accident. We also have an accident in Coriopolis on 5th Avenue. That's Route 51 near the intersection with Chestnut Street, so heads up there. Coming out of the Glenwood Bridge area, we do have 837 East Carson Street, very heavy as you approach Beck's Run Road, and across the river, very congested on 2nd Avenue, moving into the Hazelwood Business District. Parkway West stacks at the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. AccuWeather says high of 42 today. No rain until maybe late night into early hours tomorrow. Will drop to 31. We could see some of that freeze on surfaces, mainly city south. And then 53 will be the high Tuesday, 56 on Wednesday. We have a chance for some rain every day this week after today. And we're going to get to near 70 Thursday and Friday, and then maybe the upper 70s on Saturday. But the potential for up to 3 inches of rain through the course of this week, through the weekend. And right now we're at 20 degrees.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. Get your stacks started. It's my kind of party.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Rob Pratt here. I'm talking with our good friend John Diagardi of Rome Monument about monument plans designed to meet the needs of different faiths. John, how do these pre-need plans work?
Whatever your faith, Catholic, Jewish, Protestant, or Orthodox, we have a customized monument plan for you. It enables you to get the exact monument design you want in accordance with the traditions of your religion and do so at the price you want to pay.
How important is pre-planning a monument in harmony with one's faith?
Rob, it should be as important as planning an insurance policy, a will, or choosing a cemetery. And pre-planning enables you to design, plan, and pay for the monument that best reflects you and your faith. It's also a thoughtful gift to children because it relieves them of the stress and financial responsibility of making these decisions after you passed.
Friends, learn more about these 3-year interest-free plans at one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or click RomeMonuments.com.
It's the Big K, Big 3. The biggest 3 stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is now 4 U.S. service members who have been killed in action. President Donald Trump.
Sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case.
Yeah, that's when, for the family members, they share their identities. It takes at least 24 hours until the families are notified.
And we're finding out now that in about 10 minutes, a briefing will be held at the Pentagon. The Defense Secretary and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff will be doing an update on what they're calling Operation Epic Fury this morning. And we're expecting some rain this week.
Looking ahead, it's just going to be the periodic chances of precipitation and a general warming trend. We could see upwards like 3 inches of rain total.
That is meteorologist Mike Kennedy from the National Weather Service. That caught my attention. 3 inches of rain in a week, and then possibility of temperatures in the upper 70s by Saturday.
My goodness. And the Penguins are on a roll.
Pittsburgh still pressuring. They score! It's Chinikov who put it off the bar and in. And Pittsburgh, moments after the power play, take a 2-0 lead.
Igor Chinikov, 10 goals and 4 assists in just 21 games with the Pens. He's red hot, too.
How did we steal him from Columbus? He was a number 1 pick.
Dubas pulled off a crime on that one, right?
Yeah, he's been playing unbelievable, especially with Evgeny Malkin, who's having his best season in years. So Pens play next tomorrow night in Boston before coming home for a 3-game set at the end of the week, starting on Thursday.
And one quick note about the Pirates are playing today. They're in Bradenton. They're hosting the Rays, and that game is on KDKA Radio at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, nice, put that on the background and kind of that din of baseball to relax your mind a little bit.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran quickly escalated into a broader conflict across the Middle East, and because of it, the markets appear to be bracing for a down day on Wall Street because so far things are way down. Wall Street, meantime, is looking ahead to Friday's jobs report. Employers added 130,000 jobs in January, which was the most in more than a year. February is looking at more modest gains. Economists project that 50,000 jobs were added last month. The jobless rate is holding steady at 4.3%. The South by Southwest Film, Music, and Tech Festival runs next week in Austin, Texas. A spokesperson says they remain in close coordination with police after 3 people were killed in a bar shooting there this weekend. More than 500,000 people are expected at the event. Sammy Hagar is getting into the vitamin game. The former Van Halen frontman is known for his tequila and liquor lines, but he has just released a line of supplements. They're called Red Rocker Essentials. Matt Piper, Bloomberg Radio.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Coming up in studio, our weekly visit with Lenny McAllister, our resident political analyst, with plenty to discuss and share his thoughts and where we might go from here. Though in just 5 minutes, we are also anticipating hearing from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dan Kane about Operation Epic Fury this morning, and get the latest from the military aspect. And in our 9 o'clock hour, we'll be joined by military analyst and retired Army Colonel Jeff McCausland, very much in the know and in the mix. 7:55 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Helen Gamble.
All right. Well, we're watching live here with the PennDOT cameras, Larry, as folks are trying to get a grip on what's happening with this multi-vehicle accident on the Parkway East inbound between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. Right now, traffic's not moving because they are trying to get all three of those vehicles out of the left lane and over onto the right shoulder of the highway. So some fire crews are there on scene blocking traffic as you head inbound. You'll find traffic on the Parkway East trying to get toward town is now backing heavily for you before the Wilkinsburg interchange as you try to get past that accident scene. Parkway West on the inbound ride, quite congested, beginning at the top of Green Tree Hill. And we do have 51 northbound backing between Edgebrook and Bousman, approaching the Liberty Tunnels. Route 28 is slow go in the Etna Bypass all the way down to the 31st. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
And AccuWeather says high 42 today. No rain during the daylight hours. Late night into tomorrow. Maybe a little bit of moisture, and some of that may freeze, especially maybe snow south of the area into West Virginia. And then we'll warm up to 53, and then we keep going to the upper 70s when we get into the weekend. Right now, 20 degrees headed out the door.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. and KDKA-radio.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah with the elder law firm of Zachariah Brown. You know, every day I get a call from somebody because they have a loved one in the nursing home. They lost their house, they lost all their money, and they are in trouble, and that's when they call. Why do they call us? Because we can help. The better call to make, though, is to call ahead of time. As soon as you have a loved one going into a nursing facility, call us immediately, and we'll help take care of you. Zachariah Brown, 724-942-6200 or PittsburghElderLaw.com.
If you ask enough people, how are you, you'll eventually get that trendy response, I'm living the dream. Well, at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we help people live their kitchen and bathroom remodeling dreams. For almost 60 years, Petite has delivered the creative and professional services required by homeowners to help them realize their ideal bathroom or kitchen. And it all starts with a visit. People love the experience of browsing our beautiful showroom, and they tell us that it's truly a stress-free environment. To our past customers, we sincerely thank you. To our future customers, we ask that you let us transform your vision into reality, the Petite way. So when you tell someone you're living the dream, you really mean it. Visit us soon. We're just minutes off the Carnegie exit of the Parkway West. Call us at 412-279-2222 or see us on the web at PetiteKitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in store and online. Staples, that was easy.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
20 with overcast skies at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen.
CBS News Brief. Explosions over Jerusalem as the nation's Iron Dome system targets incoming missiles on the third day of war with Iran. Israel and Lebanon have been trading strikes for the first time in a year. The BBC's Lena Sinjab is in Beirut.
Israel hit the southern suburb, which is a Hezbollah stronghold, Dahi neighborhood. I heard over 20 strikes that hit the area.
U.S. officials say Kuwait accidentally shot down 3 American fighter jets. CBS's Charlie Daggett from Tel Aviv.
All 6 aircrew ejected safely, according to a statement from U.S. Central Command.
It follows the deaths of 3 U.S. service members in Kuwait. We're expecting an update from the Pentagon in half an hour. For now, President Trump says
combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved.
He expects the war to last for about a month. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
And I'm Paul Rasmussen. We've learned in recent minutes that a 4th U.S. service member has died. We'll have the latest on that story for you at 8:30. New polling shows Americans deeply divided on Iran before the conflict started. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has that in the newsroom.
Paul, a CBS News poll taken before the Iran conflict shows Americans uncertain about U.S. involvement. Only 16% support sending troops, while 60% oppose it. About 51% favor military action to stop Iran from developing nuclear weapons, but many prefer diplomacy at 38% or sanctions at 22% instead. Most expect any fighting to last months or longer, reflecting concern about another prolonged overseas conflict. The poll also found that a majority of Americans want Congress, not just the president, to authorize military action, and many feel the U.S. hasn't clearly explained its strategy. Overall, the numbers highlight a public worried about escalation, cautious about direct intervention, and skeptical of entering another high-stakes conflict in the Middle East. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A gunman opened fire outside a beer garden in Austin, Texas early Sunday, killing 2 and wounding 14 before police fatally shot him. The 53-year-old naturalized U.S. citizen from Senegal was wearing a Property of Allah hoodie. Law enforcement sources said he was possibly out for vengeance over the attack on Iran. A Quran was also found in his vehicle. A man was in critical condition after a shooting early today in Wilkinsburg. This happened around 1:15 a.m. in the 500 block of Ardmore Boulevard. First responders say the man had multiple gunshot wounds. Allegheny County Police were investigating 2 shootings last night in McKeesport. 911 was notified 2 men were shot around 10:30 p.m., one in the area of Huey Street, while the second man was shot near Madison Avenue. Both were taken to a hospital in stable condition. Olympic bronze medalist Jasmine Jones was celebrated by family and friends at a surprise party in Greensburg on Sunday. Jones and a teammate placed 3rd in the 2-woman bobsled competition at the Winter Games, The Jeanette native and Hempfield area high school grad shared her reaction with KDKA-TV.
Oh my gosh, coming in and seeing, the support and everyone behind the dream that I initially had, years before the first quad, and going into this Milano Cortina and be able to bring back something as well.
KDKA Sports brought to you by Nasco Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call Nasco at 412-373-2000. Brian Rust, Ben Kindle, and Justin Brazo each had a goal and an assist as the Penguins beat the Golden Knights 5-0. Ricard Raquel and Igor Chinikov also scored for Pittsburgh. The Pirates beat the Cardinals 6-1 in preseason play with Connor Griffin hitting another home run. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 8:04. It's 20 degrees, overcast skies in Pittsburgh now. AAA traffic in the AccuWeather forecast next.
How about some fantastic February savings at Coons Market? Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, individually quick frozen tilapia fillets, $3.49 a pound. In the produce department, extra large golden pineapples are $3.99 each. In our deli, battered walleye fillet strips are $13.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Mrs. T pierogies, 12 to 16-ounce packages, 2 for $5.
Fantastic savings. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Here at 93.7 The Fan, we know a thing or two about winning an award, so I've got to congratulate my friends at Precision Pointing for winning the Best of the Best award from the Trib as the top masonry company in the region. I've known this for a while and have been telling you as much, but now everyone knows. So as you get on your spring to-do list with tax rebate season right around the corner, get to the long-delayed masonry projects on your home. The schedule, it's filling up fast. Chimneys, retaining walls, brick pointing, they do it all at Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
It's 8:05 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser's Chevrolet. Back to Ellen.
Thanks, Larry. And the view is getting a little bit better on the Parkway East inbound. We have this earlier accident now off on the shoulder between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. As you make your way to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, backups there greet you almost to the Greensburg Pike overpass. You are getting by in 2-ish lanes of traffic. A lot of folks doing the right thing and scooting over to give first responders that safe barrier there with that right-hand lane. But it's moving a little bit better than it had been. Getting reports of an accident on the outbound Parkway East approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. We'll certainly give you more info on that as soon as we have it here. Parkway West inbound is backing at the top of Green Tree Hill. We have very heavy traffic going down into the west end on South Main Street. Route 60 is very congested heading towards South Main as you make that part of your trek. And we have an accident in Coriopolis still being cleared from 5th Avenue, Route 51 near Chestnut Street. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds than sun with a high of 42 today. Cloudy, low 31 tonight. Then rain arrives late and may freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And right now we're at 20 degrees.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
You have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
The Big K Morning Show brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning, Larry Richert with Lenny McAllister, who joins us Mondays in our 8 o'clock hour. And Lenny, as we arrived here, well, your arrival into the studio, Pete Hegseth is addressing the nation, representing Secretary of War.
Missiles and drones and deeply buried nuclear factories and facilities. Peaceful nuclear ambitions do not need to be buried underneath mountains. Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble. Afterward, we told them plainly, that's it, now make a deal. They arrogantly refused. We said, rebuild it, and we'll stop you again, this time far worse. Well, President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they bent over backwards for real diplomacy, offering pathway after pathway to peace. I watched it. I was there. They tried over and over and over again earnest attempts at peace. The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces. Well, President Trump doesn't play those games. And as Secretary Rubio said after the Maduro raid, if you don't know, now you know. President Trump puts America and Americans first. He doesn't hesitate, and neither do our troops. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies. Speaking of people, we hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell, and always will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America. May we prosecute the remainder of this operation in a manner that honors them. No apologies, no hesitation, epic fury for them and the thousands of Americans before them, taken too soon by Iranian radicals. Before I turn it over to General Kane for the operational update, let me speak straight to you, the Joint Force, our warriors on the front lines. This is your moment. This is the generational turning point America has waited for since 1979, and since the rudderless wars of hubris, my generation, our generation, endured. Don't listen to the noise. Just stay focused. Our commander-in-chief is steady at the wheel. We face a determined enemy, but you are better. But we must prove it every single day. History doesn't care if we're tired, if we're scared, or if the fight feels big. It demands warriors who rise anyway. Peace through strength, the warrior ethos, lethality, unity of purpose, those are not slogans. They're the beating heart of what it means to wear the uniform, that uniform. You think clearly under fire, you act decisively in chaos, you uphold the Constitution, and you uphold our country without hesitation. We are not defenders anymore. We are warriors, trained to kill the enemy and break their will. History is watching. Be the force you swore an oath to be: focused, disciplined, lethal, and unbreakable. We will finish this on America First conditions of President Trump's choosing. Nobody else's, as it should be. And know this above all, President Trump and I have your back, always. Through fire, through criticism, through fake news, through everything. We unleash you because you are the best, most powerful, most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. May Almighty God watch over you and his providential arms of protection extend over you. Godspeed, warriors, and keep going.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, that was live from the Pentagon, and we'll continue to bring you updates. News Radio KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. Outbound on the Parkway East, we have an accident with a vehicle that is partially up over the concrete median barrier just as you pass the Squirrel Hill interchange. So this is outbound, eastbound on 376. Backups greet you very heavily because you're only getting by in a single lane of traffic there. So it actually stacks up between the Forbes Avenue off-ramp and the on-ramp that comes up from Bates Street. So before the Big Bend, heading outbound toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. We have an accident being cleared from the inbound side of the Parkway East between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood. Swissvale traffic backs between Churchill and Wilkinsburg because of that. Parkway West inbound stacks near the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
JP Roofing and Siding's Joe Potosnik, 45 years in, busy. And it looks like more freeze-thaw on the way. It has wreaked havoc with roofs, with leaks, downspouts, gutters. If you need help, if you need assistance with insurance questions, Joe and his team can walk you through that process like no other. Call for a free estimate at 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. In Owens Corning, preferred contractor. That's Joe. That's who you should have on your roof. JP Roofing and Siding. Thank you, Joe.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
It's 8:18 to KDKA. From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's Paul Rasmussen.
Well, Larry, as the Defense Secretary has wrapped up, now the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is continuing the Pentagon briefing. We'll have a special report on that for you coming up in 13 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
Thank you, Paul. Lenny McAllister with us every Monday morning. In our 8 o'clock hour in studio once again, you just heard Pete Hegseth, briefed the nation from the Pentagon. Secretary of War, very direct. And the question for many will be, why now? They say CIA information had the vulnerability of the Ayatollah and their executives in a place where they thought they could target them, and Israel and the U.S. did.
But is that who we are now? I mean, maybe that is. I mean, and that's something that we as Americans need to be mindful of. We went from the Department of Defense to the Department of War. That's a attitude shift that some people took as being strength, but power is both hard power and soft power. You know, if we're going after every totalitarian regime, when are we going after the North Koreans? When are we going after the Chinese? When are we going after the Saudi Arabians? I mean, I just named 3 powerful nations. 2 have nuclear weaponry that are threats to the world, and all 3 of them treat their citizens horribly in many instances. When are we going after the folks in Turkey, a NATO ally, who also have been brutal against their own people at time over the last 10 years, no less? And we won't even go into Vladimir Putin in Russia. We cannot have subjective values. It's ironic that this Secretary of War would sit there and say that they're upholding the Constitution when, in fact, Congress is coming back to have a vote, in essence, to push back against the unconstitutionality of this president taking this action, an action that only one ally is going in with us on. I mean, we have the Brits and others that are taking a step back, saying you can use our airspace, you can use our bases, but we're not going to get directly involved in this quite yet. This is an administration that has scoffed at the Constitution since taking the oath of office. In fact, we just heard from the Supreme Court push back on this administration in regards to constitutionality on tariffs. And the truth of the matter is, when one branch of government, a co-equal branch of government, refuses their responsibility to stand up and push back when another branch of government goes too far, and this is something we've seen over the last 16 months, you get to this point of time where American lives are at risk, and we're at risk of causing a conflict that will go on much longer than the 3 or 4 days or the 4 weeks, depending on what time you talk to President Trump about how long this war is going to go. And we've already seen a likely terrorist attack on our shores directly after this attack on Iran. And I've said this repeatedly on these airwaves, Larry. When we are divisive, when we are not living up to our values, and we're not living up and acting in valor, we make ourselves vulnerable. And it's not going to be the New York Cities. It's not going to be the Los Angeleses. It's going to be the Pittsburghs, the Omahas, and the Austin, Texases.
Yeah, for those that don't know, there was a shooting in Austin, Texas, and the police officers killed him.
Yes.
And he wore a shirt, and then when they went back to his apartment and found Iranian flags and different memorabilia that would suggest that he was not happy with what was happening. But others would say, well, look at the people who are cheering.
We can pick a bunch of people across the world that if you took out their totalitarian leader would celebrate that. The bottom line is we are either a constitutional republic or we're a results-based country. And if it's just results-based, we can justify anything. We can justify having the federal government dictate our economy. Now, some people call that socialism. Some people would call that common sense. We live in a free market society, and we live up to those values, and we let things play out. Here's the issue that we have in modern-day America. We have now put our values to the side, and we have chosen teams to root for, not a constitution to uphold. And when that is the ethos of your country, generally speaking, One, you're constantly divided. Two, you're constantly vulnerable. And three, there are no mores that you can stand on anymore. There's no foundation. So you have these type of conflicts where we've heard four different types of justification. Part of it's regime change. Well, did we have to bomb across the Middle East during Arab Spring with all the changes we saw 15 years ago? No, we only saw two armed conflicts. One was Libya, and we saw that was a disaster. And we saw Syria that ended up being a civil war. Everything else that changed in the Middle East, including Egypt, there were not a whole lot of bombs dropped by the United States. Either we believe in our values and we uphold our Constitution, or we chant red, white, and blue and pound the table and hope for the best. But there's a consequence to that. And I keep going back to 1968. It took us 20 years to get our value, our valor, and our values back. And I'm very fearful that we're starting to enter that period of time now based on the things we've been seeing over the last 16 months.
A lot of people wondering how long this will last, where it will lead, what happens next. There are other countries involved, like Dubai, with a missile from an Iranian either drone that hit a place where they thought was a safe zone. And Kuwait, Lebanon, Bahrain, other places. This is not just Iran.
It takes one dirty bomb in a subway in Japan. We've already had that before. France, we've already had that before. Spain, we've had that before. Britain, we've had that before. It takes one of those terrorist attacks to be a dirty bomb, to be a biological weapon, to be a crude nuclear weapon. And we're in World War III. And that's why you need a president that understands hard power and soft power, when to stand up and when to have restraint, when to be diplomatic and when to go to war. There has not been a whole lot of diplomacy from this Trump administration. Talk is not diplomacy. Diplomacy is getting stuff done. Diplomacy was the JCPOA that we had 10 years ago that got ripped up during Trump Part 1. We need more restraint, and we need our government to work better, not just one half of Congress acquiescing to the wills of one person that doesn't even seem to give us justifications as to why we tariffed the world and only brought in 181,000 jobs last year, or why we are now dropping bombs on Iran.
We're with Lenny McAllister in the Big K Morning Show from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
Well, thanks, guys. The Parkway East is rough in all directions here, inbound and outbound approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. We'll start with the outbound or eastbound ride. You're backing up near the Forbes Avenue off-ramp as you try to make your way out to the Squirrel Hill tunnels because of an accident in the left lane and up onto the left concrete Jersey barrier right by the Squirrel Hill interchange. Crews are on scene there, so you're only sneaking by in a single lane. Inbound, we have an earlier accident between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. It's off on the right shoulder, so traffic is moving there, but do watch for slowdowns around that as folks try to ease over into the left lane to give the first responders their clearance there. Parkway East inbound delays greet you at the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. Parkway West inbound is slow go at the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See our weekend features. Celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori, March 6 through 8, and HGTV celebrity host Ty Pennington from the hit shows Rock the Block and Battle on the Beach, March 14 and 15. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
Larry Older here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain has started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten, end of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer, out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you. Don't wait. If you're dealing with daily pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4-RELIEF, 800 the number 4-RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4-RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Looking for reliable HVAC services? Well, you're in luck. Impact HVAC is family-owned and operated right here in our community. They pride themselves on top-notch service and honest work. Got a question? Need a second opinion? They've got you covered. And guess what? Estimates are always free. Call them today, 412-297-1852. That's 412-297-1852. Impact HVAC, your local heating and cooling experts.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
20 with overcast skies at 8:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Sirens in Jerusalem this morning as Israelis scramble for safety, with breaking news now on the death of a 4th American troop since the war with Iran began 2 days ago. CENTCOM says the soldier died after being seriously wounded during Iran's initial attacks. And we've learned U.S. officials say Kuwait is responsible for downing 3 American fighter jets. Correspondent Charlie D'Agata reports from Tel Aviv.
The aircraft were mistakenly hit by Kuwaiti air defenses. All 6 aircrew ejected safely, according to a statement from U.S. Central Command. Kuwait, also the site of the first U.S. combat deaths of the military operation President Trump announced overnight Saturday.
The Pentagon is giving an update right now. President Trump says he expects the war to last 4 to 5 weeks. Correspondent Weijia Jiang is at the White House.
The new potential leadership in Iran has indicated they want to talk. But early this morning, Iran's security chief appeared to shut the door on that, posting, "We will not negotiate with the United States."
Iran State TV reports a new barrage of missiles fired at Israel in response to its attack that killed the country's supreme leader. The Ayatollah may have sensed the end was near. CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab.
According to reports, last month, Khamenei issued detailed contingency orders in the event of his death, instructing senior military and government leaders to name up to 4 replacements.
Many are celebrating on the streets of Iran, as well as in Los Angeles, Iranian community of Westwood.
Lawmakers are expected to vote this week on resolutions to require President Trump to seek congressional approval to use military force on Iran. Pennsylvania U.S. Senator John Fetterman commented on that.
Now, have people ever read the War Powers Act? You know, what's required of the president is to provide 48 hours of notification, and then he or she have 60 days, up to 90 days, to withdraw those troops, you know, before Congress approves that. Neither of those have been activated. He did provide that to the Gang of Eight, and there are no American troops on the ground now.
The Pentagon briefing is wrapping up with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs making his comments. We'll have the latest on that for you coming up at the top of the hour. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. The Penguins beat Vegas 5-0 on Sunday afternoon. The Pens are 10-1-3 in the last 14 games. Spring training baseball on Sunday, the Pirates over the Cardinals 6-1. KDKA Radio News Time 8:32. Our next update is at 9. I'm Paul Rasmussen on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Is there constantly someone in the family fighting a cold? Fight back with Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills viruses and bacteria, and it won't hurt your skin, your pets, or our environment. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Get Sniper. It's safe to use in your home and office. Simply spray and walk away to kill germs for maximum protection. Pick up a bottle of Sniper at your local True Value store or visit disinfectwithsniper.com. Get it now.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
It's 8:35 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. Crew's still very busy with a couple of accidents, one in each direction on the Parkway East, just making for a very rough ride for you. Let's talk inbound first. As you're trying to head toward downtown, there's an earlier accident on the right shoulder between the Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale exits. Traffic is getting past. You'll find the slowdown solid at the Wilkinsburg interchange through the tunnels and past another accident. This on the outbound side, right by the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange. It does involve a vehicle being partially up on the concrete Jersey barrier between the inbound and outbound lanes. Outbound delays begin for you near the Forbes Avenue off-ramp. So it looks like a really bad evening rush hour kind of backup on the outbound Parkway East in that area. Parkway West on the inbound ride is stacking at the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today, clouds limit sun with a high of 42. Then it's cloudy, low 31 tonight. Rain arriving late tonight can freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zayer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Heather. Right now at Pittsburgh International, we're up to 23 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Larry Richard with Lenny McAllister, who's our resident political analyst. No shortage of topics. Dialing back to last Tuesday's State of the Union address. And boy, that seems like ancient history.
Yes.
After what's transpired in the last few days. And there's so many tentacles to this part of the story because it's not just Iran. It's the other countries in the Middle East involved. Obviously, Israel with the U.S., but then the other countries like Kuwait, where we have bases, and other places that are being attacked with missile and drones.
Yeah, and Larry, there is a common theme from the State of the Union address from Tuesday and what we've seen over the weekend. And there's 2 questions for all of us. What do Americans want? What type of leadership do they want? And who do we want to be as Americans? You know, during the end of Black History Month, and I took high offense to this, at a time where one of my mentors in life and one of my heroes in life, the late Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., who I hope to go to his homecoming service on Saturday. He's lying in repose at Rainbow Push Coalition in Chicago. And we have the President of the United States bragging that efforts to bring about diversity, equity, and inclusion is dead in America. That's a value. Do we value inclusion of all Americans, including white men, white Christian men from flyover country, as well as urban black and brown people in New York and LA and Chicago? Do we believe in the inclusion and equity for all as afforded by the Constitution? Or do we feel like those efforts are quote-unquote anti-white racism? And we have a president that's using a State of the Union address to basically push that ideology, to basically push, in essence, television commercials. How many of you believe that we should support illegal immigrants, knowing full well asking for them to stand was going to be a television commercial? I was tipped off about that being used as a television commercial, and sure enough, by Thursday, it was a television commercial. Then from there, we have negotiations with Iran during the middle of the week, only to wake up on Saturday to hear of the bombing. What do we want as Americans? What are we calling leadership? This is America 250. We'll talk about all these great leaders and heroes, Larry, in July. Are we going to reflect the best of them, or are we going to be something different in our second act? That's number one. And number two, what do we want the definition of America, American, and constitutional to be moving forward in this second act after America 250?
We'll find out maybe in the midterms?
No, we're going to find out every single day. I mean, I'd like to think that the midterms will be the culmination of that. Basically, how will we vote? Will that reflect who we want to be? But one could make the argument that we did that in 2024. We did that in 22. We did that in 20 and in 16. And just because we're scared or just because we're nervous or just because we're uncomfortable does not mean we put down our values. It does not mean we put down our Constitution. It does not mean we recalibrate what we think leadership or strength or power or honor should be. And unfortunately, too many of us as Americans, that's exactly what we've done, because in 2024, it was the cost of eggs. In 2025, it was divisiveness based on emotionalism. We are not an emotional republic. We are a constitutional republic. And too often, we talk about all the things we love about the red, white, and blue, but we do not look as to what the red, white, and blue actually is supposed to stand for, not just for us domestically, but as a shining city on the hill internationally. And I fear that we're going to piddle away 2 decades of goodwill as Americans as being the shining city on the hill for immigrants coming here legally, for Americans that are born here, and for people around the world because of the actions that we're taking now, because we can't get it together. And the bottom line is we can't count on an administration or anybody else. I say in my theme song on Sundays, there is change that we can believe in, but it will never come from a politician or a government program. Now, when I said that in 2009, Larry, I was saying that about Barack Obama, and people cheered. Now, on the other side of that coin, that could also be said. Let's see how we respond to it now as well.
We're with Lenny McAllister in the Big K Morning Show. And Lenny, people may say, well, wait a minute, Lenny, aren't you a Republican?
Very much so. Very much a Republican. I'm still a Republican, but I know what being a Republican means. I know what being a constitutional conservative means. I know what being a Christian conservative means. It does not mean just voting on issues that influence abortion. It means, how do I look at the Constitution? How do I look at freedom? Freedom for people that I don't like, I'll never meet, but I know that they have a God-given right to pursue happiness as they define it. That's the essence of being an American. That's the essence of being a Republican. And just because there are people that are walking around here with a label that don't understand that value does not mean that it changes who I am. There are plenty of people that call themselves Christians, but they act like Christians, and they don't act Christ-like. It's the same thing secularly when it comes to our politics, when it comes to who's a genuine Republican, a constitutional conservative, and who likes wearing the clothes but doesn't necessarily have it fit them very well.
The Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
It's 8:45 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And it's the outbound side of the Parkway East that is the more troublesome of the directions for us here. 376 approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels and the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange. We have an accident being cleared there, and you're only getting by in a single lane of traffic right by the interchange as they try to get a vehicle off of the concrete Jersey barrier between the inbound and outbound lanes. Backups greet you before the Forbes Avenue Oakland off-ramp as you make your way toward the outbound Squirrel Hill tunnels. Inbound, we still have an earlier accident on the right shoulder between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. You'll line up there at Wilkinsburg. Parkway West on the inbound ride is stacking solidly at the top of Green Tree Hill. 28 southbound is heavy for you between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
For this first week of March, we're going to have some wild swings of temperatures. We're going to go to 42 today. We've got sunshine through some high clouds. 31 tonight, and we can have some late precip that may slicken up the roads, but that'll be the end of it for the week because we'll go through the 50s tomorrow and Wednesday, near 70 Thursday and Friday, and maybe 78 on Saturday. But that will come with a lot of rain, potentially up to 3 inches of rain through the weekend. And right now we're at 23 degrees.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest 3 stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is now 4 U.S. service members killed in action. President Donald Trump.
There will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case.
And we just heard from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane. They just wrapped up their press conference a moment ago.
And we're expecting rain in the forecast this week, Larry.
Looking ahead, it's just going to be the periodic chances of precipitation and a general warming trend. We could see upwards like 3 inches of rain total.
That is meteorologist Mike Kennedy from our National Weather Service office here in Pittsburgh.
And even more surprising to me, Larry, is your conversation with him earlier revealed that we could have a high near 80 degrees this week.
Saturday. So, Lenny, they call March the 4-season month. We may get it all in 1 week.
Yeah, that sounds... Welcome to Pittsburgh.
Penguins are on a roll.
Pittsburgh still pressuring. They score! It's Chinikov who put it off the bar and in. And Pittsburgh, moments after the power play, take a 2-0 lead.
Igor Chinikov, 10 goals, 4 assists for the Pens in just 21 games. He's liking playing on that line with Gino Malkin.
And they're playing every other day in the month. There's only one stretch where they have a 2-day break. And some are back-to-back, so they're going to be in Boston tomorrow night and then home for 3 starting on Thursday.
Is this their one final run with that group? And to your point, Larry, those games every other day, how do they weather that storm? Because they're not exactly, well, those 3 anyway are not exactly the youngest players on the team, obviously. How do they weather that storm?
We'll see. And from spring training, Connor Griffin had a 2-run homer. That's his 3rd homer of the spring training. I know a lot of people don't put a lot of weight on it, but when you're 19 and hit major league pitching,
yeah.
And the ball,
it's a good sign.
The ball landed in our parking lot here in Green Tree with the last home run. So, I mean, he's hitting some shots, too.
He blasted it. All right. Thank you, Paul. And Lenny, thanks for coming in. A most unusual Monday after what's transpired over the weekend. And you have somewhat of an announcement?
Yes, I do. I would be remiss as a husband and more importantly as a best friend if I didn't wish my soulmate a very happy birthday. But more so, I'm very proud as her best friend to announce that she was a recipient of the Mendelian Award for Excellence in Biology, and she will be honored at Honors Convocation coming up in the spring. And for somebody that was a second act student that went back to school in her 40s and will be graduating in her 50s, somebody that overcame domestic violence and had to put aside education for decades, to be able to come back and excel the way she has, especially as an African-American woman during these times. I wanted to, one, let her know very publicly how proud I am of her, and two, tell all the women out there during Women's History Month and on the heels of Black History Month that you could still do it, whether you are a woman that has a second act yourself or a woman that is going through some hard times that wants to overcome. You know, my wife did it. I see it every day. It's why I sacrifice. And she's worth the sacrifice, and she's made it happen. And so, one, I'm very, very proud of her. Happy birthday. But number two, ladies, there are examples right in your neighborhoods of people that can show you how to find your way if you just continue to believe in yourself and have faith in what you're doing and where you're going. And that's the essence of what the American dream can truly be all about.
Happy birthday and congrats.
Thank you.
Awesome. Lenny, thank you. We'll see you next Monday.
Thank you, kind sir. God bless you all out there.
Lenny McAllister.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
We're all human with the same insecurities, doubting ourselves, thinking we're not worthy or good enough, believing those negative thoughts we think. Stop. Every last one of us is good enough to be the best version of ourselves. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Come to me, and together we'll change that way of thinking. Excess pounds will come off, you'll feel and look better, and thoughts will become positive. If you want to change, just call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters. It's 8:55 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
All right, Larry, things are getting a little bit better for folks who are trying to make the commute on the outbound or eastbound Parkway East 376. An earlier accident right by the Squirrel Hill interchange has been cleared. Traffic is moving again in two lanes as you try to get past that interchange and outbound through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. But the delays remain, so you need to leave extra travel time. You're backing still before the Forbes Avenue Oakland off-ramp all the way out to and through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. The inbound ride bumper to bumper beginning at Wilkinsburg as you approach that inbound commute. There's an earlier accident still on the shoulder, portions of it anyway, between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. 28 is just slow by the 31st Street Bridge. Good news there. Parkway West inbound is backing at the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hi, Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Premium roofing starts with a team you can count on. Call the Genius Choice in Roofing. Home Genius Exteriors, where you get a dedicated project team with certified installers. Right now, get 50% off roofing materials, plus no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, a different experience. See website for details.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. All the time I'm talking about auto accidents, big crashes, big wrecks. Call 1-800-GET-PHIL or 412-281-5005. Look, Phil DeLucente and Associates, they're in Pittsburgh. They give free, that's right, free consultations. Phil and Ken Nolan, his partner, handle auto cases. I've worked with them a lot. So call 1-800-GET-PHIL. Call Ken Nolan and Phil DeLucente now at 1-800-GET-PHIL today. They're the best, folks.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK Vacations.com. That's SWACVacations.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
22 with overcast skies at 9 o'clock.
CBS News special report. Day 3 of the war with Iran, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the U.S. stands firm.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
His vow less than an hour after military officials confirmed a 4th U.S. service member has died after being wounded in Iran's initial attacks. We've also gotten confirmation all crew ejected safely when Kuwait mistakenly shot down 3 American fighter jets. The Red Crescent is reporting 555 people have been killed in Iran. Defense Secretary Hegseth says the U.S. goal is clear.
Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons.
Iran's security chiefs just announced the country will defend itself no matter the costs. Israel and Lebanon have been trading missile strikes for the first time in a year. Commercial air traffic throughout the Middle East is at a standstill. CBS News special report. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
And I'm Paul Rasmussen. New polling shows Americans were deeply divided on Iran before the conflict started. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details on that in the newsroom.
Paul, a CBS News poll taken before the Iran conflict shows Americans uncertain about U.S. involvement. Only 16% support sending troops, while 60% oppose it. About 51% favor military action to stop Iran from developing nuclear weapons, but many prefer diplomacy at 38% or sanctions at 22% instead. Most expect any fighting to last months or longer, reflecting concern about about another prolonged overseas conflict. The poll also found that a majority of Americans want Congress, not just the president, to authorize military action, and many feel the U.S. hasn't clearly explained its strategy. Overall, the numbers highlight a public worried about escalation, cautious about direct intervention, and skeptical of entering another high-stakes conflict in the Middle East. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A gunman opened fire outside a beer garden in Austin, Texas early Sunday, killing 2 and wounding 14 before police fatally shot him. That 53-year-old naturalized U.S. citizen from Senegal was wearing a Property of Allah hoodie. Law enforcement sources say he was possibly out for vengeance over the attack on Iran. A Quran was found in his vehicle. A man was in critical condition after a shooting early today in Wilkinsburg. This happened around 1:15 a.m. in the 500 block of Ardmore Boulevard. First responders say the man had multiple gunshot wounds. And Allegheny County Police are investigating 2 shootings last night in McKeesport. 911 was notified 2 men were shot around 10:30 p.m., one in the area of Huey Street, while the second man was shot near Madison Avenue, both taken to a hospital in stable condition. It's going to be a warm and wet week. National Weather Service meteorologist Mike Kennedy was Larry's guest on the Big K Morning Show.
Yeah, we're forecasting by Saturday up at the airport downtown 78.
78?
Yeah, that's what we have in the forecast now.
Kennedy says total rainfall this week could reach 3 inches. Now KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. The Pirates and Rays play this afternoon at Bradenton. You can listen to the game on KDKA Radio starting at 1 p.m. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time 9:04. It's 22 and overcast in Pittsburgh now. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Time to beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. Hi, this is Larry Richard with a new puppy. You know what goes with that. Plus the kids, inside, outside, the salt, the wet, the muck. Get rid of it. Call the experts at Zero Res with over 10,000 Google reviews with a 4.9 rating. This month, get Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet cleaner. Buy one, get one room if carpeted, clean for free, unlimited rooms of carpet. Also this month, get a free size upgrade on every whole home air duct cleaning package. So call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the KDKA special. Start spring cleaning with a free upgrade and pay less for more fresh. That's Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res. 9:05 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Helen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. Things are slowly but surely getting a little bit better for you if your commute takes you outbound or eastbound on the Parkway East. All lanes of travel open to you now as you approach the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange and the outbound Squirrel Hill tunnels. But an earlier accident there had very, very heavy delays. You still have some of them on the city side outbound as you come past the Oakland off-ramp, the off-ramp that goes up to Forbes Avenue. So watch out for that. And then it does ease up as you get closer to the tunnels. Inbound on the Parkway East, an earlier accident still off on the right shoulder between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. That's pretty much where you find the delays going into the inbound tunnels there. Parkway West inbound trying to ease off just a smidge. It's backing right around the Parkway Center Mall overpass as you make your way into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds limiting sun today, high 42, then cloudy with rain arriving late tonight, low 31. The rain may freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Heather. Right now, we're at 22 degrees at Pittsburgh International.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-3062. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-566-3062. That's 800-566-3062.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning. A lot of news to sort through. We'll continue to bring you the latest and breaking news here on KDKA. Meanwhile, we're into a new month, and a harbinger of spring is, believe it or not, college football. You're saying, what? Our Odyssey sports director, Jeff Hathorn, is on the south side as we get ready for Pitt football. We'll start there. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, Larry.
I can't believe it's here already.
Me either. I think that's been the sentiment of a lot of us that cover teams, especially the beat writers for Pitt football. It's like, man, where in the world does the time go? But yeah, day one of practice and spring game is just a month away, and then before you know it, we'll be talking about another season.
Yeah, that said, you just came back from Indianapolis. You were at the NFL Combine last week.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't hear a lot of big news. What was your takeaway?
That's probably not a bad thing, because normally big news is someone gets hurt or someone does something really embarrassing. And so we didn't hear any of that. You're right. I mean, here's one of the things that I like pointing out, because I don't know that people realize this. There is a former WPIAL star who attended Farrell High School when Farrell was in the WPIAL. He has two sons at the same combine and two sons in the same draft. Farrell has 182 students.
Wow.
A town of 4,000, and yet a player from there has two kids, and the one had a vertical that was 43.5, which means that he's 6'5". The tips of his fingers would be 2 feet above a rim from a standing position. It's not even a run where you could get more elevation. And the story of the Styles, Lorenzo Jr. and Sonny, is incredible to me, and they have roots here. And both those guys are kind of hybrid linebacker types. But that, to me, was one of the cool stories from a local angle. Khalil Dinkins, Eisenreich. I mean, there's a number of local connections, but that one to me is just like that's incredible. The odds of having, I mean, you can think of the Mannings, the Longs. Like, there are a few NFL fathers that have multiple sons also go on to play in the NFL, and that's what we're going to see with the Styles.
All right. That said, we're also seeing the Pens streaking without Sidney Crosby in their first few games. They got a busy, well, all the teams in the NHL have an amazing schedule for March in particular. But do you like what you're seeing?
Yeah, never before have the Penguins played 17 games in a month. And that's what they're doing this month. Loved what I saw yesterday. I mean, here's a team without Sidney Crosby that has points in 3 games. And, they played responsible. Vegas didn't get to 10 shots until late in the second period. They're limiting. They're not making stupid plays. No dumb turnovers. No odd man. Remember, for years we would see odd man rush after odd man rush. You don't see that with this team. And you're seeing different guys score. I mean, they threw a stat at us that with 3 goals yesterday from 3 different players, the Pens have 73 goals from new players to the Penguins this year. 73, which leads the entire NHL. And you got to, we're talking about Connor Griffin at 19. Ben Kindle at 18 is playing for the Penguins and scored his 15th. It's been an amazing story of how these guys have come together and dealt with adversity along the way, and a general manager that has had one of the best seasons in decades in the NHL.
And if they keep trending this way, then playoffs, they'll make the playoffs for the first time in 3 seasons prior. That said, let's go south. Bradenton, we're carrying the game today here on KDKA. Yesterday, Connor Griffith, you mentioned him being 19 years old, had his 3rd home run of spring training, and a lot of fans are getting excited about this team. Valid?
I think valid, and not just because of Connor. I mean, I think it's a really good thing for O'Neal Cruz to be in the World Baseball Classic because he came to camp early because of it. There seems to be a focus. I mean, when you're playing with your countrymen and you want to make an impression, you want to be sharp. And hopefully that continues on into the season because really beyond Griffin, from a position player standpoint, no one on their roster has the potential of O'Neal Cruz. If Cruz can have a year, I mean, they've already added 3 major league bats. Their lineup is much different than what it's been. Would I like to see one more proven veteran pitcher added to the rotation at some point? Yes. But how do you not like Paul Skeens and some of the young arms? And if Mitch Keller is a 3 or 4, I feel really good about what they're going to do. And I don't know that their division is the toughest in baseball. It's not to say the Cubs haven't done anything, but the Brewers lost their ace. The Reds have improved. The Reds are going to be a challenge, but I don't know that anyone is light years better than the Pirates, and you really haven't been able to say that for about 10 years.
Well, before you go, it's March Madness time. Here we go. It's going to be, without local teams in the conversation, but at least Pitt managed a victory on the road out west.
And against a 20-win team on their home court. And they had the Stanford game. Stanford ended on a 14-1 run. I mean, they had that game. They just let it slip. I'll say this for Pitt. They have a 7-man team right now. That's it. And they're playing hard. Is it where they need to be, want to be? No. But they are doing that. And I'll say this, too. Wednesday, Robert Morris starts the defense of its Horizon League tournament championship. They host Youngstown State, which has become a nice little rivalry in this new conference, and that's at 7 o'clock. So postseason does begin next week's the A-10 tournament here in Pittsburgh. So who knows what some of those teams could do, and we'll be following that as it continues. Because you're right, this is a month. It's kind of like September, where it seems like all the sports happen in March too, even though the football stuff is more practice.
Jeff, I appreciate it. I know you're in the midst of the window of opportunity. Day 1, spring football for the University of Pittsburgh on the south side. We'll talk to you later. Thank you, partner.
Thanks, Larry.
Give my best to the dues. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. See how the Monday commute's going with Ellen Gamble.
No, it's getting better, finally. Larry, we had a couple of accidents, one in each direction on the Parkway East that really had things tied in double knots there for a while. It's finally starting to ease off after those accidents have been cleared. The outbound side was the worst, but the delays have dissipated now. You do have some slow-go traffic from about the Greenfield Bridge overpass up toward the Squirrel Hill Homestead off-ramp, but that's the bit of the remnants left there. Parkway East on the inbound ride is slow-go at Edgewood Swissvale, so that's certainly getting a little bit better for you. 28 southbound looks like a decent commute. No more of the delays for you between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Those have eased up too. Still a little bit heavy as you come off of the Fort Duquesne Bridge and head over toward 28 northbound or 279. The North Shore Expressway is a little bit clogged there. The Parkway West inbound is heavy for you at the Parkway Center Mall on-ramp before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the Education Director of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Tim Neff.
First Lieutenant Richard Herrera. Without further damage.
Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
How about some fantastic February savings at Coons Market? Isn't that right, Frank Tantisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA choice boneless chuck shoulder steaks or roast are $6.49 a pound. In the produce department, Sunkist Cara oranges, 8-pound bags, $5.99 each. In our deli, Eckrich top round roast beef is $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Folgers coffee, 22.6 to 25.9 ounce cans, $11.49 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Enjoy Lamont Winter Dinner for Two special, just $99. Reserve a table on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays through March 26th for a complete prefix dinner for two. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com to view the menu and make your reservations today. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in store and online. Staples, that was easy.
919 at KDKA from the Goldberg, Persky and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's Paul Rasmussen.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth did not rule out the use of American ground forces during a Pentagon news conference last hour. We'll have the latest on that coming up in 11 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
News, information, conversation. Larry Richert in the Big K Morning Show. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is the Big K Morning Show, and listen for the Drive at 5 top stories driving the day's news weekday afternoons with Colin Dunlap, brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh Demand, the Yellow Van. Joining us on the Big K Morning Show, one of the greatest names in Pittsburgh, Emilio Cornicchiani. Is that how I say it right? I get it right, Emilio?
Hey, Larry. How are you, brother?
Good. Cornicchione. I love that.
There you go. Now you got it. You give a little bit of Italian flair to it, or a little accent, I guess you could say.
We go back a long time, my friend.
We sure do. Well, thank you so much to you and for having us on today, Larry, and to share what is just a really monumental, wonderful time and moment when it comes to Pittsburgh and sharing fashion and celebrating the creativity, innovation, here and our commitment to just a greener future and really promoting what years ago when we began this, about 11, 12 years ago, Rhonda Zigarelli, Richard Parsakian, the late Deb Doherty, and myself, we came up with the idea of like, hey, you know what we got to promote sustainability more, and let's, through fashion. One of the best ways to do it was to do it through fashion, and so we came together, and I'm really excited and thrilled and thankful that you're letting us share with your viewers and to come and visit what began, we call it the evolution of Ecolution, where it's a fashion gala that began at I don't know if you remember, Larry, when we did it at the Fairmont Hotel 11 years ago in the lobby. And then that led from the lobby of the Fairmont to the ballroom and then over to the Carnegie Museum for a few years, and now to the most beautiful, iconic Heinz Hall, where we're going to, really, it's like all-encompassing. It's going to be not just a fashion show, but it's going to evolve into like a gala where it's promoting fashion, art, live music on stage, while not only featuring these 25 amazing local designers that are creating looks. With our theme this year is pop couture, where the inspiration, and pop couture is sort of a nod to the inspiration of how things began from, the 60s with pop art and so forth over to today. And Larry, we're probably been around long enough do you remember when the Horns and Kaufman's and all those great stores that were here in the city? We had the last big fashion show that happened at Heinz Hall was about 30 years ago.
Yeah, I do. We actually used to, back in the day, broadcast for Children's Hospital in the windows of all three of the big department stores during the month of December. Yeah.
Yes, remember that, brother? That was amazing. And, this is such a great, this is going to be such a great opportunity and time, especially shouldering the draft. The city will not be too crazy yet, but it's going to be coming into that. So that Monday before is really, we think, a wonderful time to come in and get the pre-energy and shouldering the draft. And I know a lot of people, we're looking forward to having some of the many people that are coming into the city, and it gives them a chance to showcase and come and visit and see this. It's going to be a 1.5-hour production. We have everybody here that's working with this show is all from here locally, from the set designers, Larry, to our director, Patrick Gordon. We have our writers, our fashion director, Brian David, who is actually has evolved to that position. And, we have our music director, Rod Schwartz, our dance director. Now, this is what's great is we have all these people that our set designer, Kellen. Wait till you see what this set looks like. I really want to invite your audience to come and visit. If there's a time for you to come and visit a fashion show or a gala, this is the one to come to at the iconic Heinz Hall. I mean, when I think about where it began in the lobby to now at Heinz Hall, it's like the evolution of Ecolution just evolved, and the word is out, and we've spread the word out. If you think about it, sustainability is now at the forefront of most companies. I mean, we're so grateful to our sponsors. Heinz, Huntington Bank. I know Dobbiness from the hair industry. They're an iconic brand that came in this year. We're grateful to all the people. Obviously the mayor, and with his great support, him and his wife. Everyone,
That's a Pittsburgh Earth Day celebration Ecolution event. That's Monday, April 20th at Heinz Hall. And Emilio, thank you for breaking the news. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, Larry.
Emilio Gornigione, who's one of the producers for that Earth Day fashion show. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, here's Ellen Gamble.
And we have a rush hour that is finally starting to ease off in a lot of places. The Parkway West is still kind of heavy for you right around the Parkway Center Mall on-ramp before the inbound Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East inbound is slow go between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. 28 has tailed off nicely. Everything's rolling well for you coming out of the Allegheny Valley. No problems for you coming down past the 40th or 31st Street bridges. Still a couple of light delays for you on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard, coming southbound at the McKees Rocks Bridge. But across the river, Route 51 has eased up as you come past the intersection with the Corliss Tunnel. So good news there. And traffic is easing up as well as you come down through South Main Street. Just traffic light delays through the West End Valley. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to know Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Medicare's great, but it's not simple. Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits are licensed Medicare specialists who sort through Medicare confusion at no cost to you. New legislation, plan changes, and rules all directly impact your coverage and wallet. Let One Health Benefits have your Medicare plan fit you and not the other way around. Wrong choices cost thousands. A single right conversation with One Health Benefits saves you money and stress. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
22 and overcast at 9:30.
CBS News special report, not regime change, not democracy building. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says Operation Epic Fury sends this message to America's enemies in Iran and beyond.
If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you.
Insisting the nuclear negotiations with Iran failed.
Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces.
The U.S. airstrikes continue. Here's Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dan Kane.
This is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve.
Decapitated or not, Iran has been widening its counterstrikes, hitting U.S. and allied targets across the region. CBS News special report. I'm Vicki Barker.
And I'm Paul Rasmussen. In Washington, lawmakers are expected to vote this week on resolutions to require President Trump to seek congressional approval to use military force on Iran. Pennsylvania U.S. Senator John Fetterman commenting on that.
Now, have people ever read the War Powers Act? You know, what's required of the president is to provide 48 hours of notification, and then he or she have 60 days, up to 90 days to withdraw those troops, before Congress approves that. Neither of those have been activated. He did provide that to the Gang of Eight, and there are no American troops on the ground now.
At the open on Wall Street, the Dow is down 515 points at 48,463. The Nasdaq is down 293 points, and the S&P is down 73. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. The Pirates and Rays will play this afternoon in Bradenton. You can listen to the game on KDKA Radio starting at 1 p.m. It's 9:32. Our next update at 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For company, receiving the award 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleyDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleyDeckCompany.com.
I was ordering food from our usual place for the big meeting. My VP said, "Please, God, no."
For workplaces suffering with corporate catering deficiency, every day's a struggle.
The food was always meh and over budget. Before Easy Cater, I thought that was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat CCD with a huge variety of restaurants, help meet dietary needs, and stay on budget. Use daily. One platform lets you save time and thrive. Ask your web browser about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
935 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser's Chevrolet. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And the latest is the rush hour delays are starting to ease off in most places. We still have some brake lights for you on the Parkway West, for example, right around the runaway truck sand pile. As you try to make your way into the Fort Pitt tunnels, you'll find slow go traffic. Parkway East inbound has sluggish and stop and go kind of traffic for you between the Edgewood Swissvale exit and the inbound Squirrel Hill tunnels. Things could still be a little bit heavy on the outbound ride past the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange as well. Give you a chance to have a reminder about some bridge inspection in a couple of spots this week. Watch for single lane restrictions on the northern end of the West End Bridge today through Wednesday, each day, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And all this week, you'll find periodic lane closures on the David McCullough 16th Street Bridge as they do inspection work there as well. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds than sun with a high of 42 today. Cloudy, low 31 tonight, then rain arrives late and may freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Heather. Right now, we're at 27 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at Kenny
JohnnyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, here we go. Monday, starting the week off right. I will catch you all the way until 6 o'clock, but just after Pirate Baseball is when we'll get going. Colin Dunlap right here, KDK.
And in between, taking you up to 1 o'clock in Pirates Baseball, we'll check in with Marty Griffin and get the latest what he's working on. We'll check in with him here in the next half hour, too, and see what's on his mind. And meanwhile, we're reaching out to CBS military analyst and retired Army Colonel Jeff McCausland, first person I thought of to get his unique perspective on what's transpired over the weekend. Colonel, good morning.
Larry, good morning to you.
So where do we start? What initiated this strike, in your opinion? What happened, and where are we now?
Well, I think what initiated the strike was, of course, a breakdown in the negotiations. The negotiations have been ongoing. I think they've met 3 times, and when the last negotiation occurred last Thursday, it certainly appears that the maximum the Iranians were willing to offer didn't even come close to the minimum that the Trump administration decided that it needed. And as a consequence, having positioned this large force in the region, it had to move ahead very, very quickly. So that, I think, is what precipitated this attack. Now, that being said, some will argue, and the administration has, that the Iranians were planning some kind of an attack. There doesn't seem to be much evidence that that is true, and that's been widely disputed. There's been suggestions they were moving towards acquiring a nuclear weapon. And again, we know that we did a massive attack on them last June, which the administration insisted obliterate their nuclear capacity. And even the Secretary of State had said there was no evidence that the Iranians were currently enriching uranium, but they may have been trying to repair the facilities they had to do so in future. And then there were comments made by the president and others that, in fact, the Iranians were expanding their ballistic missile capability to threaten our bases in the region, threaten Israel, and might eventually acquire an ICBM. While that might be true, the acquisition of an ICBM was years, if not decades away. And of course, they had the weaponry to threaten our bases because we have the bases in the region. They've had those for many, many years. This really, I think, was based on just the opportunity to do this based on Iran being in a weakened state following the 12-day war with Israel, followed by the collapse of its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others. And so the thought was, I think, by the administration, supported by the Israelis, I think supported by some of the Arabs in the region, now is the opportunity to take this regime down.
Now, the hope is that people that protested who were killed by their own government in the last few months will rise up and we'll see a new Iran. How likely do you think that is to happen?
I think that's problematical at best, Larry, because don't forget back in January we saw the people rise up. We saw the Revolutionary Guard, Artash, Bazis, which are paramilitaries, respond, and about 7,000 or more Iranians were killed in the street. That's more than the United States lost in 20 years of warfare in Iraq and Afghanistan. So absent some kind of direct support on the ground, absent a unifying figure that would bring the people together, absent some defection or splintering the security forces, while we might present them some opportunity in the aftermath, having destroyed a large portion of the security forces, it seems to me problematical that they would be able to do that, and the more likely outcome might be a bruised regime that looks kind of like the one they had already, a military dictator, or we could see the whole country just collapse into a civil war, not unlike we saw in Syria that went on for about 13 years.
The hope is that this will be short-lived, but there are other nations who have been affected, as you know. One was considered to be really a sanctuary in Dubai.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it that the Iranians, in many ways, are picking allies for us here. They, I think, thought that striking these countries might encourage them to then pressure the Trump administration to, in fact, halt these particular attacks, but that has not occurred, that's for sure. And as a consequence, these people now may become allies of the United States as we move forward.
And your thoughts on how long you think this might go, realizing no one's sure?
Yeah, it looks to me like this could go on for quite some period of time. The president said 4 weeks or more. The Secretary of Defense, in remarks just a little while ago, said that this could go 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks. It's really unclear how long this might actually go on.
I think the one thing, regardless of politics, that people are encouraged by is the precision of our military men and women.
No doubt about it. I mean, we have somewhere around 30 to 50,000 young Americans on the ground in the region, including my nephew, and about 10 to 15,000 offshore, all of whom are doing a spectacular job at this moment in this particular operation, which is very, very complex without a doubt.
And that is my final question. Do you foresee a situation that would require ground troops?
Well, again, war takes on a momentum all its own. That's one of the things that I learned a long time ago, and you never can actually say where this is all going to go. Certainly, I think if you want to affect regime change in Iran, you might be forced to consider that. That being said as well, it certainly seems the administration is not interested in doing that at this particular moment, so it remains to be seen what happens here in the coming days and weeks.
Colonel, as always, appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
CBS military analyst and retired Army Colonel Jeff McCausland.
Everything you need to start your day with the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Here are 4 reasons to hire Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Family-owned. Their roots run deep in the community. Their passion for doing right by their customers began in their grandma's garage. Lifetime guarantee on construction. You can trust their workmanship. Customer satisfaction. Please check out their reviews. And outstanding communication with customers who are kept informed every step of the way. Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Meet Sam and Calvin, owners and cousins of Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks at booth number 142 at the show. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown.
Folks, we're joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monument. John, what is bundling?
When a family is planning a funeral, sometimes cemetery salespeople will talk to them about bundling or combining products with their services. They may pressure a family, telling them they can get a substantial discount by buying everything from the cemetery.
Is this not a good idea?
Not when it comes to the monument. When there is a middleman involved, you're paying an inflated price, even when you think you're getting a discount.
John, this is something families really need to know.
I'm going to be as direct as I can be about this. At Rome, we are the manufacturer. No middleman is involved. Our artists and craftsmen make your memorial from start to finish right at our facility. You've eliminated the middleman and saved as much as 50%.
Friends, you can learn more at one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or visit RomeMonuments.com.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
945 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Helen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. Just getting word of another accident. This is you head into Bakery Square at the intersection of Penn Avenue and 5th Avenue. So do watch out for the first responders who are on scene and others rolling up on scene to help with that. Parkway East on the inbound ride is sluggish for you between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West has eased off, just backing right around the Banksville on-ramp before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Want to remind you about around-the-clock lane restrictions that have kicked off for work on Lebanon Church Road and Curry Hollow Road. This is through late September. Lebanon Church will be impacted between Seco Road and Route 51, and Curry Hollow will get work between 51 and Arbor Lane. Also, Curry Hollow Road will have restrictions between Arbor Lane and Broughton Road through late June. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
All right, now we're trying to say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-3062. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-566-3062. That's 800-566-3062. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
It's the Big K, Big 3. The biggest 3 stories we're talking about. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is now 4 U.S. service members killed in hostilities with Iran. Here's President Donald Trump.
Sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case.
And hopefully it won't, but
I heard you talking with Colonel McCausland about the possibility of ground troops, and that's, I think, what everyone is most concerned about, because that's where I think the casualties will really start to rack up if we can avoid it, right?
Yeah, and it was personal for him, his own nephew.
Yeah.
One of those in uniform. So every day, but it doesn't appear that this is going to be over in a few days. Colonel suggesting it may be a while.
We are expecting rain this week.
Looking ahead, it's just going to be the periodic chances of precipitation and a general warming trend. We could see upwards like 3 inches of rain total.
Meteorologist Mike Kennedy from our National Weather Service office here in Pittsburgh, and when he said 3 inches of rain through the weekend, that caught my attention.
Yeah.
But the other thing was he said potential for 78 for a high on Saturday.
Wow.
Maybe flirting with 80.
You were saying earlier that we're getting all 4 months worth of all 4 seasons worth of weather in 1 week.
Right. We've seen it all over the years, but we're getting it in 7 days.
And the Penguins, I guess the best thing you could say is they're on a roll.
Pittsburgh still pressuring. They score! It's Chinikov who put it off the bar and in. And Pittsburgh, moments after the power play, take a 2-0 lead.
Since arriving from Columbus, Igor Chinikov has 10 goals and 4 assists in 21 games with the Pens.
A first-round draft pick with Columbus Blue Jackets. How did we get him? That's the big question. So the Pens have a game tomorrow night in Boston, then home against the Sabres Thursday, Flyers Saturday, and Sunday Boston comes here. And then Connor Griffin hit his 3rd home run in spring training. We've got Pirates baseball at 1 o'clock today.
Yeah, the Tampa Rays will be playing in Bradenton this afternoon.
All right, we're going to check in with Marty Griffin next.
And now for a business news update from the Pittsburgh Business Times. I'm managing editor Mike Larson. Mark Cuban will headline an AI pitch competition on the eve of the NFL Draft. Powering the Future of Sport, a Draft Week showcase, will be held on April 21st at the recently opened Robotics Innovation Center at Hazelwood Green. The showcase will include the $1.25 million Forge AI Prize, which is a national startup competition that's coordinated by Carnegie Mellon University's Swartz Center for Entrepreneurship and the AI Strike Team. Judges for the event will include Shark Tank investor and Pittsburgh native Mark Cuban and Dick's Sporting Goods executive chairman Ed Stack. Also, the top Pittsburgh executive at the region's fifth largest bank is stepping down. Mark Rendulic has led Citizens Financial Group Western Pennsylvania market since 2019. He announced that he's retiring after a 40-year career in financial services that spanned National City, First Niagara Financial, and Key Bank. He thanked Citizens for the opportunity to, quote, be a part of their incredible journey on LinkedIn. For more on these stories and other local business news, log on to pittsburghbusinesstimes.com. I'm Mike Larson.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check them out at booth 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown.
Coming up, 10 until Pirates baseball at 1. Marty Griffin today. Marty, what are you working on?
Well,
what a weekend, huh?
Wow. I'm actually curious of the temperature of the audience. We're going to provide with so much sound and insight regarding what's happening in this war with Iran. I'm curious if our audience is supportive of a war with Iran. Let's go to that. We have a lot of sound, obviously, from Hegseth, from Joint Chiefs of Staff. I have a pilot who actually fought in one of these wars. What's it like to prepare? How do they prepare for friendly fire? We lost 3 jets this morning. Our jets shot down by apparently Kuwaiti Air Defense. I have relatives in Jerusalem. I have a niece in Dubai. All of a sudden, everything is a target, Larry, and the world is stressed out again. And is there enough reason in our audience for us to be doing this? Very, very stressful for so many people. And now American soldiers are dying.
It's a trigger, there's no question, to many people's emotions. It's one thing to talk about politics and all that, but when American servicemen and women start dying.
And it sure goes against everything Trump promised me, the peace president. He wouldn't enter us into any protracted wars, that we wouldn't waste trillions of dollars, and here we are. I'm not attacking him, I'm just suggesting he said this wouldn't happen, and here we go again.
Thanks, Marty.
All right, man.
I want to thank Trevin, too, on loan. Aaron Ferragoni, our producer, back tomorrow. Trevin, thank you. 9:55 at KDKA from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. We continue to have crews working with an accident. This is in the Point Breeze Bakery Square section of the city of Pittsburgh. Accident on Penn Avenue at 5th Avenue. Heads up for you there. Coming inbound from the eastern suburbs on the Parkway East 376, you just have a minor delay before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Fluctuating delays approaching the Fort Pitt tunnels on the Parkway West inbound. Now you're lining up once again on the middle section of the hill right around that Parkway Center Mall on-ramp. 28 southbound looks great, as does the Parkway North. I-279, no problems for you. Coming southbound on 65, just a 1 to 2 light delay at the McKees Rocks Bridge. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 10:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss shrimp and crab recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
You shouldn't go anywhere without Sniper. Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value Hardware.
Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all those germs, bacteria, viruses, mold, everything, Larry. Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant. You need it for your home, your office, your car, everywhere. Let's get those germs killed now.
Simply spray and walk away. Available at participating True Value Hardware stores or online at disinfectwithsniper.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Food insecurity is still a reality in our community. 1 in 8 neighbors struggles to put food on the table, and many are seniors. That's why MediConnect is partnering with KDKA Radio to help feed the need right here in our community. MediConnect also helps seniors understand their Medicare options. If you're turning 65 or reviewing coverage, their local experts provide trusted one-on-one guidance at no cost. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Insurance.com. Love them.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
Looking for reliable HVAC services? Well, you're in luck. Impact HVAC is family-owned and operated right here in our community. They pride themselves on top-notch service and honest work. Got a question? Need a second opinion? They've got you covered. And guess what? Estimates are always free. Call them today, 412-297-1852. That's 412-297-1852. Impact HVAC, your local heating and cooling experts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
24 degrees, overcast skies at 10 o'clock.
CBS News special report as the conflict widens.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the airstrikes that took out Iran's leadership have one goal: to take out America's enemies.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
The Israelis say Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei was killed in the first minutes of the joint U.S.-Israeli operation, which depended on the power of surprise, says Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dan Kane.
This operation was highly classified so that at each hour, the enemy would see one thing: speed, surprise, and violence of action.
That action continues on both sides, with Iran striking U.S. and allied targets across the region, and aftershocks, including thousands of grounded planes and stranded passengers around the Gulf, plus soaring oil prices and falling stock prices on global markets. CBS News special report. I'm Vicki Barker.
And I'm Paul Rasmussen. A man was in critical condition after a shooting early today in Wilkinsburg. It happened around 1:15 a.m. in the 500 block of Ardmore Boulevard. First responders say the man had multiple gunshot wounds. Allegheny County Police are also investigating 2 shootings last night in McKeesport. 911 was notified 2 men were shot around 10:30 p.m., one in the area of Huey Street, while the second man was shot near Madison Avenue. Both were taken to a hospital in stable condition. It's going to be a warm and wet week. National Weather Service meteorologist Mike Kennedy was Larry's guest on the Big K Morning Show.
Yeah, we're forecasting by Saturday up at the airport downtown 78.
78?
Yeah, that's what we have in the forecast now.
Kennedy says the total rainfall for this week could reach 3 inches. T-riders are being advised of a service disruption this week. In fact, it's just getting started. At this hour, here's News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit says its Silver Line will be suspended between the Library and Lytle stations beginning this morning at 10 o'clock until 3 p.m. on Friday. There will be shuttle buses that will run between the stations. And once the bus gets you from the Library to the Lytle station, you can continue on the T towards Washington Junction and the city. PRT says crews will be replacing and reinforcing overhead electrical lines. PRT says expect some shuttle delays. There are 9 stops in between the Library and Lytle stations that are also being affected. Rob Taylor, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 289 points at 48,689. The Nasdaq is down 91 points, and the S&P is down 29. KDKA Sports, Pirates Rays this afternoon at Bradenton. You can listen to the game on KDKA Radio starting at 1 p.m. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For your homes, windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:03. 24, mostly cloudy skies in Pittsburgh now. AAA traffic in the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty? Is a whole lot of the rush hour has eased off, so that's always nice to hear on a Monday. Makes it a little bit easier anyway. The Parkway East inbound, just a little bit slow go between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West has some sluggish traffic for you right around the runaway truck sand pile. Want to head into the construction file and give you the heads up about bridge inspection in a couple of spots this week. You have single lane restrictions expected on the northern end of the West End Bridge today through Wednesday. Crews will work there each day, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And all week you'll find periodic lane closures on the David McCullough Bridge. That's the 16th Street Bridge connecting the strip to the north side of town. And so you'll find the inspection work happening there with lane restrictions as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds than sun with a high of 42 today. Cloudy, low 31 tonight, then rain arrives late and may freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
There's a fascinating thing about war and politics, and it's an old cliche, but it's true, that all politics is local and all war is local. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm sitting here this morning and I'm watching videos. One of my son's best friends, and Vince is 15, one of his best friends from Mount Lebanon High School, just started high school in Israel. And all weekend long, he's sending my son Vince videos of missiles flying overhead as they head to another shelter. He said every 10 minutes they're in a shelter. And using the cliche that boys will be boys, and how they take the edge off is that they were playing Xbox in a bomb shelter in Jerusalem. And so it goes. And as I said, all war becomes local war. My niece and my sis, Sandy, is very worried this morning, as the world is. But her daughter, Sarah, and her fiance are in the Middle East right now, and they're headed to Doha, and the airport's closed. And so you're sitting there thinking, where have the strikes been near Doha? How vulnerable are they? And when the airport's open, should they head home to the United States and say to hell with the Middle East, right? And then there are the protests here in Pittsburgh with folks happy about this happening. And then there's my friend Jerry Nasseri, once again, where all war becomes local war. Jerry Nasseri is a fantastic businessman. Jerry is a fantastic friend of mine who has been in the States for decades. He's from Iran. And let me send you some of the notes that he sent me yesterday with all wars become local wars. Because at the end of the day, that's what happens. Jerry says, dream becoming true. Listen to this. Dream becoming true for over 90% of Iranian population. Okay, this is the reality of the situation. Who have tried anything in their power to get rid of this regime, Marty, but only been slaughtered by the regime. As we know, and to Jerry's point, 30,000 slaughtered in a couple of weeks, just slaughtered. Let's hope U.S. intelligence and Israeli intelligence with their spies have hit the right targets and killed the right leaders of the regime. Once the dust settles, Marty, with their hatred of the regime, there will be revenge and finish up the rest. Man. Do they have the will? I asked him. Are they organized? They have the will. Once they feel they have the chance and their sacrifice in lives won't go to waste as they have in the past. And finally, and by the way, I want to thank Jerry for doing this. Marty, they're not as organized as needed, but can be with some outside help and ammunition with Israel, and to a certain degree that Israel has already supplied. All politics and all wars become local wars. And as I'm sitting here talking about serving in the military nowadays, in my day, when you were in the reserves, you were in the reserves till you died. You never got called up. You never, ever ended up in active duty. Doesn't work that way anymore. Reserves end up in battle. Reserves end up at war. And speaking of all politics is local politics, and all war becomes local. My cousin, Rick, flew an A-10 Warthog in battle in the Gulf War, dropped bombs. We're going to talk to my cousin about preparing for war, training for war, dropping bombs, the mentality, how you recover, losing friends, losing loved ones, and fighting a war, and refusing to take a side, just serving your country. As we get into this today, I want your opinion. We have a lot of folks lined up. We have folks in the Middle East. We have folks in Israel live. We have folks here who participated in demonstrations over the weekend. We have all varying observations and points of view. It's very difficult to separate emotions from the videos that you see of American planes going down, and then you hear of American lives being lost. It's very difficult not to take a side, whether you like this situation or don't. Do you support this war in Iran? 866-391-1020. Do you support this war in Iran? 866-391-1020. Meantime, let's hear from Pete Hegseth, Defense Secretary.
Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble. Afterward, we told them plainly, that's it, now make a deal. They arrogantly refused. We said, rebuild it, and we'll stop you again, this time far worse. Well, President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they bent over backwards for real diplomacy, offering pathway after pathway to peace. I watched it. I was there. They tried over and over and over again earnest attempts at peace. The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces. Well, President Trump doesn't play those games. And as Secretary Rubio said after the Maduro raid, if you don't know, now you know. President Trump puts America and Americans first. He doesn't hesitate, and neither do our troops. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war, from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies. Speaking of people, we hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes.
All right, folks, we'll be right back. There's a lot more, obviously. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic Powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty? Is a pretty tame situation as far as delays go out on the area roads right now. It gives us a chance to remind you about Pittsburgh Regional Transit's announcement that service on the T's Silver Line is being temporarily suspended for overhead electrical work. This kicked off this morning, right around 10 a.m., and it will be this way until 3 on Friday afternoon. So T service between the library and Lytle stations will be down, and shuttle buses will run to get riders to where they need to go. And PRT has warned riders to expect some delays even with that shuttle service. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Think your health insurance isn't changing? Think again. Premiums are rising, subsidies may go away, and expensive surprises loom. Have Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits be your health insurance advocates. From Medicare changes to ACA plans, the One Health Benefits experts navigate the insurance maze at no cost to you. Before you renew or enroll, call One Health Benefits. They work for you, not the insurance companies. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. James from Lower Borough was so happy with the roof work NASCO did in his home that he had them do his mother's roof as well. James loved NASCO's quality work and appreciated NASCO working with his insurance company to get everything approved. NASCO has satisfied thousands like James. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I was ordering food for the office from the same few places for too long.
For workplaces suffering with office food fatigue, every day's a struggle.
Before starting Easy Cater, I assumed having no good vegan options for Carl in finance was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat OFF with a huge variety of favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Used daily, one platform lets you save time and shine. Ask your app store about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
It's never too soon or too late to need a wealth manager because life is complicated. At Bill Few Associates, we help you manage the complexities and enjoy the peace of mind that should come with financial achievement. Often that means adding value by simplifying things for you. When do you need a wealth manager? Now is when. Bill Few Associates, Wealth Management. BillFew.com, 412-630-6000.
So, we had the warmathon. 2D Mechanical gave away to someone in need a $6,000 to $8,000 furnace free. And that's just the start of it. Bob 2D Mechanical, his people, and I've known Bob since high school, have given away 400 plus free furnaces. Folks, that's greatness. That's a company you want. That's a company you can trust. 412-771-4100, 2D Mechanical. Hey, folks, appliances are big purchases. Mistakes can quickly become expensive. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned since 1960. Pittsburghers have trusted Voss for decades because they do right by people. The Voss family and their entire team are experts who know appliances and TVs inside and out and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed. UPMC. Life-saving, life-changing information every single day. UPMC.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I wasn't surprised to see any of it held there moving that damn carrier group that way for 2 weeks. Come on, man. Do I support this? Not my business to take a side on this. I want Americans to be okay. I want Americans to be safe. I want the nuclear threat to be eliminated. If that's the goal, let's go. If we're building a nation, man, I'm not so sure. 20 years in Afghanistan, we can't do that. We just can't. Insanely supportive of Israel. Have been since I was a young man. We're going to hear live from a couple of correspondents in Israel. A little more Hegseth. Folks, do you support this war? 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Go.
Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell.
It is.
And always will be.
All right, real quick. Let's
A
take some
grateful
calls
nation
here.
honors the 4 American.
All right. Jim, jump in here. Thanks for your patience, brother.
Hey, Marty, how are you?
Fabulous, sir.
Good. Hey, I'm against the war. I should stress that I'm also a Republican.
Yes, sir.
I voted for Trump based on the fact that he said that we would not be going into any more wars in the Middle East. And I just, for the life of me, can't figure out why we are there. I get that there's a bad regime there and everything else. I just can't figure it out. We have trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars in debt. We have no money to fix roads. We have no money for education. We have no money for anything. And we are waging another country's war over there.
Horrible connection. But his point is insanely spot on regarding Trump. We pulled a clip. Jim, I apologize. I had to take you out of there because your connection was horrible. However, what he just said, and you know this, Patrick, you heard Trump. It was almost verbatim what Trump said prior to the election. We want to pay for roads, we want to pay for bridges, we want to pay for schools, we want to pay for health care. We will not go to war. Patrick, describe the pictures that we're now seeing and what Iranians are wearing around the world.
Well, yeah, some of the images that we're seeing, these are from Fox News. If you're watching on the stream right now on the Get Marty pages, it's Iranians celebrating the toppling of this regime that has been oppressing its people for 50 plus years now.
And tell me about that hat that you put up there. It was fascinating.
Yeah, so, and this is interesting, they've got Make Iran Great Again hats that they're circulating and wearing in some of these celebrations. And, the general sentiment that you're seeing in most places is the Iranian people around the world are ecstatic and thrilled this is happening, that this regime has been toppled.
My brother, Eddie, what's up, my man?
Oh, man, here's my opinion. When I enlisted in the Marine Corps, I enlisted as an American citizen, not a Democrat or Republican. This is a religious war and oppression of the Iranian people. And these people that are protesting this in America haven't seen the death and the atrocities that these people went through. And we are there to liberate them as a people, not as a country, from being oppressed and their own people massacred.
Brother Eddie, why now? Why now, brother?
Why now?
Yes.
Because of the fact that we have Israel, we have terrorists in Israel that killed people in that Hezbollah. This is a terroristic organization that has a jihad to kill Americans.
It's true. They've killed more than 1,000 American soldiers. This is fact. And as Patrick pointed out, and I heard Hexas say this numerous times, the theory is that they were building a conventional defense mechanism to fend off anyone trying to ruin their capabilities to launch a nuclear strike. That's their theory. So you know. Go ahead, Larry.
Hi, Marty. This morning, I just agree with what the gentleman said prior to my call in. I totally agree that to protect our country and much of the world is to eliminate the nuclear war that could very well happen as a result of problems that Iran has been involved with. And I think it's high time to eliminate that problem. I don't agree with wars. I think the president currently is trying to save our country, definitely, because the Iranians have, over the number of years, have indicated that they're out to kill or destroy America.
They hate Americans. Hate us. Their the masterminds of much of the terror around the world. Brother George, go ahead.
Marty, I heard two great oratories this morning. 2 hours ago was Hegseth. 30 minutes later was Lenny McAllister on Larry's show.
Uh-huh.
And I think I support the war. I mean, I've been torn by this. We're there. There's probably proof. I mean, you never know. I'm sure it's multifactorial, but I do support it. We're there.
We're in. We got to be all in. I'm with George. You're in. You got to be all in. What does out mean, though? That's my concern. What is out? When is out? How is out? How long were we in Afghanistan? 20 years? Can't do that. We cannot do that.
Embark on an unforgettable journey through Japan and South Korea with AAA, April 3rd through the 12th, 2027. Sail 9 incredible nights aboard the boutique luxury ship Azamara Pursuit. Enjoy immersive overnights and extended time in port. Experience samurai towns, bonsai gardens, and incredible cuisine. Relax with fine dining, premium beverages, and shipboard gratuities included. Club Veranda staterooms start at $4,569 per person, double occupancy. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, News Radio KDK's Paul Alexander with some really good news. If you're dreaming about a getaway that feels truly refreshing, this September it's time to discover Arizona with me for a 5-day trip based in beautiful, scenic Flagstaff. From there, we'll take in the stunning red rocks of Sedona, stand in awe of the Grand Canyon, and relax along the clear blue waters of Lake Powell. It's a perfect mix of natural beauty, easy adventure, and unforgettable views, all at the best time of the year, with fewer crowds and comfortable temperatures. 5 days, incredible scenery, and memories we'll talk about long after we're home. This September date will fill quickly, so don't wait. Visit travelwithkdk.com for all the details and to reserve your spot on this unforgettable Arizona escape. Or you can call my friends at Cruise and Tour, 800-383-3131. That's 800-383-3131. Give Cruise and Tour a call. Or visit travelwithkdk.com to book your trip today.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
24 with mostly cloudy skies at 10:30.
CBS News special report. Iran airstrikes. Not regime change, not democracy building, the Pentagon says, but a joint U.S.-Israeli operation neutralizing America's enemies. But CBS's Sam Vinograd notes.
While saying that this isn't about regime change, I think it's hard to take that out of the equation when you've decapitated the senior leadership.
Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dan Kane describes this, the biggest U.S. military operation since the 2003 Iraq War.
More than 100 aircraft launched from land, sea, fighters, tankers, airborne early warning, electronic attack, bombers from the states, and unmanned platforms, forming a single synchronized wave.
4 Americans dead, more than 500 Iranians, including reportedly the Ayatollah Khamenei's wife. CBS Pentagon correspondent Charlie Daggett says, decapitated or not, Iran's been hitting back hard.
They're not just striking back against U.S. military targets, going after softer targets, which they had warned about. They said we're going after everybody in this region, and that's exactly what we've seen.
CBS News special report. I'm Vicki Barker.
And I'm Paul Rasmussen. New polling shows Americans were deeply divided on Iran before the conflict began. Here's News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush.
A CBS News poll taken before the Iran conflict shows Americans uncertain about U.S. involvement. Only 16% support sending troops, while 60% oppose it. About 51% favor military action to stop Iran from developing nuclear weapons. But many prefer diplomacy at 38% or sanctions at 22% instead. Most expect any fighting to last months or longer, reflecting concern about another prolonged overseas conflict. The poll also found that a majority of Americans want Congress, not just the president, to authorize military action, and many feel the U.S. hasn't clearly explained its strategy. Overall, the numbers highlight a public worried about escalation, cautious about direct intervention, and skeptical of entering another high-stakes conflict in the Middle East. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street at this hour, the Dow is down 190 points at 48,788. The Nasdaq is down 74 points and the S&P down 30. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:32. Our next update at 11 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
If you want to save money on summer camp for your kids, sign up now.
Yeah, this is the time.
Colette Marquardt, the executive director of the American Camp Association Illinois, says this is the time to take advantage of lower prices. She says you're making an investment in your child's development.
Camp, whether it's day or overnight, is an excellent opportunity for kids to work on their social skills and connect with and make new friends.
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Harold Shepley. People are getting their tax returns back. Should they use that to pay off their debt? Or you have any other suggestions, my man?
Yeah, Marty, a lot of times people, they'll take that tax return and they try to pay on their debt, but it's not enough to handle everything. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. So instead of wasting that tax return, they need to leverage it by calling my law firm to do either a debt negotiation or a bankruptcy.
Go to shepleylaw.com.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer, and 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Well, the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty, is we have an accident now with crews on scene. This is in the South Hills on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard between Greenlee Street and Provost Road. So getting very close to the very busy intersection with Route 88 at that point. Watch for slowdowns in both directions as you travel there. Parkway West on the inbound ride has delays for you right around the runaway truck sand pile heading into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Banksville Road has eased up as you head toward that same merge point with the Parkway West West inbound, outbound. The Parkway West is rolling well if you have to head out toward Pittsburgh International. Parkway East on the inbound ride has a tap on the brakes for you between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the inbound Squirrel Hill tunnels. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and occasional sunshine with a high of 42 this afternoon, low 31 with clouds tonight. Rain will arrive late and can freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, here we go. Monday, starting the week off right. I will catch you all the way until 6 o'clock, but just after Pirate Baseball is when we'll get going. Colin Dunlap, right here.
We're lucky enough to have Robert Berger, fantastic CBS correspondent, live in Tel Aviv this morning. Robert, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Marty. I'm in Jerusalem.
Oh, you're in Jerusalem. Hey, Robert, help me with this. How long have you been in Israel, sir?
Well, I've been reporting for CBS in Jerusalem since 1989, and I was here several years before that.
Robert, this is difficult for folks to imagine, because I know folks that live in Israel, they're constantly ready for war. Are they always ready for something like this, sir, or is this unique, sir?
I think they're always ready, and there was a lot of buildup to this, even when I think it was flying under the radar there in the U.S. for the past few weeks. You know, we've seen this gradual buildup of American forces, and there's been a lot of speculation that a war could break out. So I would say this time they were really ready, unlike, let's say, on October 7th, when there was that surprise attack by Hamas that had those devastating consequences. This time people were ready, but of course after more than 2 years of war in Gaza, and then we had a 12-day war with Iran last year, people are also weary.
Robert, it's actually fascinating. We have a young man on our street, my son's best friend. He's there right now in high school, and it's fascinating. They're kids, and they're sending us video of the stream from missiles flying overhead. And then they head into a shelter and they play Xbox, sir, as if it's passé. You know what I'm saying, Robert? It's a very unique environment, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten sort of used to this because of what's happened since October 7th. And even before that, you had there were a number of clashes and wars with Hamas over the years in Gaza, when we had rockets firing in. Now, this time we're talking about ballistic missiles, and there's a big difference. Of course, we saw the ballistic missiles last year as well during the 12-day war. Just keep in mind, a rocket from Gaza has a fairly small warhead. It's still deadly, but a ballistic missile from Iran carries 1,000 pounds of explosives. Whoa. So when they get through, and most of them are intercepted by Israeli defenses, but the figure is about 10% get through. So let's say they fire 100 ballistic missiles at Israel, 10 of them are still going to get through, and if they land in a heavily populated area like one did yesterday near Jerusalem, it can have deadly and catastrophic consequences.
Robert Berger with CBS, the argument that this is payback for October 7th, that we did this for Israel. Is that fair, sir? Is that a fair assessment, or just diminishes actually the size and scope of this?
Well, you know, there are different narratives, of course. Yes, I think the opponents, let's say, you could even have in MAGA or in the Democratic Party, or we just heard the senior Iranian official saying today that Netanyahu is fighting Israel's wars. So that's certainly a narrative. But, you know, from President Trump's point of view, a nuclear weapon in the hands of a regime like Iran would not, of course, Israel would be the first to be affected and could even be annihilated by that. I think the other argument is that it's in no one's interest anywhere in the world that a regime, an extremist regime like Iran, would have a nuclear weapon.
As we saw our aircraft carriers move into that area, the biggest presence we've seen in decades, we kind of sort of saw this coming. Is that fair, sir?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been a gradual buildup over the past 3-4 weeks. There wasn't even an aircraft carrier in the region about a month ago, and then they moved in the Abraham Lincoln, which was out near Vietnam, and they brought that over. And then they, of course, that's a carrier strike group, has several destroyers along with it, and then they brought in more warships, and they've been bringing in. The Air Force is bringing in planes into the Arabian Peninsula, into the Gulf. Then the Ford was taken from off the coast of Venezuela about 10 days ago and brought now into the Eastern Mediterranean off the coast of Israel. So, yeah, it's been building up, and a lot of people wondered if if it was posturing or if it was going to really happen. And then we had the attack. Already Friday night, Saturday morning in the region. The surprise attack that took out the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran. Among 48 top leaders of Iran were taken out in that initial Israeli airstrike.
A testament, actually, quite frankly, to U.S. and CIA intelligence, sir. They suggest that those leaders might have been taken out within the first minute. Have you heard this, sir?
Yes. I mean, it's amazing. It can't be understated what happened in the opening round. And interestingly, the opening round was carried out by the Israeli Air Force. And like you said, I heard originally they said 30 leaders were taken out in 30 seconds. But we're talking about something like that. Trump later put the figure at 48 senior leaders, but maybe that was an additional airstrikes. But it was a stunning thing, and it happened in the daytime, So people it's kind of shocking that the Ayatollah and his leadership were gathered all together, knowing that they might be attacked, but generally, these attacks don't happen in the daytime, but at 8:30 a.m. local time, I think 9:30 there in Iran, 8:30 over here in Israel, the strike took place. So it was really amazing intelligence by, of course, the United States and also Israel's Mossad spy agency.
Robert Berger, CBS News reporter, amazing work out of Israel. Hey, Robert, the sentiment there, regime change, sir? Or strike a blow and negotiate? Well,
I mean, it's been stated both by President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In fact, Netanyahu repeating this just a short time ago, that the goal is regime change. Now, that is easier said than done. They have taken out the top leadership, but a lot of analysts wonder if this can be done without having boots on the ground. What Israel and the United States are hoping for is that the people of Iran will take to the streets as they did a month ago before they were massacred by the regime, that they'll come back out on the streets and be able to overthrow the regime. I mean, that's what the U.S. and Israel would like to see. We'll have to see if that really happens.
Hey, Robert, how popular is Trump there?
Oh,
they love him.
That's a great question. I mean, he's really popular in Israel, obviously much more so than he is in the United States. I mean, he's seen this attack, which it certainly has a huge benefit for Israel that it doesn't have to fight Iran alone like it did most of the war last year, the 12-day war, until the U.S. came in at the end. I mean, Trump is, I would say, wildly popular, and he's really seen as a great and perhaps the greatest friend Israel ever had.
Hey, Robert, how often are you hearing these sirens, the alerts? How often?
A lot. You get these alerts on your cell phone, and then there's also air raid sirens. Today here in Jerusalem, I would say 3 times. It's now around 6 p.m., which isn't that much. No. In Tel Aviv, though, it's even more often. I know a number of people there in Tel Aviv. They're running to the shelters really all the time. And then, the all clear comes and people go out and start to sort of do things, and then another alert comes. So, yeah, it's quite often that you get these alerts.
Robert, you're amazing. It's fantastic reporting. I can't thank you enough, sir. Fantastic.
Well, thanks so much, Marty.
Fantastic work. Thank you.
Okay, bye now.
Wow. They're so used to this. I'm telling you, this 15-year-old from our neighborhood says, yeah, we're headed to the shelter again. We're playing Xbox. Okay. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty, is it's tame enough out there that we have a chance to head to the construction file and talk about some new projects just kicking off this week. Around-the-clock lane restrictions have started for work on Lebanon Church Road and Curry Hollow Road. So this is running through late September. Lebanon Church Road will be impacted with delays and restrictions between Seco Road and Route 51, Clareton Boulevard. Curry Hollow Road will also get lane restrictions around work between 51 and Arbor Lane. And during the same time period, but only running through late June, Curry Hollow Road will have restrictions between Arbor Lane and Broughton Road, so plan accordingly. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, folks, March is the time, man. The time to look outside and say, I got to get new windows. And the place to go, Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, no limit. And check this out, 24 months, no payments, no interest, 2 years, $500 off when you start this home improvement project. Call Universal Windows Direct, 412-545-6003, 412-545-6003. 6003.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Food insecurity is still a reality in our community. 1 in 8 neighbors struggles to put food on the table, and many are seniors. That's why MediConnect is partnering with KDKA Radio to help feed the need right here in our community. MediConnect also helps seniors understand their Medicare options. If you're turning 65 or reviewing coverage, their local experts provide trusted one-on-one guidance at no cost. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Insurance.com. Love them. When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, Honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin.
When we started Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks, it wasn't a big crew or a fancy shop, just Calvin and me in our grandma's garage.
We'd load up our tools every morning, build decks all day, then unpack right there in her driveway.
That little garage laid the foundation for what Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks is all about. Working hard, staying honest, and treating people like family.
We've grown a lot since then, but those family values still guide every job we do. Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
UPMC. Life-saving, life-changing information every single day. UPMC.
Have an issue in your community? Talk about it now with Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, so you heard from Hegseth, you heard from Dan Kane. We have DeLuzio coming up. We have a reporter calling from Tel Aviv coming up. We have reporters in the Middle East. We have folks that are here locally, that have family there. It's an important issue. Look, it's life-changing stuff. It's not my job here today to say Trump's a bum or Trump's a hero. I just don't feel that responsibility this morning. I feel as, not that we have to be united, we can disagree about things, but as a country, we're in this, man. Once you're in the deep end, man, you got to swim in the deep end. We can't drown. And so if you're in, you got to win. The question I have, and it hangs out there, is, in this scenario, what does win mean? What does it entail? And does anybody really know? By the way, amazing reporting out of Israel. Have friends and family that live there. And you heard from that amazing reporter. It's a bizarre life that it's almost every day that they hear these sirens, yet they remain strong and steadfast in their beliefs, and they take on the world. And this time, we're taking on the world with them. Patrick, something that really is astounding, and it bears repeating, because I heard it the first time and had to hear it again because it was so astounding. The intelligence was so good from us, from the CIA, and from Israel. They believe they took out the most powerful men in Iran in how long, Patrick? How long did it take?
60 seconds. In the first 60 seconds.
No, I laugh. It's not funny, but that's astounding.
It really is. I mean, the precision and the intel. I heard from someone this morning, one of the analysts, that they had hard intel inside
Obviously,
those
people
camps,
in the room,
on the ground, information in the room, or at least real close, because that as soon as that info came out, they took them out very quickly.
And by the way, they vaporized that compound. Vaporized it. Here's the General Kane. Listen to him.
In addition to Admiral Cooper and Fleet Master Chief Compton, I want to highlight a few today. U.S. Army Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Pat Frank, who, along with his team, are fighting the counter-missile and counter-drone fight. United States Navy Central Command Commander Vice Admiral Kurt Renshaw and his team, who are engaged with the Iranian Navy and projecting American naval combat power from the seas. And United States Air Force Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Derek France and his leadership team, who are crushing Iranian targets from the air. I want to highlight the support to the CENTCOM fight from other combatant commands who are directly involved with this effort, to include U.S. Spacecom, U.S. Cybercom, and U.S. EUCOM. I also want to specifically call out United States Transportation Command and U.S. STRATCOM for their contributions to this fight. We cannot project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing without both. And finally, I want to express how deeply thankful I am for the continued service and sacrifice of the entire Joint Force and their families. Their unwavering commitment and dedication are the cornerstones of this effort. So let me start with a few details. First, to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations. So let me talk about the preparation and the planning. On February 28th, the full strength of America's armed forces came together in a unified purpose against a capable and determined adversary. The United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and our reserve components integrated across our combatant commands and began coordinated operations with the Israeli armed forces of an unprecedented scale. As the Secretary laid out, our military objectives are clear. Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves and, together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set.
As we move through the day, folks, we will talk live to another reporter in Tel Aviv. We will talk live to a young man who has been in battle, who has been in a jet, who has dropped bombs, who has planned this sort of mission. We'll also hear from Congressman Chris DeLuzio in the next few minutes. Hang in there, a lot to go, folks.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, "Hey, Siri." Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
When was the last time you watched your home movies? Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, "Have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner." Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
26 and mostly cloudy at 11 o'clock.
CBS News special report. Defense Secretary Hegseth says the war in Iran is not endless, and this morning he paid tribute to the Americans who've been killed.
A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America.
Hegseth said Iran is to blame for the conflict.
The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces.
The defense secretary insisted the U.S. is not seeking to change Iran's regime with the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane.
This operation was highly classified so that at H hour, the enemy would see one thing: speed, surprise, and violence of action.
CBS News.
And lawmakers are expected to vote this week on resolutions to require President Trump to seek congressional approval to use military force. Pennsylvania U.S. Senator John Fetterman's thought on that topic.
Now, have people ever read the War Powers Act? You know, what's required of the president is to provide 48 hours of notification, and then he or she have 60 days, up to 90 days, to withdraw those troops, you know, before Congress approves that. Neither of those have been activated. He did provide that to the Gang of Eight. And there are no American troops on the ground now.
Gas prices are rising, and AAA says conflict with Iran could push them higher in coming weeks. With that story, here's News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush.
The average U.S. price for a gallon of regular gas stands at just under $3 Monday morning. And AAA's Jim Garrity tells KDKA Radio gas prices could rise further if tensions in the Middle East continue.
How much remains to be seen, and what happens next with this situation is also up in the air. You have everything happening overseas at the same time that you have normal seasonal trends, with gasoline going upward this time of the year anyways.
Garrity says it's too early to know for sure, but he recommends that drivers shop around, plan trips carefully, and consider carpooling to save at the pump. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
It's going to be a mostly dry day with the exception of snow well to the south of the city. But looking ahead, National Weather Service meteorologist Mike Kennedy says we could see significant rainfall.
It's just going to be the periodic chances of precipitation and a general warming trend. We could see upwards like 3 inches of rain total by the end of the weekend.
Temperature-wise, Kennedy says we could even reach a record high of 78 on Saturday. A prize-winning ticket worth just under $556,000 in the Money Power Progressive game was purchased in Allegheny County on Saturday. That ticket sold at Shop and Save on Babcock Boulevard in Shaler Township. At this hour on Wall Street, the Dow is now down 164 points at 48,814. The NASDAQ is down 49 points, and the S&P is down 24. KDKA Sports, the Pirates and Rays are playing this afternoon at Bradenton. You can listen to the game on KDKA Radio starting at 1. The news is brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:04. Mostly cloudy skies and 26 now. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanstin.com.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
All right, Marty, what's up is if folks are just about to grab the keys and head out the door for the commute through the late morning, it's really not too tough for you. Just minor delays approaching both the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels on their respective portions of I-376 and elsewhere around the rush hour. Things are moving pretty nicely. Gives us a chance to remind you of some new projects kicking off today. A culvert replacement project in Marion Township, Beaver County, is affecting Pine Run Road. So we have a closure there. Pine Run closed near Venue Drive, and that'll happen through late May. You will have a detour using the replacement, around that replacement work, rather, via Hartzell School Road and Route 588, so do leave extra time to get around that. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, clouds will limit sun with a high of 42, then cloudy, low 31 tonight. Rain arriving late may freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zare, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Premium roofing starts with a team you can count on. Call the Genius Choice in Roofing, Home Genius Exteriors, where you get a dedicated project team with certified installers. Right now, get 50% off roofing materials, plus no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, a different experience. See website for details.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
At the end of the day, folks, it's a war and we're in it, and we have to win it. But what does win it mean? Varying degrees of support depending on the polls, depending on the people you would talk to. Screw the polls. Win, move, go. My man Dave.
Good morning, Marty.
Please, you support this?
Yeah. Yes, I do. I support this. Iran has been in a de facto war with us for the last 40 years, from the Iran hostage crisis to the bombing of the Marine barracks in Lebanon, to all the different terrorism that they have exported over the last 40 years. We have tried to appease them. Multiple presidents over multiple years have tried to appease them, tried the diplomatic route, tried sanctions. None of it has worked. All it did was bought them more time.
What's the end game, brother?
The end game is exactly what's happened. You've taken out their leadership. Now you're going to destroy any semblance of nuclear weapons that they, or productions they have. We're going to go after their ballistic missiles and degrade their stock of any ballistic missiles they have. And we're already destroying also their production facilities for their Shahed suicide drones, which is also going to affect the Russians, because they've been supplying those same drones to Russia to use against Ukraine. So, this is a multi-pronged.
But no one knows the end game. What the
doing.
end is where it ends, and that's my problem. I love Dave. I love where he's coming from. I get what he's saying. But I want to know the end game. What does out mean? What does end mean? Consider what happened in Venezuela. What happened in Venezuela? I don't know. Is that this? I don't know. We are now at war. Big time war. And war is hell, and people die, and Americans die. Congressman Chris DeLuzio joining us live.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Hey, good morning.
At some point, you're going to have to realize he doesn't give a damn about you or the War Powers Act. And I mean the president, sir. He just doesn't, obviously, right?
Well, Marty, I think it's not that complicated. The country decides when we send Americans to fight and bleed, and I'm sure you've been talking about it. There are already 4 dead Americans, which is just horrible for their families and the country. There are other Americans battling wounds. We haven't decided as a country to go fight this war, and I don't think we need to go fight this war right now in this way.
But, I respect and admire you, Chris. I always have. But at the end of the day, my question is valid, sir. He doesn't give a damn what Congress thinks. He doesn't give a damn what you think. As far as he's concerned, the War Powers Act is an impotent gesture of wording on a page, and it doesn't matter. You can kind of argue that, couldn't you, sir? He doesn't care. He ignores you, doesn't he, sir?
Well, the problem there, Marty, our Constitution isn't a suggestion. Our laws aren't suggestions. The American people, we rule ourselves, right? No one rules over us. Our laws matter. And again, let's get to the basic thing, okay? There are a lot of people beating the drum for this war right now.
You're right, sir.
A lot of people in power, a lot of politicians. And I've been posing a simple question that I hope if you have them on, you'll ask them. How many Americans are you willing to see die for this? Because if they can't answer that, they have to shut up about it. And I will tell you, the reason why I asked that.
I hate to stay on this, but it's relevant.
Go ahead, Marty, go ahead.
It's not as if, sir, you can't stop it, my man. The train has left the friggin' station, sir. It just has, right?
Well, I think the Congress can do some things here. I think we can say you can't spend money if we don't say it's worth Americans risking their lives for. We can say you got to withdraw forces if we don't think it's worth Americans risking their lives. And let's be clear about the costs. Already 4 dead, others wounded. 3 F-15s. Those cost $90 to $100 million a pop. Munitions, interceptors.
Hold on, I got to stop you on the F-15.
Firing off to defend other countries, by the way.
Congressman, I got to stop you on the F-15. This is actually fascinating. That was friendly fire, sir. From it sounds like Kuwait. How's that happen, sir?
We'll find out. I think it's something we have to do real oversight on top of everything else, because American pilots there could have lost their lives. I mean, my understanding is they safely ejected, thank God. But this is, we're getting into the basic point. When you send Americans to fight, there are consequences and risks. And again, we already have dead Americans, which is just horrible, horrible. And so there's a reason you don't rush into wars you don't have to fight, Marty. You know this.
Yes, sir.
And that's the job we in Congress have to do. And the American people decide when we send people to war. I think about the difference. My grandpaps both served in the Navy, right, World War II. When our country went to World War II, if you had asked Franklin Roosevelt or Harry Truman how many Americans should risk their lives to win, they'd say as many as it takes to win, because the country decided to be at war. We have not decided to fight this war. I don't think we need to.
What's the end game, sir? I can't put my finger on what the friggin' end game is, Congressman.
Marty, part of the problem is this president and his team have not said what it is. You heard Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, today say, this is not a regime change war, but there's been regime change. They took out the entire leadership, as best we can tell, of this government without a plan for what comes next. And again, I say that not lightly. I say it as a veteran of the war in Iraq, where regime change led to decades of instability, trillions of dollars in precious American blood spilled. I don't want to see another generation go through that.
Completely agree. We spent 20 friggin' years in Afghanistan. And this was the president, sir, that said he was going to be the peace president. Is it not, sir?
You know what? He did say it. And frankly, I think a lot of folks, I've been hearing from fellow veterans and others, who might be, kind of core MAGA people, maybe some of your listeners who heard that from the president and liked what they heard. Because I think we've seen foolish wars in my lifetime. He's betraying that. And I don't care if you're right or left in the politics of this. I don't think you want Americans bleeding and dying unnecessarily. I think that's a patriotic impulse. And Donald Trump, as a candidate, said he wasn't going to go start new wars. I'm losing track of how many countries he bombed at this point.
But, sir, there is really, and I hate to keep beating this drum, but it's actually true. You can't stop paying. He just goes to war, sir. They just drop the damn bombs. You can't do anything. There's a certain sense of helplessness, isn't there? And powerlessness to a Congress that's supposed to have authority.
Well, I think people got to grow a spine in the Congress. We're sent to serve the people who send us. We're sent there to honor our Constitution. We're going to have a vote this week on a War Powers Act vote that says withdraw forces, our Americans, from active war in Iran. I think people in Congress, no matter their party, and I think there are going to be some Republicans joining Democrats to vote for this, ought to do it.
Yeah, but even if you vote for it, sir, he doesn't have to pay attention to that, sir.
Well, Marty, you know that's not how our Constitution works.
I know how he works, brother. Come on, Chris.
Well,
we've been down this
road.
road.
We'll find out.
Huh?
We will find out.
Yes,
and, I'm not naive, but I'm also optimistic about where the American people are. And again, I don't think they want to see Americans go bleed and die in a war we don't have to fight.
Congressman,
that's
you're
the
the best.
basic part of
Appreciate
this.
you, sir.
I don't think we have to fight this war today, Marty.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I am lucky enough to have Ruth Bloom from Tel Aviv. Ruth, how are you?
Hello. Hello. Thank you for having me.
I am so grateful for you calling in. Give our listeners your background so they understand the impressive resume you have and the history you have.
Well, I am a columnist at the Jewish News Syndicate, jns.org. I have a podcast called Israel Undiplomatic with my co-host, Ambassador Mark Regev, who was the Israeli ambassador to Britain. And I also happen to have written a book more than 10 years ago about how Obama was Islamizing the Middle East, finishing the job that Jimmy Carter started. And the book describes the takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Iran by the so-called students who backed the Ayatollah Khomeini.
Ruthie Bloom is in Tel Aviv right now. How often are you hearing the sirens, Ruthie?
Oh, very regularly, although today we heard fewer. Yesterday, I think maybe 20 times I was in the bomb shelter.
20?
Today, only about 5. I lost count already. I have to say that it's an amazing thing to know that despite the sirens and the bomb shelters, most Israelis are so supportive of this action. There's actually a mood of elation, and it is the Jewish holiday of Purim, where it's exactly the story of Jewish survival and thriving from ancient Persia. So it's really a perfect analogy.
Ruthie, 20 times in a friggin' bomb shelter, that becomes passé to you, doesn't it? Almost like scratching an itch, right? I mean, it's that common, isn't it?
Yeah, in a way, but I got to tell you, unfortunately, it's been common. Now, I'm originally from the United States. Yes. I grew up in New York. I moved to Israel 48 years ago. And in all that time, and I raised 4 kids here.
Wow.
I have been through so many wars and terrorist attacks and all that, and sealed rooms. I mean, the Gulf War, we had gas masks because we thought that Saddam had chemical weapons. And I mean, I've been through it all. And there was the first Intifada and the second Intifada. Wow. Buses were blowing up, and I'm, and all my kids served in the military, and one of my kids was in every war, and in Lebanon and in Gaza more than once, and spent most of this last war in Gaza as a reservist at nearly 40 years old. Okay. So we've been through it all, but I will say one thing. First of all, everybody in the bomb shelters, wherever they are having a great time because their spirits are high. And so they're getting to know their neighbors, or right now in bomb shelters that are, let's say, in underground parking lots, let's say under the mall, people are actually reading the Book of Esther. That's traditional on this holiday. And singing, dancing. It's kind of a weird dichotomy.
No, what your observation is beautiful, because one of our neighbors, he's 15, he just started high school over there, and he's playing Xbox in a bomb shelter and messing around with his buddies. It's bizarre for us in the United States to comprehend that, Ruthie.
It is bizarre, But it's beautiful. It's what's beautiful about Israel. Alongside wars and terrorism, all we do is flourish. And in fact, the stock market was soaring today. I can tell you, in the middle of all this, the economy strengthened. And as I say, all this, I mean that on October 7th, 2023, we suffered the greatest trauma maybe since the establishment of the state in 1948. And nevertheless, with hostages in Gaza and soldiers getting killed and all of this awful stuff, there still were, exits and high tech, and it's really extraordinary.
Ruthie, are Israelis looking for regime change here?
Definitely. Yes. Mainly because, I'll tell you, it's not that Israelis want regime change because Israelis care about other countries' regimes.
Right.
In this case, though, first of all, Iran, I don't want to call it Iran. The Islamic Republic, let's call it that, because the Iranians don't deserve to be lumped together with that evil regime.
Good for you.
The Islamic Republic has vowed to wipe Israel off the map. It calls America the Great Satan. And the point is, nuclear weapons or any weapons in the hands of those evil mullahs are a danger to the whole world, and certainly to Israel, but not just to Israel. And we're seeing now, look, they are now bombing all their Arab neighbors as well, okay, including the United Arab Emirates. And so the point is, what we need is a regime that is not about that its whole, let's say, reason for being is not to be jihadists.
Ruthie Bloom, you're amazing, absolutely amazing. Thank you, Ruthie.
Well, thank you so much.
Amazing. What I find fascinating is what would be terrifying to us. To them is everyday life. It's absolutely fascinating. 20 times in a bomb shelter yesterday, and they're playing video games and dancing. Think about it. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser, my friend Ellen. Sorry for the delay. What's up?
Oh, no, what's up is, Marty, we have some sluggish traffic getting up onto the outbound lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge. No accidents reportedly in your way, just some congestion for you at that merge point coming from the Fort Duquesne Bridge or from I-376, the city side in that bathtub section of the city. That's our heaviest delay right now. Does give me a chance to pop over to the construction file. We're kicking off today a long-term lane restriction, and this is in Raccoon Township, Beaver County on Route 18 Frankfurt Road. It's a long-term single-lane construction zone restriction that'll be controlled by temporary traffic signals, and that'll be on the Route 18 bridge located between Upper Service Road and Service Church Road. Crews will be doing work there through mid-April. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Folks, appliances are big purchases. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance, family owned since 1960. Megan, Tracy, the entire Voss team are experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. They take the guesswork of shopping and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Having knowledgeable people on your side that you can trust matters. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed. Had a close friend call me last night. True story. Just retired. Her husband is having dementia issues. Is worried about $15,000 a month for care, which is what it could cost. Immediately sent her to Julian Gray. She called me crying. He was so good. He was so thorough. Set up an estate plan. Protect her assets. Take care of her husband. GrayElderLaw.com. GrayElderLaw.com. The best. Tootie Mechanical Systems, Pittsburgh's HVAC, plumbing, and electric leaders, is a family business that I truly admire. The Tootie culture is built on ethics, service, and making a difference in our community. Tootie Mechanical Systems, they're the people you want working in your home.
From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in store and online. Staples, that was easy.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I hope you folks understand I was not disrespecting Congressman Chris DeLuzio. I would never do that. He's a fantastic man. Military academy, father, served in war, has been honored and decorated for his service to his country. Not my point. My point is they have no Jews. They have no Jews. I mean, doesn't mean squat. They can vote on whatever the hell they want to vote on, but folks, the fact is the train is rolling down the tracks. There is no way that train is stopping. It just won't happen. It can't happen. There's no way that happens. And by the way, it's not just Trump. Bush did it. Come on, man. Obama did it. They all have done it. This notion that somehow they're supposed to convene Congress and debate whether or not to bomb the hell out of Iran is passé. I'm not suggesting that that's not what's written on paper. What I'm suggesting is it ain't happening. And the War Powers Act gives the president 48 hours to notify Congress, which he did, has 90 days to pull troops out without congressional approval. After 90 days, Congress has a say-so in what happens. My man, that may, excuse me, I'm stuttering today. I'm so excited about all this. That may be on paper, but in reality, there is no president pulling troops out of this war anytime soon. And there's no Congress that can control that, sir. It's kind of where we're at. Let's accept that and understand that and go from there. Again, it hangs out there for me, and DeLuzio brought this up, the congressman. What is the end game? What are we trying to do here? And how many Americans, as Chris suggested, will die in the process? That's horrific and tragic that one American would die. But the support for this in Iran is overwhelming. And in Israel, listen to the sound from a party going on in a bomb shelter in Israel right now. Listen. Patrick, it's a full-on party.
Yeah, this is part of a Shabbat service. So they're the religious services Saturday morning.
And they're in a shelter, obviously. And they're full, flat out singing and dancing. 20 sirens going off in a day.
Communities coming together.
Flat out. And once again, the 15-year-old from our neighborhood was playing Xbox in one of those shelters. And that kid's from Lebo.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
26 with mostly cloudy skies at 11:30.
CBS News special report, Iran airstrikes day 3.
This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. President Trump's been posting on social media. White House correspondent Weijia Jiang on what he had to say.
He said that it is the U.S.'s responsibility to do something about Iran's threat to the world, saying that we are the greatest power.
Trump's presiding over a Medal of Honor ceremony in the White House this hour. If he addresses the Iran airstrikes, we will, of course, share that. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dan Kane briefed reporters about the firepower raining down on the Islamic Republic. Here's CBS's Charlie Daggett.
He specifically talked about Space Force and cyber, knocking out Iran's ability to see what was coming at them. He then specifically mentioned Tomahawk cruise missiles, among the biggest munitions that will be fired from this particular region.
4 Americans dead, more than 500 Iranians. CBS News special report. I'm Vicki Barker.
And I'm Paul Rasmussen. Jewish leaders in Pittsburgh are stepping up security and vigilance with tensions rising overseas. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has details.
Sean Brokos, Community Security Director for the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh, tells KDKA Radio the Federation isn't aware of any direct threats locally. Still, security has been increased as families prepare to celebrate the Jewish holiday of Purim.
We have asked our local police departments to provide an increased police presence and just be mindful of the fact that the holiday begins today at sundown and ends tomorrow night at sundown. And with that, you will see an increased amount of gatherings, pedestrians, and members of the Jewish community who are out and about.
Brokos says the community has been on high alert since the 2018 synagogue shooting, and leaders felt something like this could happen. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
At this hour on Wall Street, the Dow is down 256 points at 48,722. The Nasdaq down 62, and the S&P is now down 30 points. KDKA Radio News Time 11:32. Our next update at noon on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. James from Lower Borough was so happy with the roof work NASCO did in his home that he had them do his mother's roof as well. James loved NASCO's quality work and appreciated NASCO working with his insurance company to get everything approved. NASCO has satisfied thousands like James. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO. Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200. Food insecurity is still a reality in our community. 1 in 8 neighbors struggles to put food on the table, and many are seniors. That's why MediConnect is partnering with KDKA Radio to help feed the need right here in our community. MediConnect also helps seniors understand their Medicare options. If you're turning 65 or reviewing coverage, their local experts provide trusted one-on-one guidance at no cost. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Insurance.com. Love them.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
Marty, as we were getting reports of an accident on the Parkway North I-279 as you head southbound, and this would be as you are trying to make your way between the Venture Street and East Street off-ramp. So we've been scouring that area with the PennDOT cameras, and we aren't seeing any delays. So if it is indeed there, it is not impeding your commute, which is, of course, good news. 28 southbound is moving nicely past the 40th and 31st Street bridges. You are finding some slow-go traffic getting up onto the outbound lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge right now, coming across from both the Fort Duquesne Bridge and also as you travel along 376 in the bathtub section of the city, you'll find delays that greet you after you pass that Grant Street on-ramp and off-ramp heading toward the Fort Pitt Bridge. Inbound on the Parkway West, your slow-go at the Banksville on-ramp. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, clouds will limit sun with a high of 42, then cloudy, low 31 tonight. Rain arriving late may freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, here we go. Monday, starting the week off right. I will catch you all the way until 6 o'clock, but just after Pirate Baseball is when we'll get going. Colin Dunlap right here.
All right. We're at war. Duh. All right, for context here, and I think it's important that we have context. As I told you, I am not taking a side. I'm just not. We're in, man. And when you're in, you got to win. And you got to win fast. You got to be... If I'm going to make an opinion, it's my belief that the will and the force of America is obvious. And I think whether it's perception or reality, then reality becomes perception, right? We're showing great force and great might and great decisiveness. Now, Congressman DeLuzio would disagree, suggesting that we should not be doing this. We should not have Americans involved, and Congress should have the power to pull the trigger here. Senator Dave McCormick, good morning, sir. Thank you for popping in. Your take, sir. Jump in.
Hey, Marty. How you doing?
Great, sir. Should we be able to use the War Powers Act to tell the president when to start or stop an engagement like this one, sir?
Well, first, Marty, thanks for having me, and I want to start everything. It's about 35 years ago to the day that I was in Iraq for the first Gulf War, and when I read about these 4 service members that lost their lives, just praying for their families, and just I think we can all agree on our prayers and thoughts are with the people that are putting their lives on the line for all of us, the men and women. So I want to start with that. I think on what's happening here, I think the president is absolutely acting within his constitutional authority. And you know, you don't have to believe me on this. This is what every president has said for the last 50 years. So when President Clinton bombed Kosovo at length, he said that this was within his constitutional authority. When President Obama took military action in Libya, he said it was in his constitutional authority.
Same thing.
And that's the case with President Trump. Under the War Powers Act, he has to notify the Congress. His team did that. And then he has 90 days before he has further requirements. There'll be a briefing tomorrow of the members of the House and the members of the Senate. And, the bottom line here is that Iran is an imminent threat to the United States. And if you want to put that in context, there's no country in the world that's killed more Americans over the last 2 decades than Iran. It's got blood on its hands. It's got a missile force that bombs, allies in the region and American bases regularly. And it's been the biggest sponsor of state terrorism in modern times. So that's the logic for this, and the president has the full authority to do it.
Senator Dave McCormick, the wording I heard was that the belief was that Iran was building a conventional defense system so that we could not penetrate their ability to launch a nuke. Are you hearing that same thing, sir?
Well, two things. It has a remarkable missile manufacturing capability. So they have huge missile capability. They have missile launchers. They have manufacturing facilities. They were making 100 missiles a month when the ability of Israel and the United States and others to have interceptors at that same pace it can't keep up. And, I was on a call with Secretary Rubio, I guess the day before last. There's also evidence that despite what they said, that they were taking efforts to restart their nuclear program following the strikes under Midnight Hammer that Israel and the United States had done. So those are two important things. The third thing, they are the biggest supplier of missiles and drones to bad actors around the world. So they sold 57 or gave 57,000 drones to Russia.
Wow.
So when you see those horrible attacks on Ukraine and the vast death and destruction there, Iran had a hand in that. They're also the biggest exporter of oil. 80% of their oil goes to China. So these guys are bad actors and have American blood on their hands. And Trump, to his credit, in my opinion, President Trump gave them every opportunity for an off-ramp. And so for those who say there should have been more negotiations, there's been negotiations for 10 years. President Trump gave them ample opportunity to say they would get rid of their missile program and adhere to their promises of not having a nuclear capability, and they simply failed to do that. And along the way, this isn't the only reason I think the president decided to do what he did, but along the way they killed 32,000 of their own people who were protesting on the streets. So this is an evil regime, and there was certainly the president had the constitutional authority to take action.
Senator McCormick, what hangs out there for me, sir, is this a regime change or take out those in power and work with the new regime in power, sir? Do you know?
Yeah, unclear. I think it could be either,
yes,
to be honest with you. The attacks took out a lot of the leadership. It's like our National Security Council was sitting in a room and got blown up.
Yes.
So there's some question of whether it'll be some version of the current regime with new leadership that will be much more willing to stop its terrible terrorist ways, or whether it's an entire regime change. And the president said time and again, this is the moment for the Iranian people to step up and determine their future. This is their destiny is in their hands at this point, and I think America is going to help. But Marty, I'm going to have to drop in a minute, but I want to leave you with a thought because I bet you share this. So I lived in Pittsburgh at the time. 9/11 happened in 2002. I wrote an op-ed for the Los Angeles Times, and it was like, man, we got to go. Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. We got to go get Saddam Hussein. The title of the op-ed for the LA Times was "Let's Roll Against Saddam Hussein." I mean, it was like Toby Keith. We got to go.
Yes, sir.
I have that framed on my desk because what came after that was 20 years of destruction, death, 5,000 Americans killed in action, trillions of dollars of spending. It was a disaster.
It was.
And I was a 35-year-old man saying, we've got to go do this. So the reason I say that is I got a lot of humility about what comes next. I think America has been scarred by those 20 years. So I think using our force carefully, selectively, strategically, peace through strength, this is what this is. This is a bad actor that was jeopardizing America and American lives. But that's very different than saying you're going to go fix Iran.
So you wouldn't support a protracted war with boots on the ground, sir?
I would not, and I don't think President Trump has any intention of that. And I'm a much humbler man, and much more careful now about how we would engage and put American troops on the ground. And I think the president has those same instincts, and I think many Americans do. So I hope your listeners won't get confused between this action, which I think the president has taken with very specific military goals, with the idea of a protracted war. I don't think there's any appetite for a protracted war.
Senator McCormick, can't be more grateful, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, Marty.
I love the man. I absolutely love the man. You know why? Because of that. He never backs down, and he always responds. Very, very, very rare. Extremely rare. Unheard of. No, DeLuzio's the same. With all due respect, he is. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty? It's pretty smooth sailing as you head out and about right now. If you do have to grab the keys and head out the door, not too many delays in your way. We do want to remind you of a new project kicking off during the overnights. Starting tonight, weather permitting, on the Parkway East. You could find lane restrictions in each direction on 376 between the Squirrel Hill tunnels and the Edgewood Swissvale exits. This will be happening 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Monday through Thursday nights this week. So do watch out for the traffic shifts around that. Of course, all part of the massive Commercial Street Bridge replacement project is this overnight work. So plan accordingly. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for: their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast. We always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
This weather has me outside looking at this bay window we have in front of our house. All right? And then I put my hands on the inside, and I feel that draft. You been there? You done that? Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Now's the time to go right at this amazing opportunity with Universal Windows Direct. So, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. How about this? 0% interest for 36 months. How about this? $500 off your home improvement project when you schedule this month. Folks, you cannot beat this. 412-545-6003. 412-545-6003. They're comfortable. They're energy efficient. They have this really cool space saver technology. And by the way, they will give you a free in-home estimate. UniversalWindowsDirect.com. Trump live at the White House.
So before we begin this important ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out, and then they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever Somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing. Boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. And we also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. President Trump, speaking from the White House, I want you to hang for about 5 minutes. You're going to hear from a fighter pilot who was engaged in battle, who dropped bombs during the Gulf War. You're going to hear about the mindset. Is there politics? How do they train? How do they prepare mentally and physically for the possibility of dying? You're going to hear what these young men go through when they prepare for war, because they're at war right now. You're going to hear what it's like for his family at home, wife and kids. It's a riveting story, and he's my cousin. And I'm damn proud to hear his story because it's compelling as hell. I remember seeing videos, quite frankly, sent to me during the Gulf War of bomb drops, and it was riveting. Don't miss this, folks. Coming up, 5 minutes. Hang in there.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin.
With Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. You ever wait way too long for a haircut and finally get one and think, why didn't I do that months ago?
Oh, yeah. Suddenly you're walking taller, smiling bigger, and feeling like a new person.
That's exactly what it feels like when you finally replace that old roof or deck. You don't realize how bad it looked or how much better it could be until it's done.
And when it is, your whole house feels fresh again.
Give your home that clean-cut confidence with a new deck, roof, or siding project.
Call the Cousins.
Call the Cousins. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples. That was easy. Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
You've probably seen it on local real estate shows or in the classifieds. A home is for sale, and the listing boasts about having a petite bathroom or a petite kitchen. Hi, this is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich.
It's gratifying and most humbling to know that long ago, the Petite brand became a status symbol in Western Pennsylvania. Whether you prefer a traditional or very contemporary design, upgrading your kitchen or bathroom the Petite way adds value and makes your home more desirable.
For over 50 years, we've helped thousands of satisfied customers make their kitchen or bathroom dreams come true. We invite you to visit our showroom at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center or call us at 412-279-2222.
You'll see great ways to create the kitchen or bathroom that fits your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
28, mostly cloudy skies at 12 o'clock.
CBS News special report. The U.S. and Israel have carried out more strikes in Iran. U.S. officials insist the war will not be endless. Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane.
Operation Epic Fury stands as a reminder of what the United States military uniquely delivers. The ability to project power on a global scale with speed, surprise, precision, and overwhelming force when and where our nation requires it.
Tehran has carried out counterattacks. CBS News contributor H.R. McMaster is a former Trump chief of staff.
What they'll do is continue to attack U.S. bases. They're attacking civilian targets in Israel and 6 other countries in the region. You'll see them try to shut down shipping. I think you're going to see them try to activate terrorist cells internationally.
The Pentagon reports 4 American deaths in the fighting. CBS News special report. I'm Steve Kathan.
And I'm Paul Rasmussen. Congressman Chris DeLuzio says the president should have made his case to America before attacking Iran. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
DeLuzio says Congress can still speak up.
Well, I think the Congress can do some things here. I think we can say you can't spend money. If we don't say it's worth Americans risking their lives for, we can say you got to withdraw forces if we don't think it's worth Americans risking their lives.
He told KDK's Marty Griffin the end game is not clear.
They took out the entire leadership, as best we can tell, this government without a plan for what comes next.
DeLuzio says the Constitution is not a suggestion. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Also, Senator Dave McCormick told Marty Griffin the president acted within his powers.
Under the War Powers Act, he has to notify the Congress. His team did that. And then he has 90 days before he has further requirements.
He says House and Senate members will be given a briefing on the Iranian situation tomorrow. The war in the Mideast is sending oil prices up more than 8%. European natural gas futures are spiking 42%. That is in the wake of a shutdown of a major supplier due to the fighting. And gas prices are rising. AAA says the conflict with Iran could push them higher in coming weeks. With that story, News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush.
The average U.S. price for a gallon of regular gas stands at just under $3 Monday morning. And AAA's Jim Garrity tells KDKA Radio gas prices could rise further if tensions in the Middle East continue.
How much remains to be seen, and what happens next with this situation is also up in the air. You have everything happening overseas at the same time that you have normal seasonal trends, with gasoline going upward this time of the year anyways.
Garrity says it's too early to know for sure, but he recommends that drivers shop around, plan trips carefully, and consider carpooling to save at the pump. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the markets are bouncing back after opening down. Right now, the Dow is down 65 points now, and the NASDAQ is ahead by 70 points. The S&P down about 1.5 points. It's going to be a warm and wet week. National Weather Service meteorologist Mike Kennedy was Larry's guest on the Big K Morning Show.
Yeah, we're forecasting by Saturday up at the airport downtown 78.
78?
Yeah, that's what we have in the forecast now.
Kennedy says total rainfall this week, by the way, could reach 3 inches. KDKA Sports, the Pirates and Rays play this afternoon in Bradenton. You can listen to the game in a little less than an hour here on KDKA Radio. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time 12:03. It's 28 and mostly cloudy in Pittsburgh with the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a Best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Looking for the best of New Orleans? Let AAA take you to the heart of the Big Easy September 7th through the 11th, 2026. Enjoy round-trip air from Pittsburgh, 4 nights right on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, and unforgettable experiences, including the New Orleans School of Cooking, Mardi Gras World, the National World War II Museum, a Louisiana Swamp Boat Tour, Laura Plantation, and a jazz dinner cruise, plus 8 delicious meals and more, all starting at $2,865 per person, double occupancy. Space is limited. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey folks, it's Marty. In my Get Marty segments, I hear from people all the time that have issues with debt. Check this out. If you're having problems with your debt, my friend Harold Shepley can help you right now.
Absolutely. We are a full-service debt relief law firm. We can help you negotiate your debt so you can avoid bankruptcy, or we can file bankruptcy if that's what's necessary for you and your family.
And the truth is, my man, it's not a hopeless situation.
Absolutely not. We're here to get people back on their feet.
I've seen them win, case after case after case. ShepleyLaw.com.
Wintertime, freezing temperatures, busted pipes. Man, that's terrible. And when that pipe breaks, damage spreads fast. It's terrible. That's when you call Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Yep. 24/7, 365. Residential and commercial water damage emergencies. Stopping that damage, cleaning up the mess, getting your property back to normal and fast. When winter hits hard, demand that yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Call 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, clouds will limit sun with a high of 42, then cloudy, low 31 tonight. Rain arriving late may freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zare, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See our weekend features. Celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori, March 6 through 8, and HGTV celebrity host Ty Pennington from the hit shows Rock the Block and Battle on the Beach, March 14 and 15. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
And now for a business news update from the Pittsburgh Business Times. I'm managing editor Mike Larson. Mark Cuban will headline an AI pitch competition on the eve of the NFL Draft. Powering the Future of Sport, a Draft Week showcase, will be held on April 21st at the recently opened Robotics Innovation Center at Hazelwood Green. The showcase will include the $1.25 million Forge AI Prize, which is a national startup competition that's coordinated by Carnegie Mellon University's Swartz Center for Entrepreneurship and the AI Strike Team. Judges for the event will include Shark Tank investor and Pittsburgh native Mark Cuban and Dick's Sporting Goods executive chairman Ed Stack. Also, the top Pittsburgh executive at the region's 5th largest bank is stepping down. Mark Rendulic has led Citizens Financial Group Western Pennsylvania market since 2019. He announced that he's retiring after a 40-year career in financial services that spanned National City, First Niagara Financial, and Key Bank. He thanks Citizens for the opportunity to, quote, be a part of their incredible journey on LinkedIn. For more on these stories and other local business news, log on to PittsburghBusinessTimes.com. I'm Mike Larson.
From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in store and online. Staples, that was easy.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I think about all the pilots engaged in battle right now in Iran and in the Middle East. I think about the pilots shut down over Kuwait, friendly fire, 3 of them. They're okay, but lost their jets. I think about my cousin Rick. We've been close since we were little kids and have followed each other's career and have maintained a very close relationship. He has been in battle in the Gulf War. I flew the A-10 Warthog. Check this out. This is a badass aircraft. During the Gulf War, flew over 8,100 sorties with 95.7 mission-capable rate. Dominated. Destroyed over 1,000 tanks, 2,000 vehicles, 1,200 artillery pieces. Wow. Launched 90% of the AMG-65 Maverick missiles. Despite being in intense anti-aircraft environments, the A-10 demonstrated extreme capability. A-10 pilots even had aerial kills. My cousin Ricky Griffin joins me this afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm good, Marty. How you been?
When we go to war like this, do you relive the moments when you were in battle, sir?
Yeah, it's a little different nowadays. It was 30-some years ago, but yes, to answer your question, I definitely relive the moments those guys were suiting up, strapping on the airplane, and taking off and headed that way.
Hey, Rick.
Air refueling and all that.
Let's be blunt. You never, and pilots never take a side politically. You do your damn job, don't you, sir?
Right. I mean, yeah, you can't. No, there's no politics involved at all. I mean, you're given a mission, you're given an airplane, you're given a target, and you go, and that is your mission, is to destroy that target and come home safely and do it again another day.
And for a mission like this, sir, do pilots, are they afraid? Do they like this? Kind of give me the buzz. Kind of give me get in their head for me.
Well, my analogy, Marty, is you played sports in high school,
yep.
And so did I. Wrestled and went to state tournaments, and the adrenaline. I mean, there's nothing like it. Are you scared? Yeah, just like any event that you're doing by yourself. Even though there's a few of you together, not in the same airplane, but in a formation, doing the same job, and it's all quiet, but everybody has a job to do. You're still the adrenaline. The fear factor is there for sure, but your concentration level is so high. It's you can't even imagine the adrenaline and the concentration and how you have to focus to get that mission done and come home, like I said, and to do it again.
Rick Griffin,
these guys are professionals.
Rick Griffin, who had an amazing Air Force career. When you were in battle, were you ever in danger?
Oh, yeah. I was shot at many times. And we have, back then, A-10 is it's a close air support type aircraft mission where we're talking to troops on the ground and they're engaged in battle. And we're trying to not hit them, obviously, wow. and hit the guys that they're engaged with to help them. And you can watch YouTube. I mean, now you can see that, on YouTube what the troops talking to the guys did. Of course, back in the 90s, we didn't have, nothing was on video,
That's not true. But, that's not true because I saw some of the videos, my man.
Well, that's true, but I'm talking, it's not like it was exposed on YouTube.
Not like it is now. So Rick, are you in there alone in the Warthog?
Oh, yeah. It's just me and a big Gatling gun.
Yeah. So there is no co-pilot.
No.
No, it's just you.
There are fighter jets that have a lot of Navy guys. They have Wizzos in the back that are weapons officers, and the pilot flies the airplane and they designate the target.
Hey, Cuz, how would you prepare in terms of training for a mission? Let's say a bombing run. How would you prepare?
Well, I mean, that's what we do. That's all we do is prepare. And you hope that you never have to go and employ and drop, in anger, as we say. But
yes.
It's like any sport. You practice, then you have the game. We practice and hoping that there is no game, but that's just not the way it is. And when you prepare, you're actually preparing. I'm sure these fellas that went out there and dropped on here on Sunday, they went over it and over it and over it for weeks before this happened.
Hey, Cuz, I'm going to ask you to fill in the blanks on something that maybe you can't, but it has me a bit confused. In general terms, how does friendly fire happen, sir?
Miscommunication.
I see.
Misidentification.
I see.
It does happen,
obviously.
unfortunately.
And I mean, to lose 3 jets in one time in Kuwait, someone effed up pretty bad, right?
Well, I'll be honest, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, Cuz. Are you blown away by what's called epic fury? Are you blown away by the magnitude of the power of the American military today, sir?
Absolutely, yes. It has grown. I didn't think, I'll be honest with you, Marty, I didn't think it was where we were this coordinated and the efforts and the fact that we're clandestine and nobody, the news doesn't get a hold of it.
It's true.
It's great. It's great for us, for the men and women that are dropping and in harm's way. The element of surprise is so important for those people.
Hey, Cuz,
yeah.
You got to feel patriotic about this stuff, right? Right?
Well, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, anytime that, we're called to duty and they do their job and it's done effectively with minimal casualties, then yes, very patriotic.
Not to age you, my man, but did they retire that old ass plane you used to fly?
No, they actually still have them, but they're thinking about it.
Let's be blunt, though. That's a badass plane, and they kept it around because it's a badass plane, right?
Yeah, it did a great job in '91 during the Gulf War, I have to say. And it was a perfect platform for that type of environment. More of a low threat. We came in from altitude, and we were able to employ and loiter and refuel and come back. I mean, I flew three missions a day, 12, 14-hour days.
Did you lose any friends?
Yeah, Steve Phillips. I don't know if there's any 8-10 guys listening, but he was a great dude. His wingman was shot down, and he was looking for him.
Wow.
And his wingman was fine, made it out. He was a POW for a while, but SIF went in looking for him, and he got shot down and killed. And then we had one another young fella. The last day of the war, he crashed on landing. Wow. He passed away, and then I had a roommate, Dale Storr, who was a POW for a while. We got him back though.
That being said, and not diminishing that, of course, is it worth it, sir?
Is it worth it to go to war?
Yes.
That's a loaded question, Marty.
Yes, sir. It's okay.
I mean, we did our job.
That's right.
And we were asked to do it, and we did it, and we did it, the best of our ability. Whether it's worth it or not, I mean, only time will tell.
His father, who I love dearly, was like a second father to me, quite frankly. That's why Rick and I are so close. My Uncle Mike actually is the inspiration for Ricky's career and for his son's careers. They're both pilots. And has my son even thinking about it? Do your sons being pilots, do they have that itch, sir? Do they want to serve like Dad did?
I think they did. One of them did.
Yeah.
And Brock, but he... I think Mama squelched that pretty quick. I'll be honest with you. She didn't want her boys going off to
war,
put them in harm's way. I'll be honest.
Yes, sir. God bless you, my man. It's a hell of a story. I love you, and I miss you. And we're honored to be around someone who served, and your commitment and dedication to both America, your family, and your sons has been stupendous. Thanks, my man.
Thanks, Marty. Keep doing great work.
My cuz, Rick Griffin. Love him. Love him like a brother.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/appliance delivery for more details.
I know 2 women that both graduated from CCAC with nursing degrees have no debt. No debt. Folks, right now, CCAC is ready for spring semester classes. 130 different programs. My daughter's best friend transferred 2 full years of credits from CCAC with $2,000 in debt. That's it. Folks, it's the place to go for 130 programs. CCAC rocks. They get it.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
So we had the warm-a-thon. 2D Mechanical gave away to someone in need a $6,000 to $8,000 furnace free. And that's just the start of it. Bob 2D Mechanical, his people, and I've known Bob since high school, have given away 400 plus free furnaces. Folks, that's greatness. That's a company you want. That's a company you can trust. 412-771-4100, 2D Mechanical.
Larry Older here. You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like that of Sandra. She tells us, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on the radio for a couple of years, and I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping my back pain. I know the feeling. With a 3-week quick start, she said, I went for it. Now I feel like a new person. That's Sandra's own words, and it's so gratifying to hear. I've told you about my brother Kirk, having difficulty going up and down the stairs in the morning. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him to take Relief Factor. He finally did. Began moving better, feeling stronger. Too bad he didn't listen earlier. Try it for yourself. The 3-week quick start. And see how Relief Factor could be your game changer, too. It is only $19.95. Think about it. Do the math. Less than $1 a day. So, call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com, all one word, relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
UPMC, life-saving, life-changing information every single day. UPMC.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. James from Lower Borough was so happy with the roof work NASCO did in his home that he had them do his mother's roof as well. James loved NASCO's quality work and appreciated NASCO working with his insurance company to get everything approved. NASCO has satisfied thousands like James. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I find time spent with my cousin to be fascinating. And the courage they display And the stories he tells about, he lost friends, man. I am not an expert in any of this stuff. And we grew up together, and I never took his service for granted, nor did I take his father's service for granted. I think his dad, my Uncle Mike, I think he was a major in the Air Force. And the fact is that Ricky is a true patriot. I think he has 8 kids. I think he does. He has an insanely cool family. He has an amazing wife. They live on a massive piece of property outside of Atlanta. And I loved my uncle so much, my Uncle Mike, his father. And they moved south, my uncle did, from the South Hills. And my uncle served in the military, my cousin. So we go down to Atlanta to see my uncle because I wanted my son, Vince, to be around that. I just did. My Uncle Mike was a unique individual and filled the room with his personality. And I wanted him to be around Ricky's big family. So we stayed at their house. I think they have 8 kids, maybe 9. And then his family's so loyal that the kids that got married moved into the house. It's crazy, like the Waltons. And their commitment to family and their commitment to work ethic and values is astounding. And I remember when Ricky was flying the A-10 during the Gulf War, and there was flak blowing up right around him, and he could have been killed any day. He said, I serve my country, man. I'm here. I'm serving America. And he would do it all over again today. And it's an astounding commitment to this country and his patriotism that I love to death and always have. Oh, way back. We go way back. My man, Nick, go ahead.
Hey, first I'd like to thank your cousin for his service.
Amazing.
And the reason I'm calling in, I have a son who is a graduate, class of 24 Naval Academy.
Oh, wow.
He's currently in flight school.
Oh, wow.
CBS News special report, Iran airstrikes day 3.
This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes.
Defense
He has
Secretary
a little bit of
Pete
time
Hegseth,
before he
President
actually
Trump's been
wins,
posting on social media. White House
this is kind of
correspondent
hitting
Weijia
us
Jiang on what he had to say.
in
He
a
said
weird
that
way.
it is
We
the
have
U.S.'s
beyond that, we have a daughter living in
responsibility to
Manhattan.
do something about Iran's threat to the world, saying that we are the greatest power. Trump's presiding over a Medal of Honor ceremony in the White House this hour. If he addresses the Iran airstrikes, we will, of course, share that. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dan Kane briefed reporters about the firepower raining down on the public. Here's CBS's Charlie Daggett.
He specifically talked about space and cyber.
Okay. We'll take a break, folks. We're right back.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. And one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
Another new year. Hard to believe. Let me help you make this a year to remember in a fabulous way. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Imagine this. It's March, May, July 2026, and you're 20, 40, 60 pounds lighter. You're moving much better. Your clothes are fitting. Your meds are being taken away. Aren't these reasons enough to lose weight in a healthy way? Let me help. Just call me at 1-800-900-THIN. A year to remember 2026.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 30 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Paul Alexander.
CBS News special report, Iran airstrikes day 3.
This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. President Trump's been posting on social media. White House correspondent Weijia Jiang on what he had to say.
He said that it is the U.S.'s responsibility to do something about Iran's threat to the world, saying that we are the greatest power.
Trump's presiding over a Medal of Honor ceremony in the White House this hour. If he addresses the Iran airstrikes, we will, of course, share that. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dan Kane briefed reporters about the firepower raining down on the Islamic Republic. Here's CBS's Charlie Daggett.
He specifically talked about Space Force and cyber, knocking out Iran's ability to see what was coming at them. He then specifically mentioned Tomahawk cruise missiles, among the biggest munitions that will be fired from this particular region.
4 Americans dead, more than 500 Iranians. CBS News special report. I'm Vicki Barker.
First responders are on the scene of a massive fire in Braddock. The 3-alarm fire broke out at a building in the 600 block of Braddock Avenue shortly after 11:30 this morning. So far, no reports of any injuries. Pittsburgh Regional Transit has released a revision of proposed bus route changes. Here's News Radio KDK's Paul Rasmussen.
PRT says the plan, based on feedback from 16,000 people, calls for more frequent service on routes with high ridership, dropping 13 routes and also adding 9 new ones. The number of buses running every 20 minutes would go up from 11 to 18. Routes operated every 30 minutes would increase from 27 to 43. And the agency says weekend service would increase, with the plan calling for more connections to Oakland and Pittsburgh International.
Details about the bus line refresh, including route maps and a schedule of upcoming public meetings, are available at kdkradio.com. It's going to be a mostly dry day with the exception of snow well south of the city. Looking ahead, though, National Weather Service meteorologist Mike Kennedy says we may see some significant rainfall.
It's just going to be the periodic chances of precipitation and a general warming trend. We could see upwards like 3 inches of rain total by the end of the weekend.
Temperature-wise, Kennedy says we could reach a record high of 78 degrees on Saturday. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 16 points, the NASDAQ up 100, the S&P 500 up 5 points. KDK Radio News Time is 12:32. Our next update, 1 o'clock on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
If you want to save money on summer camp for your kids, sign up now.
Yeah, this is the time.
Colette Marquardt, the executive director of the American Camp Association Illinois, says this is the time to take advantage of lower prices. She says you're making an investment in your child's development.
Camp, whether it's day or overnight, is an excellent opportunity for kids to work on their social skills and connect with and make new friends.
I'm Rob Hart.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
'Tis a fine day to be Irish at Oakmont Bakery. They got the patty. Have you had this? That green cake? Delicious. The leprechaun hat. obviously shaped like a leprechaun hat. Lucky Cupcakes has a fine mint chocolate chip cupcake at Oakmont Bakery. Shamrock cookies, cakes, and brownies. And the Lucky Guy, which gingerbread, man. It's absolutely delicious. Look, man, you know I'm in. I'm a zealot. I'm a big, big, big time Oakmont Bakery fan where everything is delicious.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Food insecurity is still a reality in our community. 1 in 8 neighbors struggles to put food on the table, and many are seniors. That's why MediConnect is partnering with KDKA Radio to help feed the need right here in our community. MediConnect also helps seniors understand their Medicare options. If you're turning 65 or reviewing coverage, their local experts provide trusted one-on-one guidance at no cost. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Insurance.com. Love them.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and occasional sunshine with a high of 42 this afternoon, low 31 with clouds tonight. Rain will arrive late and can freeze on surfaces at the start with slippery spots. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one, get one room of carpet clean for free. Unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
All right, here we go. Monday, starting the week off right. I will catch you all the way until 6 o'clock, but just after Pirate Baseball is when we'll get going. Colin Dunlap right here, KDKA.
One of my boys is Jerry Nasseri. We've been friends for, I don't know, Patrick, is it probably 15 years, right?
Yeah.
He's an amazing man from Iran, unbelievably loyal. Talked to us about going back, couldn't go back, worried about being killed, right?
Yeah, it's been a struggle to just see his family back there.
It really has, and he's joyous about this and hoping that the Iranians rise up, quite frankly, and overthrow the government. It's an insanely loyal expatriate population in America. The variation of the numbers is wide from 500 to over 1.5 million. The largest concentration, I'm told, is in Los Angeles and then D.C. and New York. In fact, in Los Angeles, they call them Tehrannians. Get it? Tehran. Here in Pittsburgh, we have a very significant group of Iranians, including Seppi Miller. Seppi, good afternoon. Thanks for doing this for us. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Hey, Seppi, give some context. My friend Jerry Nasseri is joyful, apprehensive, worried, so many different emotions. Are you feeling the same thing?
Absolutely. And, you know, we just want people to understand that this is not just about politics. It's about the Iranian people. It's the people inside Iran and those of us outside of Iran. We all want the same thing: freedom, stability, and the future filled with opportunity. This is really what we're just asking for: basic rights.
This is what you want, what you're seeing in the streets. Is that accurate, Seppi?
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
Absolutely. Of course. You know, before the shutdowns, I spoke to many people inside Iran. The overwhelming feeling is hope. Hope for prosperity, hope for a new system, hope for democracy. Despite the fear and the retaliation we're seeing from the Islamic Republic, many of us truly believe this is it for the regime. This is the last chapter.
Well, Seppi, how the hell could anybody like yourself sit here without feeling horror and grief to know that they slaughtered 30,000 people, I think, in a couple of days? I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
It's awful. It's awful. You know, we see it, and it's not just for the Iranian people, you know, it's for the whole world. The Islamic regime hasn't just affected Iran itself, but again, the entire world. I mean, look at Lebanon, look at Syria. These are all happening because of this regime.
Give us your background.
So I was born in Iran, and we left Iran right after the Islamic Revolution. My aunt at 15 was at night writing something about the Islamic regime. She was taken to Evin prison and at 15 executed. 7 months later, my uncle was hung. And once you have executions in the family, they come after everyone. My dad, during Shah, worked for Johnson & Johnson, and he was able to forge his visa and say we're going on vacation, and didn't tell us anything. And we basically left to Germany. And the second we got to Germany, he filed for asylum, and we became political refugees.
How old were you?
I was, it was right in the middle of kindergarten, so 6 years old.
It's unbelievable. Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing you remember it as if it was yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I can tell you that even to this day, I'm 48 now. When there's lightning happening, it's just I become very tense. It reminds me of the bombing in Iran during the. It was right after the revolution, where the Iraq-Iran war, and feeling the bombing, hearing the bombing, and having to go in the mountains and hide. Yeah, it's definitely, of course, you couldn't forget that.
Seppi, so I ask everybody the same thing. I asked my buddy Jerry Nasseri the same thing. You want a regime change, do you not?
Of course. You know, we want stability. We want, people are just tired of isolation, economic hardship, repression. The Iranians just want to connect back with the world. They want jobs, they want investments, they want speak freely without any fear.
Do you think the people of Iran are capable of organizing, rising up, and overthrowing this government?
I mean, they have, and it's unfortunate because this government, you know, they have everything. The people are coming out peacefully. They're being shot. They're being taken away, and now they're showing that they're taking the prisoners from Evin. Now they're taking them to the bases and using them as human shields.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
This was the most recent news coming in from Iran.
My next question, Seppi, do you have communication with folks in Iran?
I did right after, within this past couple weeks, a little bit, we were able to communicate. I have cousins, aunts, uncles.
How, Seppi? How do you do that? How do you do that?
It's through WhatsApp. and actually Instagram. We were able to do FaceTime through Instagram.
Do they have the leadership, either out of country or in country, to set up a democracy?
So right now, Reza Pahlavi is our unifying figure, which, you know, he wants peaceful, organized path towards democracy.
What's happening today in Iran that you hear?
As I said, the most recent is the people that are coming into the streets are still, the chaos is there. They're celebrating. It's incredible the strength the Iranian people have in Iran, and they've had enough. And you could see that this is it. This is a revolution against the Islamic Republic.
You had the courage, and I mean this. It takes courage to organize a protest of the magnitude that you pulled off yesterday in Pittsburgh, because there are people that hate Iranians. Does that scare you at all?
It's not. I don't think anyone hates Iranians. I think it's the regime and the ones that do hate Iranians. They don't know who Iranians are, and I don't know. I mean, everyone that I've met, they love our culture. They love us. So it's really the regime that they hate, and it's what they see on TV, of course.
Seppi Miller, who's an entrepreneur, she's a refugee survivor. She's an organizer in the community here. In your perfect world, how do you see Iran in the next month, in the next year, in the next 5 years, my friend?
I mean, God willing, we just want to see this government to be overthrown. We want this regime change, and we want prosperity for Iran and the Iranian people. We want freedom for them. And I speak Farsi. I don't read or write Farsi. I don't own a home. In Iran. Of course, I have family members, and I have two boys. Husband was American, so I named my youngest son Cyrus after Cyrus the Great.
Wow.
And I would just love my friends and family and every influence that I've had on my friends here, whether it's Germany, United States, is to come back to Iran and see what a beautiful country it is. We just hope for democracy and this regime gone, and prosperity for the Iranian people. Obviously, there is pushback with a lot of countries that this regime has been funding.
Yes.
So what you will see is a lot of the people that are against this overthrown are against it, are the ones that are benefiting from this government. If you're not benefiting from this government, you are 100% against this regime.
Seppi, our kids live in a Pollyannic world, right? Where they have no idea what it's like to have loved ones hauled off and hung and executed.
Wow.
They have no idea what it's like to be put in solitary confinement. They have no idea what it's like to live in fear, do they?
Absolutely not. And I mean, thank God they don't.
Yes,
but
that's right.
It is hard. It is hard. It's, I can tell you the culture shock from Iran, where we lived this beautiful home, we had this great life, and leaving all that, leaving our grandparents, leaving cousins, and moving to a country where, we didn't speak German. My parents didn't speak German. And from a man who took care of his family, coming to Germany and not being able to do that, and living in a refugee camp for 3 years. And of course, mom and dad are depressed because mom's brother and sister were executed. And then now they have to pretend like everything is fine for us kids. It's really hard. It's not, it's not my story. It's a story where a lot of us Iranians had to go through. I was lucky to go with my entire family, mom and dad and my 2 other sisters. There were a lot of people that their dads and their brothers had to stay back, and the mom and the girls were able to leave.
Seppi, you're amazing. Your story's stupendous and very important, and I can't be more grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
She's absolutely amazing.
Are you ready for retirement? Hi, this is Brian Quaranta, host of On the Money, heard every Saturday morning, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Join me and your host, Rob Pratt, as we tackle the most important questions about retirement planning, financial strategies, and securing your future. From avoiding costly mistakes to maximizing your savings, will help you feel more confident about your financial journey. Tune in every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Take the first step towards a worry-free retirement. That's On the Money, your retirement planning destination.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in store and online. Staples, that was easy.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Wintertime, freezing temperatures, busted pipes. Man, that's terrible. And when that pipe breaks, damage spreads fast. It's terrible. That's when you call Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Yep. 24/7, 365. Residential and commercial water damage emergencies. Stopping that damage, cleaning up the mess, getting your property back to normal and fast. When winter hits hard, demand that yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Call 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin.
When we started Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks, it wasn't a big crew or a fancy shop. Just Calvin and me in our grandma's garage.
We'd load up our tools every morning, build decks all day, then unpack right there in her driveway.
That little garage laid the foundation for what Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks is all about. Working hard, staying honest, and treating people like family.
We've grown a lot since then, but those family values still guide every job we do. Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Fresh off outbidding Netflix and agreeing to buy Warner Brothers Discovery for about $110 billion, Paramount Skydance says it wants to combine its Paramount Plus streaming TV service with HBO Max into one platform and challenge Netflix's dominance in the market. Shares of Paramount Skydance, which has a market value of just $15 billion right now, down 2%, while elsewhere on Wall Street, oil is up near $71 a barrel, but stocks have made a remarkable comeback from earlier lows after all the uncertainty around the U.S. Israeli military attacks in Iran. Right now, the Dow is down just about 0.1%, the S&P is flat, and the NASDAQ, thanks to investors putting money back into high-risk tech stocks, is up 0.3%. And the health insurer Elevance Health says the government plans to suspend enrollment in its Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans starting at the end of this month unless some compliance issues are resolved. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Have an issue in your community? Talk about it now with Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Wow. I'm so grateful for the guests we've had. I'm kind of blown away by the reporters from overseas. And wow. But these stories, her story, man. I mean, that story she just told him, unbelievable. Meantime, I had to get back to Nick because we had technical issues and he was telling a hell of a story about his son. He just went to the flight school and is training to be is it an Air Force pilot or Navy, brother? I forget.
Navy.
Man,
Navy
they're the
pilot.
best, man. They're the best. They're so damn smart. You must be so proud.
Yeah, we're very proud of our kids. Yeah, he's doing great. And the reason I called in is, I heard you talking to your cousin, and once again, thank you for his service. And our son is a little ways off before he wings and is deployed, but he has roommates that are deployed right now who are naval surface warfare officers.
Wow.
And we're talking back and forth with Academy families who we became friends with. And, there's Marines and, submarine guys and special warfare guys. So trying to find out where and ladies, trying to find out where everybody is, who's deployed, who's stateside.
I would imagine, Nick. And Nick, can you imagine how they're pulling their hair out seeing three of their best coming down from friendly fire in Kuwait, sir? Wow.
Yeah, it's actually, there was 6. There was pilots and flight officers.
Wow. Great observation. Great point, sir. Yeah.
So, but yeah, thank God they're all safe. And just as a parent, as a Navy dad, right now our son's in flight school. So, when he'll have like 2 flights a night or whatever. And when he finishes up, he'll shoot us a text, hey, heading back.
Oh, wow.
These guys and women that are deployed, there's no text coming back to say, hey, Mom and Dad, I'm okay.
Wow.
So, it's really
nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it is. And, beyond that, we have a daughter living in Midtown Manhattan, so that's even a bigger affair for us right now.
But here's what I want to make sure you make people very aware of. Your son serves. He serves whoever the hell's president because he loves America and he serves his country. This has nothing to do with politics, does it, sir?
You're 1,000% correct. As soon as we saw the news and saw what happened, being a military family, it was winter, so I took my flag down for the winter and for Christmas and everything. First thing I did was put our flag back up on the porch, and regardless of who you're voting for or whose side you're on, it would be nice to see some support for these, men and women who are over there doing what they have to do. Maybe everybody can put a flag out. It's such a small gesture, but it would mean the world to,
Well, the thing is, having known several fathers whose sons went to the Air Force Academy, first of all, they're the elite of the elite, probably the toughest school in the world to go through. They have to memorize this crazy book. A book, they have to memorize it.
Right, yeah. It's Naval Academy has the same thing. It's they have this small handbook that they have to memorize.
And they can stop you at any time and ask you to recite from a page. It's crazy.
That's correct.
The dedication, the commitment to America and the family is absolutely amazing, sir. And I'm so grateful for your call. We're so proud of you. But for you and your wife, it becomes real, right? It becomes real. Like our son could be in a jet going to war, and that's real, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, it's very real. And when you watch all the highlights, the first thing you see is a jet taking off of an aircraft carrier. That's the first thing you see.
It's true, and that's where he would be.
It's kind of scary, and but God bless them all, and go Navy.
It's a hell of a call, my man. Anything you ever need, please let me know.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Man, what a way to end the show. Beautiful.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la. Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
seat because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
A teddy bear dreams of a best friend who they grow up with. What they don't dream of is being left alone in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early. Bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Our Pirates are on the air. Today's spring training game on the Pirates Radio Network is brought to you by Highmark Health. Highmark is proud to sponsor Pirates everywhere, from home base to home away from home, because life. Highmark, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Pittsburgh Brewing Company, makers of Iron City and Icy Light. Giant Eagle, official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Pirates. PNC, brilliantly boring since 1865. Pennsylvania Lottery, players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Ford, your neighborhood Ford store. Operating Engineers Local 66. Partner with Operating Engineers Local 66. Join us at IUOE66.org. Allegheny Health Network, official medical provider of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Caring for you through every win, every loss, and every moment in between. Sheets. Why the sheets not? Get a snack after the game. And by Coppers, protecting what matters, preserving the future. This is Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network. Baseball greetings from Lecom Park in Bradenton, Florida this afternoon. Spring training baseball coming your way. The Pirates taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. And we welcome you into the booth. Joe Block and John Wayner with you here this afternoon. Jason Behringer is our producer engineer with us here in the booth. Mike Kravitz back in our network control center, back for his 10th season. And we're getting you ready for baseball here. As the Pirates have played well so far at 10 games in to the Grapefruit League slate at 8-2. And more importantly, really, so many individual standouts. And a lot of the regulars are in the lineup today, Rock. And I'm excited to see them a little bit more, some of the new guys that the Pirates pick up to bolster this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a better lineup than we've seen in some time. I mean, probably 10 years. Legit 3, 4, 5 hitters, guys that have had great success at the big league level, all-star seasons. It's going to make everybody around them better, I believe. And, yeah, it's been fun to watch. Just watching approaches, watching the way they take pitches, watch the way they swing the bat. It's just a different feel. I mean, when you've been there and done it, you know, it's just coming out and getting ready for a season. You know, they don't need to play every day. You know, they can get their 2 or 3 at-bats, take it in. It's just workmanlike. It doesn't feel like a competition at all this year. It seems like every year there's a lot of competition. There's hardly any competition. There's, of course, a couple bench spots, fifth spot in the rotation, maybe a bullpen spot or 2, but that's a good thing. You know, everybody loves competition, but it's a much better thing coming into spring training knowing that you have an established lineup, for one. I think it's something we haven't seen here since you've been here, I don't think.
Yeah. I hope they're not correlated. No, but you're right. And I think the old football adage, right, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have none.
Yes.
And so teams from time to time are going to have positions that are up for grabs, but clearly, especially earlier this decade, so many spots were open every year just hoping to find something that would stick. Well, now you have established starters pretty much everywhere with a few spots maybe as you're thinking about, and as you mentioned, the fifth starter, and I'm really eager to see Mike Clevenger today because earlier in his career, of course, with Cleveland as a younger pitcher, he was as good as they got. But that relief outing that he had in Northport the other day, he's throwing 96 again. That's 3 miles an hour harder than he did last year. He says he's fully healthy.
Hey, you're talking about a guy that threw 200 innings and struck out 200 in his career. And so if he's healthy, man, he's a nice ad. And, he knows how to pitch. He's kind of funky, kind of all over the place with his delivery and kind of rocks out there. But, I mean, he was a guy that a lot of people had on their fantasy teams back in the day, and so we're hoping to find that guy again. And, it's great. When you see the velocity, that's always, I think, the biggest tell is, if a guy was a mid-90s thrower and he's no longer a mid-90s thrower, well, he's going to have to figure out a different way of getting guys out. But, if he's throwing as hard as he did when he was in Cleveland, having some terrific seasons, that it might be a nice little bargain that the Pirates got here with Clevenger.
Yeah, he's on a minor league deal, non-roster player at 35 years old. Clevenger getting the start today. We're also slated to see Carmen Majinski, who's in competition for that number 5 spot as well, and then some relievers after that. But Clevenger last year made the White Sox as a non-roster player. And the Pirates clearly have a need for maybe somebody to soak up some innings here in that 5th spot.
You know what you don't hear from a lot of pitchers? That they love baseball. He loves baseball. He wants to play baseball. He don't care where it is. He'll play in the backyard. And, so he's out here, and we talk about maybe not having competition for certain positions. He loves to compete, and you like that, too. He certainly has a good feel for pitching. He obviously is going to have to really impress to get a spot as a non-roster guy. Those are a little harder to bring on your team north, but if he's good enough, he'll be there.
The right-hander, 35 years old, set to go for the Pirates against Gregory Barrios. First pitch of the ball game popped up 95 from that right arm of Clevenger out to first base and caught by Spencer Horwitz, who is over at the first sack today. And the rest of the Pirates in the field. And Manuel Valdez across the diamond at third. In the middle, Alika Williams at short. Brandon Lau is at second base. Reynolds, Mangum, and O'Hearn left to right in the outfield. And Henry Davis doing the catching. Jacob Melton doing the hitting for the Rays. A left-handed batter, couple of spring homers. Big prospect from the Astros, picked up in that 3-team deal where the Pirates landed Mangum, Lau, and Mason Montgomery. Strike call. Mike Estabrook working the plate today. Will Little, Jeremy Rayak, and Tom Fornarola on the bases. The umpires. Here's an 0-1 from Clevenger, and a curveball bounces up there. 1 ball and 1 strike. Pirates with the black tops as always, the gold crowned caps in spring training. And the powder blue tops for the visiting Rays. They train down the coast in Port Charlotte. Hopping, twisting, and delivering. Clevenger gets a swing and a miss on a slider just off the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Kind of backed up on him. I thought maybe a changeup at first. It looked like it might have had that slider spin. It was kind of up and out over the plate. Not typically a place you want to throw your slider.
He's ahead 1-2 on Melton. Bouncing, rocking, and firing. Fastball at 96 above the zone, 2-2. Yeah, he averaged 93 with the fastball last year. He had a second Tommy John surgery. Sometimes guys don't make it back, or not nearly to the same level after that. And had surgery on the neck, the upper cervical spine. 2-2 from Clevenger, inside 3-2. And he went to Driveline, that pitching factory where they can measure all the different biomechanics and things like that. And they determined that, well, here's what we need to do to get you kind of so you're not taxing those spots that you were hurting before and potentially could re-injure. 3-2, swung on and hit deeply down the right field line. Melton yanks it foul. That might have been the changeup that time.
Yep, 91 down and in. That's kind of a danger zone. You hear it a lot with a left-handed batter. You throw something that's softer than the fastball, down and in, that's their hot zone. They like to drop the barrel of the bat just a little too quick for Melton.
So full count here with one out. Now Clevenger, after consulting with the professionals there in Washington, throwing harder, feeling good. First healthy offseason he's had in years. 3-2 from the right-hander. And he missed with a fastball high and away. A walk to Melton. Here with one out. Under mostly sunny skies. Warm temperatures today here in Florida. Officially at game time today. What do they got for us? 81. First 80-plus day.
Yep, feeling like Florida.
Ryan Valade, right-handed batter, hits one to left in the air for Reynolds. Right there for the second out. Got in on the handle a little bit. Inside fastball. They had two outs. Richie Palacios will bat for the Rays. His brother Joshua played for the Pirates. Two outs, man at first. That's Melton. Clevenger ready to go. Melton runs, pitches ball down low. Davis with a quick throw down, right on the money, and he got him. Great throw from Henry Davis. A short hop with the shortstop Williams covering, and Melton caught stealing to end the inning. So the Pirates come to bat in a scoreless game right here on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and Icy Light.
At AHN Sports Medicine, we know injuries. Tears, tweaks, pops, pulls, strains, sprains, and of course, breaks. We also know that no two injuries are alike, which is why at AHN Sports Medicine, we offer advanced surgical options and specialized sports performance physical therapy. At AHN, we see you. Call 412-DOCTORS to get expert care from AHN, the official medical provider of your Pittsburgh Pirates.
The Tampa Bay Rays come to town on Friday, April 17th for the first Zambelli Fireworks Night of the year. Arrive early to enjoy a pregame Miller Lite happy hour from the time gates open up until first pitch. Then watch the Bucks take on the Rays at 6:40 p.m. And be sure to stick around after the game for an exciting Zambelli Fireworks show thanks to our friends at 93.7 The Fan. Get your tickets and see all the 2026 Zambelli Fireworks Nights at pirates.com/fireworks.
Food insecurity is something nobody should experience. That's why Edgar Snyder and Associates will donate $50 to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank for every Pirates double play this season. To learn more and see how you can help double down on food insecurity, visit edgarsnyder.com.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Right now at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts, you can get one free set of brake pads when you buy two qualifying brake rotors. Ask the professional parts people about additional brake pad and rotor upgrade options available at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
A couple of X-rays atop the order for the Pirates. Jake Mangum and Brandon Lau, followed by Brian Reynolds, facing Mason Englert of Tampa Bay. Right-hander will get the nod here this afternoon. And the first pitch from Englert jammed him. A little one-hopper back of the bag, a second on the move. Thrown awry onto first, and Mangum's good speed meant that Taylor had to hurry, and he's aboard with an infield hit.
Yep, that speed, you just can't teach it. And anytime Jake Mangum puts the ball on the ground, if it's not hit right at you, you got to hurry. And so a hurried throw from the second baseman Taylor off the mark, and an infield hit for Mangum.
Mangum led baseball in infield hits last year. He's on, and he can swipe it back too. Here's Brandon Lau, left-handed batter with good power. Englert of the Rays sets and comes home, and there's a high strike. He'll throw a lot of changeups, Englert. It might have been his first right there to Lau. 3 out of 6 in the spring. All-star that the Pirates traded for in the offseason from Tampa Bay. His whole career in the Rays system. Pickoff moving a good one on to first, and Mangum narrowly back in.
Yeah, a little hesitation from Mangum before he returned diving to that bag, and the perfect throw The throw was pretty much right on the bag where he was sliding. And a very, very close play. Maybe got a call.
Engler on an 0-1. Lau guides it on the line. Caught it second. Back to first, double play. Well, Mangum tried to race back, but nothing you can do there. 2 outs.
Yeah, when you have a guy like Jake Mangum who plays hard and is always thinking about extra bases, stealing bases, scoring on doubles from first, getting the third on a base. Sometimes, I mean, that aggression, you're always thinking of moving to the next base, and sometimes you have to fight that aggression on a line drive like that because he took one step to his right, and that's all it took.
Reynolds fouls it back. He's down a strike. 2 outs, nobody on, no score. Brian Reynolds, 4 out of 11 in spring. Switch hitter batting left. Put as big of a shift on as legally allowed these days. The shortstop Barrios up the middle of the pitch. Swinging a pop-up foul territory, third base side. Davidson gives it a look and measures it up. It's in the 5th row.
Yeah, last week they had a pretty strong wind coming from left to right. That ball would have stayed in play. Today, the breeze a little bit in the opposite direction helped push that into the seats.
Reynolds gets another chance, down 2 strikes. Englert ready to go. Here it is. Bounced up there. Yanked the changeup, 1 ball and 2 strikes. You think it'll help Reynolds to have other guys in the lineup that can produce?
Oh, I think everybody in the lineup should feel a little more comfortable. Yeah, for one, just the pressure of feeling like you have to be the guy every night, and that's not going to be the case.
Ripping a miss on that change, and that ends the frame. A hit, no one left, and we're through an inning from Lecom Park. Pirates nothing, Rays nothing. Right here on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
As the official bank of the Pittsburgh Pirates, PNC knows that everyone gets excited about different parts of baseball. Some fans love home runs. PNC likes a well-executed sacrifice bunt. Others love sliding catches. PNC prefers pop-ups caught with 2 hands. But everyone loves getting discounts on tickets and merchandise with the Pittsburgh Pirates PNC Bank Visa debit card. Learn more at pnc.com/piratescard. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC. Visa is a registered trademark of Visa International Service Association and used under license.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
Bucko fans, did you know you can save on tickets all season long with our Giant Eagle Loyalty Card offer? Loyalty card holders can enjoy discounted tickets for lower and upper level seats at select home games. Visit pirates.com/loyalty card for details.
Whether you're catching the game at home or at your favorite bar in the Berg, when summer vibes are strong and baseball season is in full swing, reach for the beer that's always right. IC Light Mango is 95 calories of juicy, bold refreshment that puts the party in watch party and will have you wanting more than just a Buccos win. IC Light Mango. Around here, it's always go time. Available any time of the year. Brewed by Pittsburgh brewing makers of Iron City and IC Light.
Opening day around the corner. It is Friday, April 3rd at PNC Park as the Pirates will open the home season against the Orioles at 4:12 p.m. Opening day presented by Giant Eagle. Join us to kick off the season on Friday, April 3rd. Mike Clevenger to work to Richie Palacios. First pitch curveball blocked in there for a strike. Palacios was batting when Jacob Melton was caught stealing on a great throw by Henry Davis, ending the first inning. I was surprised that Henry did not get at least the Gold Glove finalists. That's up high, 101. He had 69 games in 130. The team's 138 first 138 games. That's the minimum threshold you need. And he was right at it to be eligible for the Gold Glove. So I was surprised that he wasn't at least one of the final 3. Here's the pitch, swinging a high pop up. That's going to move into foul territory now up the first base side for Spencer Horwitz. He grabs it, 1 out.
Yeah, Henry, amazing, really. You know, when you think about when he first came up, they put him in right field. They didn't think he could catch in the big leagues, and all he's done is prove that he's a really good catcher. And man, could he throw? I mean, that throw to end the top of the first, just he gets rid of it so quickly. The strong arm, very accurate, right on the bag. Pitchers love throwing to him.
Here's Chandler Simpson, tried to drag a bunt, and he threw his bat at the batted ball. And he was still in the batter's box, but that's what Mike Estabrook said, and he's thrown out at first base.
I believe that's a foul ball.
Yeah. If his bat hits the ball
the second time.
Yes, yeah. And that's what happened. But he said no, he's in the batter's box. Well, that is irrelevant. Okay, he's signaling that it's a foul ball. All right, good. Now, if he makes contact with a batted ball and he's still in the batter's box, foul ball. If he makes contact with a fair ball that he's hit and he's out of the batter's box, he's out. So just a strike on Chandler Simpson. Takes down it in on a curve, 1-1.
And as we were talking about Henry Davis's defense and, the pitch framing, just the game planning, there's so much into that position. I marveled how quickly he's able to get up and get after that ball. He's down on a knee, giving his target.
1-1, and it rides inside, 2-1.
And he's up and on that ball before the speedy Simpson got out of the batting circle.
Yeah, Simpson stole 44 bases last year, give you an idea of his speed. Terrific effort. Here's the 2-1 now. Simpson fouls it back. On the fastball from Clevenger. 2-2, 1 out here in the second inning. Yeah, catchers, they do themselves no favors by being on a knee. It's for pitch framing. I'm wondering, with the ABS system, if that will morph how catchers set up.
Not so far.
Yeah. 2-2 coming. Swing and a bounce right back to Clevenger. And he'll underhand flip it onto first for the second out. Simpson is gone. Logan Davidson will come to bat. I was thinking, too, about, if catchers sometimes they might be thinking, all right, hey, this guy's, or they see him running, and they're going to start on the back end, as the pitch comes in. Well, if it's so long as it's in the strike zone, it's still a strike. You have recourse. You can start doing those things again if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be curious to see with a runner on third.
The pitch to Davidson. Inside, missing, ball 1.
That was one of my biggest pet peeves with the whole new pitch framing and the stance for the catchers. And you have a runner on third, and I don't care how many outs, and you're down on a knee, you can't block balls. You're trying to pick everything. I'd rather them be in a traditional catching stance in those situations.
1-0 rides outside, 2-0.
So you're in a better position to block. But we don't see that much anymore.
The Pirates hired Jacob Stallings, who's now retired as a player, to be a special advisor. And boy, he was a fortress.
Yes.
Great blocking catcher. Yep. 2-0 swing and a foul. Maybe they will emphasize that more again. Catching position changed so much in the last 5, 6, 7 years. And it may change again with the automatic ball strike system. 2-1 on Logan Davidson with 2 outs and nobody on. Clevenger has faced the minimum. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Let up on him. 2-2.
Nice looking change up there after coming right at him with a 2-0 fastball. A little late on the fastball. And he pulls the string, had him way out in front.
Davidson, a non-roster player, played a little bit with the A's and Angels last year. 2-2 on him. 35-year-old Mike Clevenger of the Pirates rocks and fires. Swing and a miss. Struck him out on another change. First strikeout of the afternoon for Clevenger. And we'll go to the last of the second. Pirates coming to bat in a scoreless game right here on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
We sit together every morning, planning out the day, and dreaming of the future, you and I. We have planted our family tree in NSS life, moving towards our future goals. Has never looked so bright. NSS life, where family matters.
Pirates fans, listen up. If you're in the military, we want to give you the PNC Park experience for less. As a show of our appreciation for your service and sacrifice to this country, members of the military and their families can save big on their seats at select home games all season long. Visit pirates.com/military for details. Let's go, Bucks!
Traditions are strong in Pittsburgh. Families gather to break bread and feel loved. Whether out at the grill or tailgating at the game, start with Saloni's Breads and Rolls, baked fresh by local bakers. Saloni's Italian Breads and Rolls, another strong Pittsburgh tradition since 1911.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All fans will take home a Paul Skeens Cy Young bobblehead presented by PNC when the Pirates take on these Rays on Saturday, April 18th at PNC Park. It's a 4:05 game. All fans get the Skeens bobblehead when you go to pirates.com/tickets. Here is Ryan O'Hearn to lead it off for the Pirates. Lefty batter. Takes outside ball one from Mason Englert. Marcell Ozuna and then Spencer Horwitz. 4, 5, and 6 hitters. O'Hearn, a tall stance. Englert throws a curveball outside. It's 2-0. The Pirates free agent acquisition. 2-year pact for O'Hearn, making a commitment to Pittsburgh and vice versa. Here's the pitch, and that's in there for a strike. Here's the first guy to tell you walk by his stall that he really likes the mood of the clubhouse, what they're talking about, and because they're not talking about what they're going to do, they're just talking about what they're doing.
Yeah, that's important. You know, there's always optimism every spring training.
2-1, sees a strike.
You know, there was the talk last year about winning and doing the little things to win, and you know, everybody's optimistic that they're going to have a really good team.
2-2 is hit on a line to right. Valade will come on, can't get their base hit, and move over to his right, field it on a couple of hops.